positions where there's senior management, and there is substantial empirical evidence that the more that women have been introduced into senior roles over the years, that the more profitable become. I know this from reading that I've done, also speaking to some people on the executive boards of very large companies. So there's an argument to be able to say that it has been effective in some.
A very simple message. We just want to be able to live affordably. Everybody can get on board with that. So that's what Democrats should be focusing on, is how he's campaigning, how he's doing social media, how he is also getting out there and meeting with groups that don't necessarily naturally support him. He's doing the work. And that's what Democrats should be doing anyway, not just keeping it in their little bubble, but going outside of their bubble, talking to everybody and creating a generic message of affordability. That's what I think. And people, the idea that, these billionaires will leave New York or whatever, they say this all the time. They said it when de Blasio, and they called him a communist and everything was fine and it was overblown. So that's my message. I'm done speaking.
Well,
I think my own way.
I understand about gravity, but I think I like him. I trust him. I like his integrity. There's something about him that I trust, and especially at this point in time with what we've gone through and what we're going through, that matters to me when somebody has integrity and when somebody has humility. I care about that. I believe him in terms of what his concerns are. I think he cares about human beings and about all human beings. I believe that about him. I'm not I'll give you that he doesn't have the experience, but who he is as a human being, I trust that about him. And I think that counts for something.
All right, so I done heard a couple people talking on why they like him. I still ain't heard the people who don't like him. Why you don't like him?
So he's just like a complete socialist. He has very, very, very radical ideas, and then also this idea of him having high integrity seems a bit silly to me. I mean, there's reporting that he checked himself as African American when he applied to college. His whole defund the police stance is pretty ridiculous. Some of his plans are
that is ridiculous.
His rent plans are crazy. Some of his rent ideas, some of the taxes he wants to impose. So there's a lot of insanity there.
I just don't think he can do a lot of it. The rent thing is not abnormal. De Blasio did it 3 times, so shit didn't blow up. I just think there's a lot of things that he just won't be able to get done. That's why I say don't focus on the policies and everything. But I just wish, I wish, first of all, Cuomo wasn't a sexual abuser, and I wish he had more spunk. But this is where we are. I'm going to miss Eric Adams' social media. That's going to be the sad part of it. And again, Mondandi's going to win unless 2 of the people named Sliwa and Adams
Only one. Only Adams needs to drop out. Again, we'll just suppress Sliwa's vote. We'll just get suppressed at the end.
Well, here's what I think, for what it's worth. I am not a super fan of Mondani, right? I did rank him. He wasn't at number 1 or number 2 for me, right? But I think that's really the best choice that we have between him and Cuomo, right? He's not what I would have chosen first, but I think that, and I'm not a fan of DSA at all, because,
they're terrible.
I understand the inner workings of DSA, and you know what, CEO, there's none as radical as you think. They're really not. The funny part is, they're not that radical people. They just say they are, but they're not. That's the funny shit. They're in bed with real developers. They already had a talking to with Mondani, and he will be supporting supporting Israel in some capacity. Whether he says it or not, outwardly, he will be on that train because, you know, they don't play out here, right? So they already sat his ass down and had a talking to him. So the radical shit, it's not gonna happen. Like, trust me.
I think the other part of it, if you are a Democrat not in New York, is that if Mamdani wins, he's going to shift how the midterms play out. And I think it will
Now, everyone's not in New York, so people need to stop like panicking. The world is, I mean, America is not New York, right? So, as far as like the shift and all that stuff, I think people need to, you know, stop panicking and stuff because the rest of the world is not gonna go for those liberal views, right?
Because New York never sets trends for the rest of the country?
No, I'm gonna make my big statement. All right, ready? Let me make my big statement here. Here's what, oh wait, were you speaking? Okay, I can't hear you. No, here's my statement on all this. The reason why the right wing and the institutions are panicking is because they're not afraid of what Mamdani will do. They're afraid that he will be successful. And that means the country will be able to see that, oh, maybe slightly liberal ideas in terms of helping people is not that radical. So maybe we should give a thought to people that are a little more progressive because the policies are actually working for everyday people. That's why they're freaking the fuck out, because they want the establishment, they want the right wing, they want everything to stay as it is because they're doing just fine over there. So that's why the right and the institutions are freaking out, because Mamdani, even if he can move the pendulum slightly to the left, may actually be successful.
That is not the reason. That is not why conservatives are concerned about Mamdani. Like, Scotty, where did you get that from? Do you think that's like the
Because I live here. Because I live
Okay,
here.
so you think like if you were in a secret meeting with a group of conservatives and they were forced to
Well,
be
they're never gonna say that to them.
Listen to the scenario. I said if they were forced to be 100% honest, you think those are the words that are going to come out of their mouth?
They would never agree to being 100%
I
honest.
said, like, if you gave a truth serum, and they're interrogated by the CIA, do you think that
They
is
are
coming out of their mouth?
secretly worried that the little that we can do here is going to play out well, and therefore other strategies of how people run in this country are going to also work out, and it will shift. I'm not talking about shifting the pendulum to some socialism. I'm just talking about having policies and also having the campaigning style that works for regular people that could also shift. This could be the Tea Party
The
of
campaigning
the left.
style, okay, that's a different
I'm
argument.
saying all of it. I'm saying all of it. So in other words, if the campaigning style works and then the actual governing works where it's not tragedy, if it doesn't become the tragedy that the Republicans say it's going to be and the establishment, then they're going to be fucked. Because then people are going to be like, wait a minute, we talked all this shit about how it's going to be a communist or whatever, and New York's doing well, crime is low, business is up, tourism is up, the city's doing well, and the affordability has become more significant for the regular people that work here. So that's what could happen, and that's what they're.
So now you're talking about a full term, which is a totally different kind of calculation, right? So
Yes, what if he is successful?
But the first thing you have to think about and why this matters is he would start his term in January, the midterms are in November, and he's going to have enough mess ups that he's going to be weaponized against to energize the right for the midterms. That's what will happen, Scott.
But if he doesn't, and things are as normal,
It would take years for that to happen. It would take
No.
years for that to
not
happen.
necessarily. Not necessarily. When you have the handoff between mayor to mayor, things don't change right away. So the only way it could happen is if he's totally sabotaged by the police department and by other forces where they start, they're like, oh, we're not going on the street anymore, we're just gonna let crime go crazy, or whatever it is. But term to term, the numbers don't fluctuate very much at all. So if he just coasts in his first year through the midterms and doesn't do anything crazy where it makes some kind of impact, but tweaks the margins here and there,
Really
so that people
ambitious.
well, why not? It's New York. It's not Long Island.
I mean, but you're thinking he can do that, and you're thinking that there's gonna not be things that occur that get spun based on what his reputation. Look, wait till these debates happen. Wait until you see the level of attacks leveled on him when we
I'm
get
fine with that. I'm fine with that.
October 1. Yeah, I mean,
No, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with
and
that.
that's going to be how he continues to get characterized if he wins, and then that will be weaponized for the midterms. I'm just telling you, if he wins, it's going to make the midterms worse for them. I'll bet money.
I don't agree because there's going to be a long, a big, rather large amount of time between January and between November midterms. And if things are mostly the same, status quo, then people are going to be like, oh, shit didn't, go crazy. So I guess it's not that bad. So that's what will happen. I don't understand how you think it's all of a sudden he's gonna be a disaster right off the jump.
Because he lacks experience for this role.
But if he has a good team, around
he
him,
doesn't understand public safety at all. He doesn't understand economics at all.
but if he has a good team
And he's gonna be
around
forced
him,
to do, and he has a mandate to do some significant things. So he's gonna try to do some, some immediate actions
No, I'll
to
tell
move the needle.
no, I disagree. First of all, the only thing that I see happening is that the left is going to turn on him for acquiescing to the establishment, quote unquote, however they define it, and him not moving too quickly to do some of the big ticket items he's talking about. So if anything, the left and the DSA and the people who never vote or whatever, they're going to be really upset because he didn't do all of their things big and fast enough. That's what I see as a scenario that would happen before anything. Also, because I'm a liberal, I'm open to watching the debates, seeing how I feel, and changing my mind if I want them. This is how I feel right now. It's how I felt for at least an entire year so far since he's been in the race, and since I've been tracking this very closely.
Have you spoken with Bloomberg regarding Mamdani and heard what he had to say?
Yeah, I put him on speed dial. Don't worry about it.
What do you mean it like that? Okay. You know,
I'm just saying, Mamdani will have good people on his team, like Brad Lander, who's already the city controller, who knows all the levers and shit. I just don't think people are gonna let him do stupid things, and he's gonna learn quickly. I agree. He was not my choice, by the way. I had at least 4 other people ahead of him that I wanted, but they didn't get selected, so here we are.
what if I told you it's already a shoo-in and he's already won, but, it's not out in the media?
But you can argue, and
You're
see
right about that.
this.
I will tell you that the people, because I know people that are going to be a part of his team, they are extremely vetted. They have a lot of experience, the experience that he perhaps lacks. So he is going to surround himself around more experienced people and stuff like that. So the team is going to be very, tight. And they're already meeting. They're already, yeah. And wasn't it de Blasio who was, people were like, oh, he's an extreme leftist.
Exactly.
De Blasio?
Yeah, de
So
Blasio.
people were saying the same shit about de Blasio. And
but it's a little tricky though, right? So that was just like the kind of old school stuff. It's just like how people used to talk about George W. Bush until we got Donald Trump, right? Okay, so that was just classical extreme liberal blah blah blah. That's all. It's different than like what he actually is and the level of it. Yeah, him versus De Blasio, like Mondani, is way to the left.
You know who else was way to the left who they called the socialist?
Can a new person chime in?
Oh yeah, so I didn't hear you. You were breaking up.
Hey, the New York Jews ain't gonna have them become the next mayor of New York.
Yeah, okay. Well, this one's gonna go for him. So what's your next question?
You know, you're not the typical Jewish person in New York, right?
Oh, not okay. Are you talking about the Orthodox?
No, I'm talking about the flag that you got in your thing. Like, you're not.
Which flag? Which flag is that?
You got a rainbow flag in your description. So I'm saying, like, so you already like you have
Oh, I see.
alternative worldview. We have an alternative like perspective on a
I
lot
don't
of
know what my rainbow flag is, but okay.
Yeah, no, but this I'm telling you, like, there's a lot. It's not like it's
67% of Jews
you're not.
voted for Mamdani in the primary.
Yeah, they're not gonna have him.
67% of Jews voted for Mamdani.
Why won't you let me talk? This is what I'm talking about.
You're just wrong, so I'm telling you you're wrong.
Well, let me know I'm wrong after. Yeah, where's the discipline, man? Where's the respect? This is the issue. You see,
where are the numbers? Where are the numbers?
Right, fuck you guys got it. I'm not getting.
All right, perfect. Then
Okay, good. Anyway, 67% of Jews voted for Mamdani. The ones that are not local, those are the Orthodox and the Hasidic that are in South Williamsburg and Borough Park and all that. So, no, they're going to be, Trumpers or Cuomoers or, fucking Curtis Lee or whatever. But they're 20% of the Jewish population in New York. So that's the fact. And 60-70% vote for Mamdani. So it's not about that. It's not about a fucking Jewish conspiracy because that's where you want to go with this shit. It's not any of that. So removing that from the equation, and that views don't control fucking New York City. What else do you want to submit to it? All right, cool. Anyway.
So in broader circles, what I mean by broader circles, you know what I mean. So the understanding is that Mamdani follows some of the blueprints of Bloomberg. And in political circles, it's known that Bloomberg is talking secretly because he doesn't want to come out there in the fray. Certainly not upset the Jewish community. But Bloomberg is talking with Mamdani. But you didn't hear it from me. Just say Patty told you. Yeah, just say Patty.
Thanks, Patty.
So basically, I'm saying it's a shoo-in. It's already a done deal.
I mean, if that's the case, that's obviously a big deal. Bloomberg's pragmatic, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, and so here's the issue. There are people like Bloomberg, and you guys will hear me mention that a lot. Bloomberg, Larry Fink, BlackRock, et cetera, et cetera. So when it comes to the midterms, it will be a united vote of red and blue people together. And that's will be kicked off through Mamdani. So be careful what you hear and get some facts.
And you think if Adams drops out, Mamdani will still win?
Adams is not even a contender. It's just smoke and mirrors. So you guys gotta get outside of the clubhouse. I'll fill you in later. I'm just telling Patty said it. I don't want to tell you.
Stop saying me.
Didn't Brad Landers just get arrested again a couple days ago?
I didn't hear. I didn't hear it.
I didn't.
Yeah, I think on Tuesday he got
I
arrested.
mean, he was my second choice.
Yeah,
He could have Adams, but
Yeah, he
he
was
would have
either,
been good.
he really really
But
would
wait
be
a
good.
second, hold on, checks notes, he's Jew, look at that.
I
Yep.
got that.
But anyway,
I don't need yes.
and they crossed they did the cross endorsement, which is very interesting,
Yeah,
between, Brad Landerman. The point is, Brad Lander is very confident comptroller. He's a nerdy, dorky guy. He knows how New York works. That's kind of what I care about. I don't care about a lot of things, but I like New York to be working, and I like there to be a mayor who is pragmatic and is able to, figure out how to make this work and how to make it better for the citizens here, and not also scare away, businesses and making things easier to do business here, easier to live here. That's what I care about.
Yo, Scotty, you see your telegram? They over there protesting in New York.
I'm not.
Yeah, the Wall Street.
Yeah, I sent it to you too.
Yeah, I have to look. I'm trying.
Wait, what are they protesting?
But yeah,
I don't know, but it's Al Sharpton posted it. Check it out when you get a chance.
Wait, I don't have Telegram.
Not Telegram, love. I'm sorry, Instagram. I sent it to your Instagram.
Oh, okay, I'll have a look.
Okay.
Brad Landers was released and the charges were reportedly dropped. Just for an update on Brad Landers, if you're interested.
Thank you. By the way, the person, one of the mayors who they were talking about, who was a communist, socialist, they were going off the rails with this particular mayor. His name was Fiorello LaGuardia. And he fucking transformed the city for the people, and he was so good, they named a fucking airport after him.
It's the best airport too. Way better than JFK.
Man, it's a good airport. Thank you, Governor Cuomo, for fixing LaGuardia, right? I mean, if we're being,
Spirit, what's going on with your economy? Your markets have been flat for the past 2 days. Are you all dead? Where's the money? Where's the money?
Well, we were all here when we saw.
listen, look, hey, if you're gonna do the Susie Orman thing, just tell us explicitly what we should do or not do.
We'll do nothing right now. People are taking baths. Nothing's moving. People are just, for example, I warned everyone yesterday and the day before because they asked me, what do you think of NVIDIA? Because their earnings was coming up. I said, listen, don't go for the hype. Leave it alone. Just sit on the sidelines. Did they listen? Oh, no. Oh, that's why I say I don't give a fuck. No harm to me if you don't listen. So, they crashed and burned when the earnings came out yesterday. And NVIDIA is still down 2%. So I don't know, I can't make it any clearer to people. Fuck up, right? Fuck up. Leave me behind.
Yeah, but NVIDIA is going to be worth a lot more in 5 years than it is today.
Yeah. No,
So, yeah, I mean, not everything should be like a day trading.
no, the options is referring to earnings.
Wait, I'm gonna ask my Uber driver something. Can I ask you a question, sir?
No, hold on.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Understand.
I want to
What do
hear
you
it all.
think? What do you think about the mayor election? Can you vote in the mayor election? What do you like? Do you like Mandami? Do you like Cuomo? Even if you can't vote, do you like Mandami? I like Mandami. I'm just saying, like, do you like Cuomo? Do you like the current guy? Do any people?
Would you like
Everyday people say Cuomo. You don't know exactly.
do you want
Okay, so
that?
are you sympathetic to what Mamdani wants to do, or do you not do not care. Like, does it matter to you if Cuomo's elected or Mamdani? And the people you talk to like Cuomo because they're just regular people, right? Okay, that's interesting. Is it okay to ask where you're from originally? If you're from here, that's awesome too. Where are you from? I'm like, oh, cool. I love the DR. Okay, awesome.
You don't like it harassing people in public.
You know, black. Ask him if he's black.
No, I'm just joking.
So regular people like Cuomo and like the young kids like Donnie, is that it? Basically? Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have any feeling either way. Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is feeling very Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton to me. That's what this race feels like.
It's not surprising to me. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. And by the way, I do want to see the debates going on. I want everything out there, and I have the right to change my mind. That's all. So you can hold me accountable in about 2 months from now. We'll reassess, and we'll figure out where we're at. Is that fair?
Of course.
Be careful, guys, in the audience, what you hear on stage is someone said something will be something in 5 years. That's not necessarily true, and I have reasons for that, but they don't want to hear that. So go with the mods, whatever they say, believe it is gospel.
No, I definitely want to hear this. Why would NVIDIA not be worth more in 5 years than it is today?
Because there may be new companies, there may be more competition, but I think to answer your point or question, why the market's dead on arrival today is if we passed that Israel arms embargo, I think that would have resuscitated the market wholeheartedly. Sadly, that was tabled, and Ken Martin had a lot to do with that, in my opinion. Even though only 7% of the Democratic Party is in favor of genocide.
Why are we talking about this again? We're talking about the mayor's race, and you gotta fucking throw this in all the time.
Because it's related to the market, it's related to money, and Point asked the question, so I just answered it. That's all.
Gosh, you just tried to answer it. Nothing wrong with that.
So that's why the market's stalled. I get it.
Well, that's his answer, so what's yours? Go ahead.
Nobody can predict anything that's going on, so they are just sitting tight because this whole administration, you can't plan anything. It's erratic, so just don't make any big moves. That's what the people are saying.
That's a good answer. That's another answer. Everyone has answers. So let's
That's
hear it.
not a good answer, Point. Stop
Okay,
it.
but it's his answer.
Scotty, I'll say this, right? Waiting on this administration to dictate the market, we'll be waiting forever. We just heard somebody say that, I'm not even going to mention his name on this app, but we all know who's running for office and crap, buying ads up on World Stars, been eating dinner with the Trump family, made claims stating that the Trump family's plans are to stay in office, not just another term, but as long as it takes for Barron Trump to be of age to become president. And that's the whole thing.
So,
I'm sure that's how they laugh too, Steve.
2040. So Donald Trump's going to be president of 2000.
No, his family will start the new royal crown here if we just.
It'll take 14 years for Barron to be eligible to run for president.
He already did the math, yeah.
Yeah, he's 21.
Yeah. Yeah, but then even if they want to adhere to that, right?
So Trump's going to be 94 when he leaves office.
Well, they may lower the age. They may, if he's still in office, right?
No, water.
Well, that takes a constitutional amendment.
Water. The next president was the guy, Stephen Miller and Trump Jr. So don't say I didn't tell you. Now we'll run for 8 years.
Gee, Christ. No, we can't
You
have
guys
this.
see the interaction between Wes Moore and Trump and what Trump said after the fact?
I did. You want to recap
I mean,
it now?
not really because we're going into a meeting, but, um, I thought it was actually a nice, and I think it was really good on Westmore, the meeting that I saw that recorded, like, it was in like, was it in a stadium? I forget where it was.
Oh, wait, you're talking about some live interaction? I thought you were talking about with their interaction on social. No, I didn't hear this. Go ahead, I didn't hear.
Yeah, no, I'll see if I can post the clip. It was basically, they had a nice interaction, just about, helping the city, et cetera, but it wasn't Westmore being like, oh my God, thank you so much, you can really help. It wasn't any of that. However, when Trump had recapped the meeting to the press, he just totally embellished the whole fucking thing. So there's video evidence of it, and then video evidence of Trump. And I'm gonna see if I can post.
Is it the message of Trump to the governor? Is it that real, or is it specifically, do you have the two of them talking to each other?
No, the two of them talking to each other.
Because I
Oh,
can't.
let me see if I. No, because it was a split screen, essentially, when it happened. Let me, if I can find it, I'll put the link in, but I can't play it, I'm going into.
Put me on speakerphone in the meeting.
No, we're exchanging.
I got what everybody, I got what everybody, not me there. I got what everybody.
And don't force nobody, try to force someone in America to support you the way you want to be supported. Send you cookies or some care pack that you feel like you deserve. Like be mad if you want to be mad at someone, be mad at the government that you to fight this bullshit war.
We're not mad at the government. We're not. Hakima, we are not mad at the government that sent us to fight the war when we're fighting the war. We are not mad at the government or bosses when we're sent to do a mission. We are mission. Listen, you think so? We are mission. Let me finish.
No, you can let me finish. What are you talking about? That's your
No, because
Wait, hold
okay,
on.
let me finish. I'll let you finish and make my point.
I think Hakima, you're missing the nuance of what he said. Mike started his initial answer to you by all means, Americans can say whatever they want to say. Like that was the very first point that he made.
But he went on to say,
But if you're going to say you support the troops, don't knock their mission, was his only point.
right,
Like, don't.
but my point is, sir, that you can't tell nobody how to do what they want to do. Like, just go fight your war. You don't, in a free country, you don't get to tell somebody how to support or how to talk. You don't get to do that. And that's the point.
You're right in that
He's not going to fight that war
he
just
doesn't
because
get
he
to-
wants to go fight a war. He's fighting
He does-
for you. He's fighting for his countrymen and the civilians and everybody who doesn't know jack shit about war.
He doesn't get to tell anybody what to do or how to talk or how to support, but as a former service person, he can tell you from his experience what it feels like to have somebody say, I support our troops, but fuck them for being over
Here's
there
the
in
goal.
Afghanistan.
Here's the goal, Takima. Do you care? Is it all about you and what you look like, your appearance and your reputation, or do you care if they feel supported? Because if you care if they actually feel supported while you're out there supporting them with your flapping gums, then the best way to do that is to stop flapping your gums and do something physical to support them. That's my point. And
I don't care how nobody feels. I don't care.
sure. Okay, that's fine. Well, they care a lot about how each other feel internally. Like they're fighting that war for the guy next to them. They're fighting that war for the guy next to them and the guy on the other side of him. That's who they're fighting the war for. They're fighting for each other in an engaged, unified mission to accomplish what they've been told to do. They do not think that it's a bad, they don't talk about what a bad idea it is, what they're doing. They don't do that when they don't. Okay? They don't. I don't care if they disagree with it. They don't. They don't go on a mission and talk about how fucked up it is on the mission. That would make them highly inefficient. Okay? When they come home, they might talk about how I don't see the point of it. I was over there. I don't understand why we did it. Great. But when they're there, they ain't saying that at all. Okay? And so you being at home saying it, you're not one of their team. You're not on their team. You're your own team. That's fine. Be your own team. You have a right to be your own team. But don't run around on your own team and say, hey, I'm on your team, guys. Because they're going to say, no, you're not.
This is just a difference between a should and a must statement. So Hakeem, it sounds like you're trying to make it a freedom of speech issue, and it sounds like Mike is saying you should not say this, but he's not saying you must not say this.
Yeah, and we also have to remember the context of this. After the Vietnam War, the left took a beating because they treated the vets so badly. They treated the people fighting that war and the soldiers so badly that they had to come up with a way to save face. So their little diversion was to say, oh, I support our troops, but I don't support the war. Was there... It was
correct. It was a diversion.
It was nothing more than a deflection, and Mike, what you are expressing is the fact that the people who were actually over there understood that it was nothing more than a deflection. And my whole take on it is oftentimes war is the result of failed diplomacy. Hakima, you're right. Anybody can do anything they want at any time. And they can protest the war if they want. Absolutely. Mike is not saying you can't. That's not the point. My point is, if a war happens or the U.S. commits its troops to fighting some military engagement, it's too late. If you were going to protest something, if you were going to make your viewpoint known as an American and get other Americans to join in your viewpoint to reach a place where our legislators listen to that and take the action based on that viewpoint, then it needed to happen before we committed our troops to that military engagement. That's the point. Once we're over there, once we're fighting, that's it. It's done. Like Mike said, they're over there, people are shooting at them. It's the end of it. Now, Hakima, you can still complain about it. Absolutely, yes. But don't pretend like, and I know you don't do this, but I'm saying people need to not pretend like they're still being patriotic or they're supporting the troops or any of those other deflections that the left came up with after what they did to our military men in Vietnam.
100% true. And here's another thing. I'll tell you that you're talking to somebody, Kima, who's so consistent that I'm supporting Donald Trump. I have not been talking shit about Donald Trump since he was elected because I talked ultimate shit about him before. I've never voted for him. I'm a never Trumper. The second he took office, I started talking in a manner that prays for success of whatever the U.S. is trying to accomplish. It's not my choice anymore. My vote lost, and now it's my duty to line up behind what I consider my commander-in-chief. I don't care if it's crazy or not. It's consistent. I know it's crazy to be consistent in 2025. I have fucking integrity.
If your consistency is leaning on insanity, then you should break your consistency. Because, like, I'm not going to follow that. Let's just say, I'm not saying Trump is doing it, I believe he is. Let's say he's trying to take us back into slavery times, right? Let's say he's trying to go there. And just because you're the president, you're going to support it. Just because he won, are you going to support anything he does? You say, I'm going to support anything America does. The fact is, the way Trump thinks, it's not about America. When you hear him talk, I fucking Trump. If you want to follow that, that is insane.
I'm not following him. I'm not following him. I'm not supporting him. I am remaining. I am shutting my mouth to allow the United States to not fail while it takes various actions that I may or may not agree with.
Some shit need to fail.
Hello, moderators. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover. I'd like to read a poem to the room for 60 seconds.
I'm all for the poem today. Please bring the poem on.
Come on, John. Let's just have it.
John, bring the poem on. Bring it on.
Okay, we read this book in this room. It's called The Tao Te Ching. This is the 31st verse. Fine weapons of war augur evil. Even things seem to hate them. Therefore, a man of Tao does not set his heart upon them. In ordinary life, a gentleman regards the left side as the place of honor. In war, the right side is the place of honor. As weapons are instruments of evil, they are not properly a gentleman's instruments. Only on necessity will he resort to them. For peace and quiet are dearest to his heart, and to him even a victory is no cause for rejoicing. To rejoice over a victory is to rejoice over the slaughter of men. Hence, a man who rejoices over the slaughter of men cannot expect to thrive in the world of men. On happy occasions, the left side is preferred. On sad occasions, the right side. In the army, the lieutenant commander stands on the left, while the commander-in-chief stands on the right. This means that war is treated on a par with a funeral service. Because many people have been killed, it is only right that survivors should mourn for them. Hence, even a victory is a funeral.
Good enough.
And there you have it, folks.
I have a question for Mike. Yeah.
Sure, thanks. So with your exchange you just had with Hakeem, I just want to see if I'm understanding this correctly. So you're saying essentially while Trump or any president, the moment he's sworn in to the moment they're removed, albeit in the peaceful transition of power or Trump style, the entire time they're in office, you were standing behind him or her as a patriot, regardless of whatever executive orders or whatever direction they're bringing the country in. You think it's inherently wrong to challenge, question, or protest against something you may disagree during said presidency?
Well, I think there's a caveat that needs to be made, which is that specifically when it comes to issues of people of our troops at war and they're engaged under fire action currently, then yes, 100%. When it comes to political issues that aren't troops under fire related, I choose to show my patriotism by shutting my fucking mouth if it appears that it's not being supportive of whatever we're currently trying to accomplish. And what we're trying to accomplish may not be what I want done, if that makes sense. Now, that's my way of doing it. The summary of all of this is simple. I believe that freedom of speech is the laziest form of patriotism that anybody can engage in. So I don't...
John. How's it going?
Hey, it's going good. How are you doing?
Sorry, I can't hear you. There's like feedback.
I'm just at home relaxing. I was gonna put up a Craigslist ad because I gotta tell you, recruiting people to get signatures on petitions, people who circulate petitions, there's people here in Jefferson Park that do it. Like yesterday, somebody asked me to sign 3 petitions for 3 Democrats. So there's people here hustling petitions, but do you want to help me with my petitions?
Bro, I'm like way overwhelmed right now with a lot of stuff that's going on. I mean, I've got like lawyers that I'm reaching out to. I've got an app I'm working on. I gotta start marketing that thing.
You got
And I got
bigger,
a whole bunch of
you got bigger things to worry about. Well, you got to worry about, Marcin, you still got to worry about finding a wife and having kids.
Yeah. Then there's the relationship stuff.
Is that going? You have anything cooking?
I mean, on the other side of the world, which isn't like.
Oh, you mean on Dune, the planet Dune, or the moon?
Exactly.
I see. Dune or moon? Yeah.
On Dune, where they don't speak English well, so.
You're dating some Fremen girl who lives in a spice mine.
Yeah, so shit could definitely get better on that front.
Well, that's part of the thing about traveling is you can always swipe right in a new town and see how your Friday or Saturday night turns out. But you got to travel to the Spice Mine, which is the planet Dune, which I would call Rockford and Peoria. I'm just making a joke, but yeah, I have to start getting signatures on my petitions. Otherwise, my campaign, means nothing. So, if you have any ideas or suggestions, I know you said you know somebody in Rockford. If you could send me their information, I know you had a falling out with that person, so maybe this.
Dude, they blocked me on Facebook.
Well, that's okay. This could be your way to reignite that friendship because I say I'm still calling you. I say friends for life.
Yeah. But like, I don't talk to that person, and then, like I said, the last time I spoke with them, they blocked me. So.
Well, Marcin, the whole point is I'm a nice person. You're a nice person. Let's just be in love and peace. I mean, that's it. There's no. I mean, unless there was some kind of major falling out, but whatever your political opinions, I mean, that's your political opinions. That's who you are. And if people can't accept that about you, well, then they're no friend to you.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know. I'd rather just take this person out of it. But yeah, my only suggestion is that this damn political system be reformed where you don't need like 50 billion petitions to be on the ballot. How about that? That's a suggestion.
Well, to run for Congress, I only need 700 signatures. That's it, dude. That's it.
Really?
It's nothing. I can knock that out myself. I'm gonna have to do it myself if I can't find people to do it for me, and I will physically do it myself. But it's nicer if I can come up with an approach to organize a grassroots effort to do this. You're my man. I mean, you had what was the name of the protest staff?
There's Chicago Association, or I don't know what are they called? The Alliance. You can reach out to a lot of these political groups.
I only have $600 in the campaign checking account. So
they can probably help guide you on like how to get, how to go and get through the process of getting, signatures and stuff like.
it's not rocket science, Marcin. You're a fucking software developer. I thought you were smarter than this. All right, well, listen, I gotta go. I hope you're well, and I hope Ken is well. I feel your pain for him about not being able to, be mobile. This is very tragic and sad.
That's his fucking choice. Like he could have worked out, and he could have tried to recover. He's kind of just given up on life, which is bullshit. But like it's his fucking. Like, I mean, I'm pissed off about the choice he made, but
Well, is that the first time? Is that the first time you've seen somebody who's bedridden? I've seen people who are bedridden that passed on, and there was nothing they could do because they physically didn't have it in them to move anymore. Like they literally, the pain was too much. They were bedridden at that point.
I mean, Ken, I don't think he's ever been at a state where he couldn't move because he was, in too much pain or whatever. I think he just chose to, give in, but I don't know.
Well, Marson, every great life has a beginning and an end. This is unfortunately, if this is how he chooses to end it, this is how he decides to end it. But he's lived a great life. He has a lot of grandkids, my friend.
Yeah, I know. He's got a lot of grandkids he could be hanging out with right now instead of laying in the freaking bed.
Well, genetically, he's in every single one of them. He lives on forever. So what I'm saying is, you view it as death.
He could be hanging out with them, making those connections. They can be getting to know him, listening to all his wacky stories about his life and his children's lives. But instead, he's just chilling in bed. So.
Well, haven't you ever observed the birds raise their children and how they fly off, and next thing they don't even know who their kids are. They don't know who their parents. They're just flying around doing what birds do.
True that. Well, I mean, that's different for people, right? We need those connections.
Listen, I put up these bird nests, and they get filthy. The birds poop all over them. They have no way to clean it, so they rely on humans to change the bedding and clean the box. That's what you got to do if you want to get in the muff.
Yeah, well, he could rely on humans too to change his beddings and
Muff in the muff.
muff.
It's like you got to remember how to get it. You don't even. When was the last time you were even inside of a muff?
It's been quite some time.
How many years? You're probably not moist anymore.
Anyway,
Wait, you're not trans now, are you?
Right to this place. Like, I gotta figure out how to promote this application I built out. And,
What's it called?
It's Ascent Dynamics.
The name of the app.
The app is I don't know. It's like I don't know. It's the Sun Dynamics collaboration platform, or I don't know. It doesn't have like a definite name. Like sometimes I'll call it a Sun Dynamics NFT platform, but it's like I don't know. You could find it at like app.ascendynamics.org. So that's where it lives at the moment.
All right. Well, don't forget. Go to johnforcongress.com. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. See you, John. Good luck.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey, Augustus, it's John Kitover in Chicago. I have a big media interview set for next Friday at 3 p.m. at Illinois State University down in Bloomington Normal. And I have this one interview with George Deinhardt with the Prairie State Report, a local newspaper that went very well. People are saying it's a very good interview. So I wanted to do a room with you, like a fundraiser where we'll play the interview and we'll do a fundraiser. And anything we raise, we will contribute to you as the influencer who did the fundraising or the fundraising dinner or fundraising X space. So if you're available today, that would be amazing. Otherwise, I hope you and the Mrs. Palante are having a wonderful day, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Okay, next. Hey, I'm looking at a trash bag in the muff. I'm thinking, is your phone? Yeah, it should. Let me see if your phone. Anyways, I'm just saying, while you're waiting to get in the queue, I might as well say hello since I'm watching you in the muff.
Right, I'm in the muff.
It's so
How
interesting.
are you?
I'm good. I was talking to my friend here in Chicago who I'm trying to get to do petitions for me. And he's very resistant and hesitant. And I said, I put up all these bird boxes, and the birds, they shit all over the boxes. So it takes a human to clean the bedding out of the box and clean the box.
Right.
And, and this is how the world works. We all work together. I was like, when was the last time you were in the muff? He's like, oh man, it's been many years since I've been inside of a muff.
That's sad.
Yeah, some people, they struggle with love. And, the whole thing is, when it comes to meeting a beautiful woman, you have to be able to communicate. And some people are very bad communicators.
Right. Now it's sad. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for those. How old is this guy?
I think he's maybe even younger than me, maybe 39, maybe 40, maybe 44, I'm not sure.
That sucks. And he just doesn't get laid anymore?
I've never known him to ever even get a peck on the cheek.
Wow, that sucks. Is he ugly?
No, he's not the worst. Oh, he said he's dating some girl in the Philippines. So I said, oh, you date some chick on the moon. Okay.
He's dating online?
Pretty sure. I've seen photos on his Facebook and it looks terrifying, who he's dating.
Right.
I'm just, But the thing is, that's not dating. That's living in, the fantasy world. He says he's got all kinds of problems and struggles, which sound to me like typical everybody. Everybody has the same exact problems.
Right, we all have problems. Who doesn't have problems?
I mean like relationship dynamics, patterns, archetypes, collective unconscious. This guy is the laziest guy in the world. He doesn't go to the gym. He doesn't do anything physical. He's very lazy.
Is he fat?
He's not really fat, no.
He's just not strong.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, that's a shame.
He's, I would say there's health issues, but he's a software developer, so like he's really good on a computer. Like he's got a talent, but he helped me with a project once, but never to fruition, and so that's the problem. It's like you gotta cross the finish line.
Right. Yeah, man, I don't know. Well, so why doesn't he want to, he doesn't want to just go get some signatures?
No, he's probably just, he's just too busy. The thing is, I'm gonna put up more Craigslist ads like now to get more circulators and petition signers. Because I saw a guy yesterday with 3 clipboards, like, I need your signature right here. We need your help now. Sign, please, now. And I'm like, what are those for Democrats? He's like, yeah. I'm like, no, I'm not signing those. He's like, ah.
But you're running as a Democrat.
I'm running as a Republican.
Oh, you're running as a Republican. Okay, good. All right, good. Well, so yeah, there's the competition. They're out there now. There's a guy with 3 clipboards out there right now.
I know, and that's why I'm saying, like, I can't wait anymore. If there's, like, I have to get on this now. I need, 100 signatures by Sunday.
I told you if I do come, it won't be till October because I'm busy until then. But I would encourage you to get out there today. Go get out there today. Go get 20 today. If you got 20 signatures today, that would be a good day.
Well, for me to just go drive 2 hours to get one signature.
It's 2 hours away, so it's not like you can just walk out your door.
Now, it'd be more effective for me to try to do digital organizing off of Craigslist and getting people out there now. Because people have to print these ballots. You see what I'm saying? Like, I need to find. Do you know how hard it is to find a person who can even print something, let alone put it on a clipboard and grab a pen and say, I need your signature now.
Right.
But you could help me do the onboarding on Clubhouse because you've done petition gathering. So if I get these people from Craigslist and funnel them into Clubhouse, I need you to do the onboard training on Clubhouse. Can you do that?
100%. I very much can. I can help manage and encourage. I can definitely at least train people and tell them what to do and how to do it. And
because we're gonna pin the link to the Illinois Election Commission website with the PDF for the petition. It's on page 16. And
Right.
so, also even funneling them to a Google form page to fill in their information, and then get access to the petition. Like we have to funnel them into the campaign, so it can all be onboarded through Clubhouse and a link. And I wouldn't have it any other way because anybody who can't fucking download Clubhouse to join a conference call for the campaign is not worthy of being in this campaign. And many people are already failing that test. But the one guy in the beginning, he did successfully do it because he's had Clubhouse before. So, onboarding people like that successfully is essential. Unfortunately, the campaign couldn't work with him because Clubhouse ruined the whole thing for him. So, we had a guy named Edward who onboarded through Clubhouse, but people were putting so much shit in the chat that we couldn't actually onboard him, and it freaked him out. He's like, "This is a spam and a waste of time. Good luck."
Oh, I see.
And it wasn't my fault. It was the fucking moderator's fault. So it's on him. But people who don't act professional on Clubhouse, they're just making the content. I'm trying to use it as a show, but also as an actual conference call platform for the campaign.
I love it. I definitely could do it. I think that, I wish, it's a shame that it's so far away because you have to commit. But I mean, 2 hours is not that bad. Like I've driven to Boston and back in a day.
No,
So
I'm
just
gonna.
2 hours there and then
I'm
leave
gonna.
at 7 p.m. and you're home by 9 p.m.
No, I know. But next Friday I have a big media event at the University of Illinois in Bloomington Normal, and it's a 3 p.m. basically full recording. Like it's called WGL-TV, and that will be like the biggest press I'll probably get this whole campaign. And so I'm gonna stay down there and get signatures before and after, and use the money in the account to book a hotel. So part of your job on this campaign trail is to also do fundraising on Clubhouse for the campaign to get you to Chicago to help with the campaign. So prior to you actually getting here, you should be able to raise like $2,000 to fund your trip. Plus, don't waste your time on Clubhouse unless you're fundraising, my friend.
That's true. We should have a room. I mean, we should have a room that's like donate to the campaign. Let's do a room.
We'll
We'll
change.
talk about it.
I would say change your Clubhouse profile to petition signatures and make yourself a ballot. Get the ballot from the Illinois. I'll text you the image of the ballot and just start campaigning now in the muff, because these people will talk about everything under the sun for days to come because they're just addicted to talking and dopamining. But you transform from a trash bag, my friend, into a petition signature. And you can be instrumental in changing this campaign now through Clown House. Don't let these people hypnotize you, and don't hypnotize them with any other spam other than the campaign. Because this is the only thing that has a cash pipeline. Every other second we spend on here is a net negative to the campaign, unless we're actively promoting and actively getting donations today. So I'd say fund your trip now. You could fly first class, if you can raise enough.
That's true. It's very true. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, you could get a beautiful rental car at the airport. I mean, you could pay for everything. But don't waste another second. Even if you can go into Amir's room, you could fundraise. Like, make this the troll. Make this your shtick, that you're fundraising and petition gathering here on behalf of the campaign. Do it now. Don't disappoint me. Please, do it. This is a big opportunity for the campaign. You're my clone soldier that I need. You are the petition campaign, coordinator right now.
That's true. It's not a bad idea. I'm going to do it. I have to go do a driving lesson, and then I have to go speak with the rabbi.
Well, ask the rabbi if it's kosher to be an online campaign organizer for the campaign to elect candidate John Zachary Kitover, and tell him Rabbono Shalom.
I will. Yeah, sounds good. Let's do a room later talking about it. Try to get people to donate.
Don't waste your time in the muff. Transform your profile now in the muff. Make the announcement. The whole thing deals with communication and putting it out there. You can interject anything you want in the muff. This room is basically chillism for stupid people as well. It's a total waste of time. Do you know how many times I've heard Owen talk about the migrant gangs? It's like it's like he's retarded or just a drunk. But how the fuck does this guy have a kid with Sarah, and he comes on here nonstop talking about grooming gangs and getting into beefs with BB? Like, the guy's fucking stupid. Anyways,
Yeah, I don't know.
read Toyer. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, sounds good. Talk later.
Well,
Hey, Walter, it's John. How you doing?
good. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm in a clubhouse room chit-chatting with people, but I have to start gathering signatures. So, are you gathering any signatures?
Yes, I am, sir.
Where are you circulating at?
I can go anywhere. I can pretty much go anywhere, any place I want.
You freestyle like that.
Freestyle. I can pretty much go to any VFW hall. I gotta make sure there's people there. I can go to any bar, mankind in Illinois. I can go pretty much anywhere.
I see. Well, have you ever been to Dune, a world beyond your experience, beyond your imagination?
Oh, what is that?
It's the planet called Dune. It is the clash for the greatest prize of all. Chicago.
Where are you getting their signatures at?
I'm getting them on the planet Dune in Chicago. It is the deadly battleground where a young leader will emerge to command an army of 6 million warriors against the tyrannical force that threatens to enslave the universe.
Who's that be?
Its surface is barren, its true strength hidden. Its foreboding desert conceals the power to fold space, to slow time, to send the mind where the body cannot go. It is the source of the ultimate power. No, this is from the planet Dune, a world beyond your experiences, beyond your imagination.
So what's the good word?
That is the good word.
That means I need to get his signatures. Okay, wait.
I'm about to. I gotta hang up the phone and get shaking. What are you doing the rest of the day?
I'm supposed to go to the library. Meditate to Allah. Later on, or you'll see Yashallah.
You're a Mohammedan and an Abramelin.
Who?
I said you're a Mohammedan and an Abramelin.
I've heard. What's up with Max?
I don't know. I just called him. He doesn't pick up.
Yeah, why is he? I don't know. What is he doing?
I don't know. Maybe he'll call me back.
I mean, he created a lot of stuff. He should do something, or we just do it on our own.
I don't know. It always seems like
Like in state legislatures.
you got to do it yourself, I think.
He's like, so many different events. I can be everywhere. Like, they can't clone me. I like to be everywhere. I want to be here. I want to be there. I want to be everywhere. You know, you think that stuff is right and everything is moving, you gotta be there. Yes?
Got to be there or be square.
Like, what the hell, man? Can't be everywhere.
Did you see they updated the video with Mark Rice versus Darren LaHood?
No, I didn't see that.
They like framed it because the radio station like edited it, put together like a nice image, black and white of them with their fists up. They made it real dramatic.
Aaron Del Mar, you mean?
Yep. Mark Rice versus Aaron Del Mar.
Well, it was funny. Like, he told Mark, fried rice, he said, take a pill, Valium, or whatever. Oh, it's funny.
Well, he got roasted, and Aaron Del Mar was like, "This was a setup." Isn't that funny? It is funny.
The whole thing was funny. I thought they were gonna be swinging and stuff.
This was a setup.
And then he's like, soul raper.
You
That was funny, actually. Can you check who's the owner of that soul raper or not?
can, yeah. It's called a Who Is Lookup.
Who is looked up?
He probably doesn't own it anymore.
But try to look it up. There's nobody listed.
I don't know. I don't really care anymore. It's all, in the past. All right, listen, I got work I'm going to do. So I pray for you, and I pray for your health, your wealth, your peace, your love, and your stillness, and your silence.
To have fun out there.
Okay, take care. Talk to you soon. Bye. Sign our petition. Nice. Vote for Edmund Dakin from Clubhouse. Nice. Okay, so I'm gonna put the antidote. This is how we're gonna fund your trip. Oh, he left. Riri, welcome, Riri. Yo, Augustus.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Today is my wife's birthday,
Oh, wow.
so it's not a good day today to do it. And the way I want to do it is I want to invite some other big speakers to join the space. And do it that way. Just so I know, like, we could raise a couple dollars, you know?
Yeah, because everything we raise will go back to the influencer, aka, you as a creator and a host. It took me like 5 days to get $600 on Clubhouse. I mean, it's possible. Roger Mayhem was a very good MC, so the MC or the host really has to do the prosperity gospel. So it's all communication is hypnosis. And so the host, even if you have other super hosts, as the MC or the super host, you got to be that prosperity gospel preacher for the hour or 30 minutes or however long you want to go.
Yeah, probably do like a 2-hour thing. Let me just like today, tomorrow, at least spend some time making some calls to see who I can get to join the panel. I'm gonna talk to America Mission. That's the main group I want to speak to. So that's Dustin Stockton and Jennifer Lawrence. They started America Mission. He also started the Tea Party movement, and he was like a big fundraiser for like the Republican Party
Okay, cool.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, yeah, let me call them now or tomorrow and figure that out. And I'll let you know.
Yeah, peak time.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The peak times I think are always probably in the morning, like 8 a.m., 9 a.m., and then noon, and then 5 p.m. I think that's when people peak use, social audio platforms.
Yeah, I go for like a 2 hour walk every day,
Mm-hmm.
and I figure we'll just do it at that point in time. Like it's either early in the morning, like 8 or 9, or it's in the afternoon.
Well,
Let me see what's available for them.
if you can do your power walk, do your hour of power, but don't do this one on a power walk. If you can record it, your audio, if you can do it in an office and record it as well on your end, that would be a big publicity piece for the campaign as well. I mean, you could publish this as, an exclusive like podcast recording from your end. Don't, like, 2 hours is a long time, and that's a big conversation. I would love it for you to record this one on your end and publish it.
Okay. So you're running in the 36th district of Illinois, right?
16th district of Illinois. It's Rockford and Peoria.
16. Okay. Rockford and what?
Peoria, Illinois.
Rockford and Peoria, right?
Peoria, and then Bloomington.
Peoria.
Yeah, and Bloomington, Normal, Illinois is the other major town. Bloomington and Normal.
Okay. Okay, cool. Let me relay that information and I'll get back to you.
Okay, great.
Alright, cool.
Okay, sounds good. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, man.
Okay, bye. Hi, Yulia. Do you want to donate to the campaign? Link is in the chat. Как дела, Юлия? Как дела, Юлия? Хорошо. Я тебя люблю. Я хочу самолет.
To the websites of the nonprofits that received money from the fire aid. They state specifically they don't give who they give money to. And in dozens of cases it is specifically not only not for white people, but for people completely unrelated to anything having to do with the fire, such as musicians in Nashville. Now, I'm a musician, and yes, I support musicians, but musicians in Nashville were not affected by the fire, and they don't need mental health related to that. It was mental health for musicians in Nashville, or indigenous people who haven't registered to vote. So, yes, I hear what you're saying, and yes, black people have been traditionally marginalized. I can concede that point. But and yes, I understand that when you look it up on Google, that yes, Altadena is listed as having a vibrant black community. That's all true. But if you look at the nitty-gritty of all of this, that wasn't who was affected by the fire. Because where the fire happened was in the more, how can I describe it, was in the more mountainous region of Altadena. And I'm sorry, but the fact is, that's not where that community was actually at.
What I'm reading is 61% of the Palestinians was black, 48% of the black home was destroyed. And out of the 17 people that was killed in Palestine, 70%
homes were burnt. Okay? It was an entirely residential area. Okay?
Did you see the
Now,
people that lived there, or you didn't see the house?
what I saw was, I've even got pictures of it. No, I didn't see them. Nobody was there.
So how you know the home wasn't full of black people there?
Well, that's the only time I've been out there.
They was in a certain place, so they couldn't have been black people. That's what you're saying?
No, that isn't what it is.
Well, the numbers say something.
Hakima, I'm giving you,
Alan?
you a half of a gotcha. Okay?
Alan?
I'm not, look, Hakima, I'm giving you a half of a gotcha. But don't express any ill intent, because you went and you looked up the actual stats. Forgive me. Okay, I know people there, and when I drive there, Hakima, let me say it, when I drive there, look, I'm giving it, I'm not fighting. All I'm gonna say is when I drive there, okay, and I see where the black people are, and then driving through the residential and seeing who's out on the lawns, okay, well, maybe I misinterpreted. Not maybe, I did, okay, in the actual stats. And as someone who says we got into the stats, you got me. All right, that was wrong of me. I'm throwing myself on the sword, okay?
That's big of you. I won't put your sword in any further.
Yeah, okay, and look, you're right. I was wrong in that. That doesn't take away from the fact that where the money is going has gone to has gone to people that have nothing to do with the fires.
So based on what you have, like in terms of information and facts and whatever, like what percentage of those funds have been given to people who truly deserve and who truly don't deserve?
That I don't know.
I
have no idea.
I can't find that.
Watch the
Alright.
Watch the report.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to In the Muff. This is your stewardess speaking. Oh, wait, hold on. Where's that thing that my friend sent me? Oh, where is it? Dang it.
Text.
Wait, hold on a second. Was it back channel? No, it wasn't back
No,
channel.
it's text.
I'll do better. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the In the Muff, providing service to Procrastination Island. We ask for your full attention as we review important safety information and rules of the house. Ensure your seatbelts are fastened and in the upright position. All carry-on baggage must remain stored in the overhead bins of your brain. Seriously, we don't want to hear it. Your seatbelts fastened by staying on mute while others are speaking. We can only hear one of you at a time. To release said seatbelt, make sure it's meaningful, brief, and avoids the use of the N and K words, both on stage and in the chat. Please expect turbulence, which can occur unexpectedly and regularly. In the likely event, this is long term. In the likely event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will not be provided, but we can pretend. They'll drop from the panel above you. Place it over your nose and mouth and breathe for fuck's sake. If the going gets tough, you're welcome to get going. Please secure your own mask before assisting others. There is one exit on this aircraft located to the top right corner. Exercise your personal discretion. If needed, a low-level moderator might guide you out to the halls. Better luck next time. In the Muff, regulations specifically prohibit doxing, threats of violence. Keep families out of your mouth. Safety information can be reviewed on the house description page for additional details. We'll be monitoring compliance before, during, and after takeoff. Thank you for flying with us, and we wish you a mostly pleasant journey.
Is that copyrighted?
Bravo.
It might get tad long, yeah, so we might need to edit it.
I've already cut it 3 times, Mom. 3 times.
No, don't edit it, because if you start changing it, then picking up on it. If it changes, I'm gonna be thrown off.
Please don't edit it. It's long, but it's funny as fuck every part of it.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's inspiration. I get no credit, so, direct all the praise to her. And
Monica gets the lovely stewardess voice, though.
Monica read it with a straight face, though. So I
Who created it? Who created?
Serendipity.
Then that's why she gets all the credit.
I doubt Serendipity thought of any other thing when she created it, but Serendipity, what made you do that? Because it is fun.
We were joking yesterday morning, doing the whole,
Monica.
welcome. Welcome to American Airlines, and I was just like, we need a welcome to in the muff.
We could put it in, we could put it on the house wall, can read it, on the house wall. But actually we can't not until the creator of the house comes back.
Oh, he is back, but I can.
Nice. The listening lounge, though, that's a holdover from Krishanda. She used to call the audience the goo, the listening lounge. That was cute. Whoever removed the poll, did you screenshot the results for the librarian or no?
I didn't remove it. I didn't even know.
I removed it, and no, because I didn't vote, so I couldn't see there was.
Girl, you could have back channeled me.
I'm sorry. I usually do, but I didn't vote. Sorry, we didn't mean to bust up the combat.
I have a question. Is this house about being inside vaginas?
Earmuffs, Ewan. Earmuffs.
What? I'm just saying, it's called In the Muff.
Earmuffs.
What else?
Yeah, you're dead.
Sorry. Because I thought, I don't know, I thought it was slang for vaginas, but okay. I was like, what the fuck is the name of
Monica's
this
in the
house?
room right now, so it absolutely means earmuff.
It means moist vagina.
Kima, did you say that M word?
Yeah, I tried to run Monica out.
I'm upping the rules. We're gonna include the M word too.
Love has several meanings. A muff can be a cylindrical garment for warming hands, a mistake or botched action, or, in slang, the vulva or pubic area.
They can also warm the hands.
As a verb, it can also mean to mess up.
We should find out what muff is on Urban Dictionary and read that up.
That's a good idea. Somebody else do it.
Mother actually read the definition from the Urban Dictionary about a week ago, because when he came in and was wondering what's the month and Mojo was like, go read it on the Urban Dictionary. And so, yeah, let me see if I can pull it up unless somebody already has.
I've already pulled it up. It's pretty good.
Go ahead.
Alright, muff. Contrary to popular belief, they spelled it wrong. The word muff is not associated with hair at all. Instead, the word muff is an inoffensive slang word for vagina. Muffs can range from dainty and tight to floppy and roast beef colored. Some muffs smell fishy or sweaty, and others smell like skin or roses. Some muffs are hairy, others are bare, and some have razor burn or ingrown hairs. Females and transsexuals of all ages have muffs. Oh, they included that in brackets. There are baby muffs. Oh no, that's weird. I'm not going down this. I'm not even gonna finish finish this. No, I'm not even fucking finishing it. Yeah, let's fuck that. That's a very, very
I got the whole definition out at that point.
Most muffs.
Yeah, I'm gonna report this definition.
Unless the owner is on some sort of contraceptive. It is also the root word of muff diver, muff, and muff doctor. Jan decided to go on birth control because the muff doctor said it would prevent pregnancy, cramping, and that weird smell coming from her mouth.
That definition is from 2006 by someone called Muff Owner. It's fucking crazy. Urban Dictionary, what a wall.
Yeah, he probably in prison right now, doing about 40 years.
Yeah, no.
Should we update Urban Dictionary with our definition?
Yeah, should we make a new definition and out muff this muff definition, this terrible definition?
I mean, I like the quadruple entendre.
The quadruple what?
Entendre of the use of the word muff. You know, you just let people use what makes them feel comfortable.
Labor Day, woo! Yeah!
So, where's Jarl? Is he in here? He'll be so disappointed he missed this.
It's Jarl.
Jarl?
Yes.
Either way, it sounds like a gurgle. He came in this morning, we were talking about the weather, having coffee, trying to wake up. And he wanted to know why we were doing that instead of talking about how the U.S. likes to kill kids. Y'all want to talk about it?
No, I'd rather have coffee and wake up.
What is white phobia? White phobia is a terminology, is French for me. I think it's some kind of phobia between only among black people, maybe.
Hakima, do we have white phobia, Hakima?
Yeah, only black people hate white people. Nobody else hates people.
You said some black people hate white people. That's an interesting claim. I thought it was the other way around.
No, he's asking what the definition of white phobia is.
He said,
What is the definition of white phobia?
he said white phobia sounds like something that really only black people have, Hakima. Do we have white phobia?
Look it up on the Urban Dictionary.
We damn sure should, and the rest of the world should have white phobia.
There you go.
I know,
Because it's okay to be
black women are so beautiful.
as long as it's only
I don't discriminate the woman and the black woman, and they are so beautiful.
Oh boy, here we go. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciating the black woman. I don't know how to vote in this poll, serendipity.
I know, I just picked one guy. I just picked one, okay?
I don't know. I'm gonna keep it safe and just pick. I almost wanted to do white phobia, but we're just gonna go Labor Day weekend. But
So what Lion made me realize that I was racist, even though I didn't think I was, and I've gained knowledge from it. I learned from it. Actually, he opened my eyes a little bit. Because even though I felt like I'm not a racist person, he just, he did exactly that. He pointed out how every other race to America throughout history was practically welcome, brought in here, and given benefits and bonuses, except for black people. And that when he was just making that point, like everybody wanted to go to America, right? Everybody came here, but not only, you know, were black people dealt the cards that they were, everybody else was intentionally dealt better cards. And I was like, damn. So it's not, maybe me not really giving a fuck for or against people of color. Could make me just flat out ignorant, like I didn't give a fuck. Whereas now I sort of understand, like, and have an even greater respect. And I'm like, wow, like, man, like, as it stands though, like, our kids today are not born in a world like that, and there's no reason why we should uphold or keep the world being discriminatory. We have differences, but who gives a fuck? Grow up.
Presupposing everything that you just said is true.
Who gives a fuck? No, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
You got a heartbeat too?
Presupposing everything that you just said was 100% true, I'm not making the correlation on how that makes you a racist.
Right, I was gonna say, while he's in the process of learning how racist he really is, despite what he feels in his heart, I had him into reading White Fragility, where you can have a black woman gaslight you for 300 pages to tell you about white body trauma and how you're internally racist, even though you don't feel like it. Didn't read that because it will help you reach that point where you can feel fully racist, even though you, in your heart, couldn't really care less if somebody's black.
The white man just can't catch a break. I'm like, this shit is diabolical, boy.
That was sarcastic. Go ahead and read it anyway for a good
No,
laugh.
I know. I'm so tickled by it.
I know. No, I was laughing while I was listening to him. I know being sincere, but the reality is, I mean, he's literally doing what we were talking about earlier, which is like, you know, he's expressing white guilt. Like the white guilt we're told that we need to have. He's expressing it.
What I heard him say is that he felt that he could be racist because he totally was dismissing a whole part of history. And for that, like, he like, damn, some of the shit I've been saying is fucked up because...
No, not necessarily.
Now you triggered, all right?
Well, when you take it the wrong way, I need to interject so that you can be set straight, so that you can understand.
Well, we have to, finish his statements, though, ladies and gentlemen. Let him, land before we interject.
That's right.
Okay, well, good.
Interrupt me. Now go ahead. Go ahead and clarify your statement. Let me know where I'm from.
Okay, well, by saying that I was racist prior doesn't mean that I just, slavery never happened or neglected or don't give a fuck. Just before not really feeling like, hey, I'm not going out calling people the N-word, I'm not racist. I have no ill intent towards anybody until I get a feel of who they are and how they treat me. So when he started getting to white guilt, it was kind of like that. But Lion was the only person who could make me see and feel white guilt, because I've never felt responsible for the white man's actions. I've not cherished.
Shame on you. Shame on you. You should feel guilty. You should wake up every morning feeling extremely guilty for it, what your great grandfather did.
Right.
I just wanted to
better than me.
I just wanted to quickly point out, because we've been bringing up Robin DeAngelo quite a bit today. I was trying to find like the worst paragraph in White Fragility, but what I stumbled across is a news article where it turns out that she's been credibly accused of plagiarizing people of color in her doctoral thesis. So just let that sink in, Mike.
Oh, the irony and hypocrisy. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hakima, did you get a chance to land and finish your thought? Did you have more to say about Min's submission? If not, please go.
Yeah, no, I thought we settled that. I thought we came to an understanding.
Gotcha, okay. No worry. If I may interject something really quickly for my movie lovers in here, there's a horror movie being made or has been made about Jesus being either possessed by demons or battling demons. FKA Twigs and Nicolas Cage star in it as Joseph and Mary. It's called The Carpenter's Son. The teaser trailer has been released. If anybody's into it, I'm pretty excited about this film. It looks really thrilling, to say the least. So if anybody cares, The Carpenter's Son teaser trailer, it's about 60 seconds, has been released. I'll see if I'll share the link in the chat for anybody who's interested. Just a brief interjection about movies.
Wow, FKA Twigs is a black British girl. She actually loves her song.
Exactly.
Am I
Yes,
thinking the right girl?
Yes, ma'am.
That's interesting. Wow. She's actually a phenomenal dancer. My lord. She started as a dancer. If you haven't seen her music videos, whew, pretty hot stuff.
Okay, so my question now is, based on today's day and age, who is going to be the one portrayed as Jesus?
They've released the cast. Let me see the cast notes.
Is FKA Twigs Jesus or Nicolas Cage?
No, Nicholas is Joseph. Twigs is Mary.
Nicolas Cage is just, now that's interesting. I like that. I love me some Nicolas Cage. Is Mary gonna be like breaking out into some erotic dance routine? Lord Joseph in. Has she been in anything else? I didn't
She was just in that Crow remake, just recently, the Crow remake.
Oh, okay.
That came out, I think, a year ago. Wait, Monica, was that your PTR? Was that that woman I can't stand? With the flu? I caught the last moments of it. Oh God, what's the fat singer? I can't think of her name, but I can't stand that woman.
Lizzo?
Lizzo, was that Lizzo in your PTR, Mike?
Check the chat for her answer.
Okay, thank you. Why? I'm curious why she added that. That's so funny. Yeah, she is a classical flute.
She's actually really good. It's a shame that she got canceled. She's
Well, I don't know. She's kind of I know there was a brief moment of cancellation when she got caught up in that when her dancer sued her for sexual harassment. Outside of that,
it's a wilder story than sexual harassment. Did you hear that?
well, I've heard various the submissions and the legal complaint, but I haven't heard anything in a while. Lately, she's just been kind of trying to rebrand herself in her weight loss journey. She's lost a lot of weight. But yeah, go ahead. If you have more to the story, I didn't know she was. I thought this was kind of under the water briefly.
No. So like the big reason why I blew up was that she like kind of forcefully pressured one of her dancers to eat a banana out of the vagina of like an erotic dancer in Amsterdam.
Oh yeah, I remember that part. Yeah.
Pretty wild. Yeah.
You see the chat? It came up. It came up. Can you see the chat?
I'm driving, couldn't move it.
Yeah. It says, I apologize for stopping you mid-walk though, Hakima. I misconstructed part of my presentation.
Wait, I didn't know Adams was here. Adams, I swear to God, you are the funniest person in the world. I just saw the Adams comment. Lizzo was a filthy large beast. She attacked those dancers with those bananas. Lizzo should be arrested and thrown in the zoo and the enclosure with the rest of the elephants. Where is Adams is so funny to me. I don't even see him in here, but okay, he's in the chat someplace, I think. Adams, have a great day, Adams. You have a fun.
Did he just come in the room, post that, and then
I think so, because I don't see him anymore. Hi,
Hey, Shanika.
Hi. Hey, Serena. How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good. Glad to be here. And spaces like this on Clubhouse. There used to be a lot of spaces like this.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. We've been going all morning. I mean, it's just been one topic after another. I can't keep up. I just said, let's just insert topic title here.
And yeah, we've been flowing from one thing to the next. It's been pretty smooth.
If you're looking for a really good movie, I know this is random, but I came in because I saw the movie and popcorn thingy. I thought you were talking about movies.
It is.
But if you're looking for a really good movie, Night Always Comes on Netflix is like #1 worldwide. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
I haven't seen it yet. I'll go at it.
Wait, what's it called? It always comes.
Night. Yeah.
Night Always Comes.
Maya's like, this is my wheelhouse.
Night Always Comes. It's #1 like worldwide now on Netflix.
Okay, because it sounded familiar. So wait, Seneca, you've watched it. What do you rate it? You said it's pretty good on a scale of 1 to 10. What you give it?
Yeah, like on all the movie critics are like raving about it, and it is #1 like worldwide on Netflix, but I haven't watched it yet myself, so I'm actually about to watch it right now.
what is it about?
It's had like, it's about 2 jobs, overdue bills, one night to stop her family's eviction on a chaotic dusk to dawn search for cash, and so Lynette is ready to beg, borrow, and steal. So she's on this huge rampage to pay her bills and pay her rent.
Alright, this makes the 3rd one I've put on my list this week. I'm a terrible TV watcher, y'all. We should do a movie night in the month.
Yeah, I'm very big on like, I hate watching a bad movie or a bad show.
So were we on play at the same time? I'm sorry, continue.
Yeah, I hate watching bad movie or a bad show. So I'm very picky when it comes to, I don't watch a lot of TV, but when I do, it has to be really good. So I'm gonna feel like I wasted my time.
Me either, Seneca. I just, that's the thing for me is I generally don't have time. Yeah, we should totally do a movie night in the month.
Call it muffs and movies.
Right? Netflix and chill.
I have a couple of recommendations that, feel free to like go over or consider prior to being like, yeah, let's get 8 people to watch fucking Barbie or some shit. unless A, people actually want to watch a Barbie.
Would we just like hit play all at the same time? Is that like the idea of the ring?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Is like.
Yeah. Yeah, we just all hit play at the same time, and you know, when we got restless and wanted to talk about it, we could stop and then start again. Hey, I've done it successfully.
I'm down.
As long as we have one of the light announcements before takeoff, I think that might work.
Right? Yeah, we have definitely done it successfully. It's really funny though, the people that come in the room and they're like, what the fuck is going on in here? Why are there so many people and why is this dead silent?
I think it's funny when they're listening to that. They're like, oh shit. Not only is this like funny, but it's a warning. You know, this is, if I misbehave, this is warning me I can leave quietly or I can get removed.
Who said these are possibilities?
Yeah, I don't think you can stream Netflix material. The watch party technology does suck. We've tried that too. And there's actually an app called Rave that you can do, and as long as everybody has their own Netflix login, you can sign up for Rave, and we can create like a room just like Clubhouse. Basically, it looks very similar to this layout. And in order to get into the room, you have to sign into your Netflix account, but we can all stream the movie at the same time.
That's cool.
Yeah, the only thing about Rave is that you have to be careful when you sign up for your account. By default, it pins your location to your profile, and so like it would show everybody where you were at. So you have to turn that off before you like go friend requesting people and shit.
I was gonna say, I mean, if all of you guys got an Oculus, we could all watch it in a movie theater in virtual reality.
Yeah.
There's apps where you can watch Netflix in a virtual reality movie theater.
That'd be sick. Like we could look over at each other's avatars and shit. And all.
I did it with people on this app. I even bought someone an Oculus because they refused to buy one. And like, yeah, a bunch of us used to go on the Oculus, and it was actually really fucking fun for a while. We got kind of bored of it, but I'm never like straight Netflix on there. That'd be fun. You just look like an idiot wearing it. That's about it. I don't do it in my phone.
I mean, yeah, but I'd be alone in my room like that. I'm comfy as fuck. I can be on my bed anywhere. But then all I gotta do is eat, shit, sleep, drink, exercise, shower. Yeah. Okay. Sounds like a retirement plan.
I just think the Clubhouse version's the easiest because everybody can watch it wherever they want to. And we can just stop it together and
All take a potty break in unison.
right? That whole having to go to another app is a pain in the ass.
We would pause it for a moment. You should mute yourself when you're coughing. We'd all be on mute anyway so that we wouldn't hear each other.
Right. photo of Mom. Mojo was on this morning, but I missed him.
Oh, he came on the app?
Yeah. I know. Goodness. Monica killed it with her little stewardess rating.
Yeah, she did.
That was the best.
Hey moderators, this is John. I'd love to read a poem for 60 seconds if I may.
Yeah.
Take it up a notch, John.
Okay, this is to all my Clubhouse friends and haters out there. There is a sun star rising.
Oh, that's me. I'm one of those.
Okay, well then take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. There is a sun star rising outside the reality of form. I am lost in that other reality. It's sweet not to look at two worlds, to melt in meaning as sugar melts in water. No one tires of following the soul. I don't recall now what happens on the manifest plane. I stroll with those I have always wanted to know, fresh and graceful as a water lily or a rose. The body is a boat, and I am waves swaying against it. Whenever it anchors somewhere, I smash it loose or smash it to pieces. If I get lazy and cold, flames come from my ocean and surround me. I laugh inside them like gold, purifying myself. A certain song makes the snake put his head down on a line in the dirt. Here is my head, brother. What next? Weary of form, I came into qualities. Each quality says, I am a blue-green sea, dive into me. I am Alexander at the outermost extension of empire, turning all my armies inward toward the meaning of armies and Clubhouse friends.
Yeah.
Friends in peace, enemies in war. Friends in peace, enemies in war.
Yeah, we'll see. We won't have any of that, 10-minute plus reading stuff going on. John, you're getting requests. Oh, did he leave? He left. Okay, never mind.
He might not be here physically, but he's here somewhere listening.
He's always here.
He's always
There were like 4 or 5 of us left in the room last night, and everybody was just talking about, prior seasons of Clubhouse. It's like, y'all want to go to a private? Because Kitover is still here. So we moved from nothing to a private. Because he's always here, y'all.
Always watching.
Kristen, how's your day going? It's Friday Eve.
I'm good. Are you proud of me that I haven't been on night and noise?
I'm so proud of you.
Thanks.
I'm proud of you regardless, but,
The name of this song is Light Music.
Hey!
Yeah, magic music.
Dang, hit that note.
It's light music.
Understand how expensive it is. Commercials on TV, but those are orders, you're right. I mean,
Yes. We know the chillism dilemma.
They're afraid that you.
Chillism dilemma, that's what it's called now.
Yeah. You can tell everybody's working.
I'm trying to decide what to
Talk
say.
about some kind of movie previously about Nicolas Cage. I think was interesting to topic of it.
Music of the Sun, performed by Kennedy Congressman John Kitover.
It's about the 50 second. This movie no have money at all. I think it's
The name of the song is Music of Light on the Santor.
Yeah, you like Nicolas Cage, huh?
Oh no. Oh, that's why I say I don't know. I want Nicolas Cage to do more National Treasure. It doesn't do anything to see it.
Me too, because I don't really care for him. But I did like the National Treasure movie.
They're like Indiana Jones light.
Exactly.
I always miss you.
Aw.
Like,
You know, Josh,
your district has been drunk and every single one of you has changed their accent.
Was interpreted one character about some kind of Indiana Jones. I can recall that name as similar to Indiana Jones, but I can recall that it's based in historical facts or something like that, and it's discovering like Indiana Jones, but somewhat similar, but I can recall the name.
Who goes through a lot of those adventures, and that would be an awesome series too. And there's just so many cool, like, unique book series that would make such good TV or movie stuff. I wish it would tap into that instead of recreating all this.
This is Light Music on the Santor, performed by Kennedy Congressman John Kitover.
That would be really cool. That might make a good documentary, though, yeah?
Did somebody say they wanted me to read from a book?
I did, John. Thank God you're here, wanting to hear that voice. Read. My day's not complete.
You had a request, John, for This Is Water, DFW's commencement address. But it's really long, so I was going to suggest that maybe you should do a replay room.
Well, I'd just like to read the 75th Tao Te Ching. It says, "Why are the people starving? Because those above them are taxing them too heavily. That is why they are starving. Why are the people hard to manage? Because those above them are fussy and have private ends to serve. That is why they are hard to manage. Why do the people make light of death? Because those above them make too much of life. That is why they make light of death. The people have simply nothing to live upon. Better than to value such a life.
Is that frequency beep at the end? Like when you get your memory wiped in Men in Black by the little pen because you don't want to wear the glasses.
He's wiping his own memory after and then he leaves the room. He doesn't remember that he was even here. Then he comes back. Hey, can I read another poem?
Yeah, the other poem would be interesting. Read the poem. Go ahead.
I don't know if it worked on everybody this time.
What? I forgot I was here.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Is everybody forgot what's going on now?
Yeah, everybody's working in the background, so that's why we get quiet real quick, because folks got distractions going on. But we certainly appreciate everybody who's here. Or this afternoon, I should say.
Yeah, it was a good room.
I'm having a shipment of my belongings moved to my new house. Well, my new spot, anyways. The new house that I live in. I don't own it.
Bishop came from New York.
I'm probably gonna sell my TV
Transfer the
so that my dresser will get room for laundry
One of the things that happened is that, like at that time, my church was doing pretty healthy.
my Xbox into a different screen. No problem.
And I got transferred.
My Xbox has
I was called to do a transition in my church with a new pastor.
and this case opens up like a laptop.
You tapped it, I
When
said
you have
no.
the Xbox on its side.
No, I had zero. Still was my charge.
And 120 hertz. Has two HDMI ports. It has its own dual speakers, so it can do stereo sound.
I think if you combine the Xbox X with a good TV movie, could be magnificent. Maybe OLED technology could be the maximum technology available on the market.
We'll see. Nintendo, I think, patented the idea of
taken from Clubhouse.
an optical sensor of a mouse and putting it into their Joy-Cons. So now, my idea of having an Xbox controller split in half that also has a mouse.
Yeah, now you have available these features. I think is you even you can paint. In my opinion, if you have online and Nintendo, even you can play that video game as rare with the share or something like that. Just share. Playing a sport and something like that. I see in the announcement of the Switch. And even you can use the sensors in the new Donkey Kong. I think it's wonderful. It is. Yeah.
You can use it to browse the internet. You could have mouse and keyboard like gameplay without it being mouse and keyboard, without having a keyboard, I guess. But I don't know, it'd be like having a kick-ass gaming computer mouse with all of the buttons and a joystick that you would need, and it just snaps to the other side. That'd be neat, I think.
The only problem with this console is expensive. The price is so high compared with the other consoles. Even the hardware is not.
Yeah.
The only thing it matter here is the video games, for example.
But when I was a kid, it was tornado drills and fire drills. My parents and others, even though to look back on history,
military, they just do very.
But it was duck and cover. Under when we were in the heart of the Cold War, and the thought that just Tuesday for me, I had to readjust my work schedule because I forgot about the open house orientation at my son's school, and there was a couple there, their student, they just moved to our neighborhood, and their sons new at the school, and they just gave me the universal black head nod, like, oh, hey, what's up? And the wife asked me about the active shooter drill, protocol at the school. This on Tuesday night, so it wasn't even, this was before yesterday, and we just had a discussion about that. Some of the ideas being floated, like water, but that's fucking insane. There's no fucking way that I'm even remotely comfortable with children being responsible for their safety with their own handgun. That's idiotic to me. Some of the ideas, especially and I try not to, but like, what skin is in the game? People who have children. I'm not saying people who do not have children don't have skin in the game, but if you are of sound mind and can come up with some reasonable ideas, like fucking cannons and whatever, and forgive me, Point had brought up some good ideas before I came back to the room, but my thing is the notion that there's one singular solution is false for me, in my opinion. Attacking the problem from many different, avenues. One, our elected officials, they work for us. I've experienced in my time over here, the fucking school shooting we had, which scared the shit out of me, and my godsons were in the school, not even my kids, but my best friend, his children. I'm their emergency contact, and to get that alert on my phone, and then my boy and his wife were calling me up because that day I was actually closer to the school, and the trauma from going back from even before Sandy Hook, the trauma that it instills on a community, the families that lose children and those that survive. My boy and his wife, their kids never went back to that school, and they both are in college now, and I'm talking Oxford, Michigan. And this is the school shooting where fucking parents bought their 14-year-old a gun on Black Friday, and he went the following week, days later, and killed 4 of
being long-winded on this, but I'm saying the notion that there's one solution I feel is false. Can there be several things? Teachers asking they barely get paid enough as it is. They have to buy their own supplies, and now the notion that they have to be armed. My grandparents were teachers. I don't see that as a reasonable solution. Bulletproof laws. Hell, wasn't it just the CDC in Atlanta in the recent months where somebody shot out of the race of the bulletproof glass and nobody was injured? Could that be one of many different solutions? Stricter gun laws. I'm a gun owner, and one of my opinions is that guns should be hard as fuck to buy. I recognize the Second Amendment, but at the end of the day, it's not a fucking toy. Its purpose is to take life, period. Make this shit hard as hell to acquire. Look at Japan, if I'm not mistaken. When someone buys a firearm in Japan, they interview the fucking neighbors of that potential gun owner for their psych eval. So, again, the notion that there's one solution, I wish we could broaden our vision and think beyond that. And every situation is not the same as a previous situation. Maybe one of the consistent things is, yes, schools. But hell, after the school shooting here, there's a fucking fucking shooting at the splash pad around the corner from my house. And some moron rolled up, kids were out there, and just started shooting. Mass casualty event with kids. So, all these Star Trek, Star Wars fantasy solutions, they're great. But let's live in reality, and let's come up with as many, let's throw all against the board and see what we can come up with. Short term, middle term, long term. I admit I don't know what the magic solution is, and I also admit my own triggering of shit like this, because I have children, both in college and in grade school, like many of us.
I just wondered, I appreciate you, Brian, so very much. You're one of my favorites when it's the male voices that I hear. And sometimes I hear you in my head, which is weird, strange. But I gave you guys my solution, and I'm gonna figure we need to. Okay, I gave you my solution. We don't need to do anything. You don't even have to listen or care. But my solution, final word from me. Or maybe not, but it's just to get rid of
the most overpriced things I've ever seen be sold repetitively is men's razors.
Clothes on and powdered wigs back in the day, and they were carrying around muskets. They had no clue that we were going to have this type of armory and people walking around throwing away children. They had no fucking idea that we were going to have guns that could deliver those kind of rounds at one time. Go get a musket. You always go to someone like, go get a musket. How about that? I'm good for that, because you got to push it down and put the powder and whatever. Go get you a musket. By the time you load that, I'm going to knock you out. So that's what I'm saying. And go learn, like Gemini said, go learn how to fight. Go take some karate classes or whatever you guys need. You softies, you weak ass men. Go do that and learn how to protect your family.
Awesome.
Or whatever. Yeah, so they had no idea. And then when we're all gone, all of us here, because we will eventually die, and there are going to be some other advancements. You guys think it's just going to settle with what we got going on now? Those stuff? It's going to get worse.
One of them is to make sure October 7th massacre never happens.
Killing. And if you guys are okay with that, so go ahead at it. I don't, at this point, I don't really give a damn. But
Well, that goes to my point. Sorry, Mike, I promise this will be short. Just to reiterate what Lisa said, in my opinion, what hurt my heart was after Sandy Hook, and nothing was done. And that really hit me like, oh shit, when this country and our elected officials got comfortable with kids being killed, that spoke a lot to me.
Yeah, that was when I realized that America loves guns more than kids.
Second Amendment, like everybody just glosses over the well-regulated militia part. Like I think that if you want to have a gun, you have to be in the National Guard, because the National Guard is the only officially recognized militia. So that you can only have a weapon if you're in the National Guard.
They should be okay with that, Trumpers, especially because they like the National Guard being in their city, so.
Hippity fool, how long does it take you to load a musket?
No, look, I'm from Kentucky. Don't pass me on the musket. Let's don't go there. I got that skill.
It's like I just used the musket in my rabbit the other day.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, come on, this by the time these lazy, see, these are armchair military heroes. All these guys in here talking about their guns and whatever. They say they all masculine when they can go and get their gun and whatever. You know what I'm saying? But you bring them outside and say, put your dukes up. By the time you get outside, because you guys, I work on my arms, my upper body, try to keep it intact. Because if one of you weird ass clubhouse people come up to me, I'm gonna sock you in your fucking jaw with a lock in my hand. I'm not playing around. So if you so damn bad and you so big and bad, go learn how to fight and then meet us outside. But you're gonna go and grab your gun because you're hiding behind it, the bullets or whatever. I want. Meet me, let's do hand-to-hand combat. But you don't want to do that.
Right, are you ready for some breaking news from General Milley?
Do it.
All right, this is from yesterday. This is General Milley speaking.
Breaking news, Trump gave the order, but for the first time, the military said no. In a historic moment unfolding in California, General Mark Milley, one of the most powerful military leaders in the U.S., openly defied former President Trump's directive to use the military against immigrants. Standing firm, Milley reportedly told the president, "I will not use the U.S. Army to carry out injustice. If you cross this line, you'll be facing me." His words, captured in real time, have triggered a political firestorm. Trump's attempt to invoke fear through military force has instead ignited resistance, not from protesters or lawmakers, but from within the chain of command. General Milley went further, saying that Trump's actions violated the Constitution, and that if these abuses continued, the military would take steps to protect the country from the inside. It's rare, almost unheard of, for a general to publicly stand up to a president, but this moment made one thing clear: no army, no weapons, no power can defeat Trump's actions united around justice. For more updates like this, follow and stay informed.
Is sure this is real? No?
Yeah.
It's the AI voice, and General Milley is retired.
And they said former President Trump, too. That's maybe.
Yeah, that's old.
The comments are from the last 12 hours. That's what I checked.
Yeah. Yeah, the comments they could be commenting on it now, but it's an old video that they're commenting on. So.
Okay, let me check it.
Yeah, they just reloaded it. Yeah.
That's definitely.
Jeremy, are you aware the soldiers pulled out of Union Station? I'm
No, I didn't know
Are
that.
you there, Wyoming? No. This is
The only reason they were there for the pizzas and the burgers, because that's all they were doing in Union Station.
I thought they were taking over Union Station.
No, the vets came out. The vets came out and challenged the actual soldiers and told them they were taking illegal orders. And told them they were taking illegal. Look it up yourselves. I told you I have people on the
I
ground.
come here to get my news from Viewpoint, so I don't know.
Thank you.
You gotta do what you do. I'll do what I do. I just share what I share.
I'll listen when you try to tell us. I'll listen when you try to tell us.
All I'm saying is don't bite Ellie's head off because she's giving you some information.
Biting anybody's head off.
No, I don't feel like my head was bent. I apologize.
Nobody's biting your head off. Don't listen to Point. You know we love the hell out of you. Don't listen to that shit. I love you like I love cake, and I love some goddamn cake.
I wasn't.
So, you know that. You know that.
I'm just trying to keep us on breaking news because I think that's what, how much can we talk about this shooting? I mean, it's been going on 24/7 and where I'm living right now with people that I know and their kids. So I'm just looking to see what else is happening that's important.
I like all kind of cake. Okay. Is this
too. I love you too. I love everybody. I might not sound like it, but I love everybody, and I appreciate you guys all the time. Everything you have to offer, even though I don't agree. That's my wife. Even though I don't agree all the time, it's not personal. I love you guys, and that's why I love like ruffling it up, ruffling your feathers, because we are all different, but we also are so much the same. So hugs and kisses. We're gonna take care of some patients, and I'll be listening.
Listen,
Thank
Sister
you,
White, you
guys.
better go get all your shots now while you can, because RFK can diagnose children just by looking at their face. And he says we don't need no more vaccinations, so we're gonna discontinue that shit.
Boy, he should have, instead of going to law school, he should have went to medical school.
Hello?
You think knowing medical science would be a
See, you know
prerequisite?
that he is an MD.
And
I love it.
I think you have to now get a prescription from your doctor to get a COVID vaccine if you're under 65. I think that's the new rule.
Yes.
Well, I'm high risk, so I'll get it. They already told me to get my ass over there and get my pneumonia shot and this shot and that shot.
I know, man. April, I gotta get the shingles and pneumonia. I'm like, damn.
Shingles is not bad. I had no problem. It's 2 doses. They tried to get, my doctor said, oh, you need to get the shingles shot. I'm like, again? I already got it. So look at the record. Yeah, it wasn't hard. Just go for 2. It's 2 different ones. I can't remember the timeline between them, but it's not too long.
Oh, so sorry for us old folks talking.
Yeah, so old folks talking our old folks selves. You young ones are out here spreading the plague every other damn day. Someday.
Natural medicine for shingles, but
no ma'am. No sir, no ma'am. No
Y'all finished
whatever.
showing off for the day? Just let me know. Y'all finished showing off?
I just got here, First Lady, to show off.
Me too.
You showed off as soon as you got in there. So. Yeah.
I knew you
So
were
you
gonna put the
finished?
hammer down. I am finished.
No, you're not.
There is a vaccine for shingles. That's natural point. It's called attenuated shingles.
Ew.
Well, I don't know about, for the COVID, but
Why are you
I
talking about
just got,
shingles? What's wrong with y'all? What's going on?
speaking about health and improving our, health regulations and everything else.
Don't you gotta be old to get the shingles?
No, you gotta get it at 50, and he's 50. You can get
Oh.
shingles at any time. It's just more
Yeah,
prevalent.
you're supposed to get the vaccine at 50, and that's why he's saying that, because he's 50. Got it. I forgot.
Calling people old.
I said, don't you gotta be old.
I just
And I didn't say that he was old. Somebody else said it. I didn't say it. So it's not a y'all. It's
Any
somebody.
age can catch the shingles, can get the shingles.
Oh really? I thought the younger people catch measles when you're older. It's the
It's chickenpox. So
Yeah, it's
okay. Chickenpox, measles, same that.
no. Chickenpox is where you would get the shingles. So before people got vaccines for chickenpox, which man, y'all so lucky. We just got the chickenpox, and then because of that, later on in life, you get the shingles, possibly get the shingles. So
You have it dormant in your system if you've had actual chickenpox, which older people now, when we were younger, we did. Our parents had the stupid chickenpox parties where you would get it and they'd take you around kids that didn't have it, so everybody.
Yeah, I have the chickenpox, and I'm not that old.
So,
Yeah.
girl, what? Now I gotta get that too.
Yeah, I had chickenpox too.
Yeah, you need when you 50. Not now. You still got April said you can get it anytime. Yeah, but then I give you shingles until you're 50. Then I give you the shot.
You're
So let me get this straight.
Got a few years.
I gotta go get my butt played in at the doctor. I gotta go get a shingles.
Yo, you sound like what my husband said. He was like, they want to check my prostate, that they want to do this, that they want to do that. It's too much.
Listen,
I heard that they can do it like in a different way. I don't want to do that.
Listen, at least you don't have to have a speculum put up in there and cranked open.
But don't they? Huh?
What?
Is
that about? Why was it
So that's what we can do.
They put that spatula up in your crotch.
Why?
Like open it up so they can pinch
Why?
that tissue out.
Can somebody give me a reason for
I
what
just
that?
told you so they can go in there and get the tissue out.
Yeah, they're doing a tap.
Make sure you ain't got no polyps.
Nah, you're a week on the past me. Sorry.
Huh?
No, they're gonna put you to sleep, Just. You know they don't put you to sleep for no pap smear. No, I'm saying him.
Men don't get pap smears.
No, for your colonoscopy.
Oh, dear God, everybody's confused.
Jesus.
Okay.
I said it counts yourself.
No, April said that.
Hold on. Let's get this straight.
No, you get it straight.
Yeah, you're trying to scare people.
I know
Anybody go first lady.
Wait, I know what it is. Ladies get pap smears, and they have to be cranked open. They are awake during that. Men, yeah, when they play with our butt, it's the way you described it. We go to take us to sleep.
They put you to sleep to check your prostate? No, he's saying for colonoscopy. That's not for men, that's for everybody.
But for a colonoscopy, you can do it a different way.
I used to be like you, every drama room, I gotta get in there.
She has to have a little bit of drama every day, right, Royal?
No, I mean, so look, I mean, what do you expect? I mean, she's young, and she gets bored, and she, wants to be in the drama room.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm old, I'm not.
Feels more social and intimate. Yeah. Well, in some places. Yeah, we always do have the crazy rooms.
Yeah, let's not get into intimacy on Clubhouse today.
Yeah. It doesn't bode well for some people. Yeah, I can't believe BB called me a piece of shit. He was like, Sarah, you are a piece of shit. And I was like, what's wrong with you, man?
Let's not talk about it.
No, I know. It was quite funny because nobody's ever called me a piece of shit on the app. And I was like, oh. Well, Sarah, I'd say count yourself lucky. It's the worst, but it's bad.
You're a piece of shit, but I love you to death.
Oh my God.
You're called a piece of shit twice on this app now. What's better than
The only thing that annoys me is that the emojis, you have to click on something, just have an emoji or something. I know! That bugs me too.
Didn't that used to be a thing?
No, that's new. Used to, when you click on the emojis, they were on you. Yeah. But now you have to click on somebody else to emoji. Yeah, so you have to react to someone in a sense. You can't just do it.
What about the sound effects? Can you still make the sound effects?
Yeah, you make that by holding down yourself, and then they're there.
Gotcha, okay. So it's the same, yeah, okay, that's the same. Well, I mean, that emoji's fine, I don't care about that, though.
Personally, I think the best feature is the GIFs. Yeah, I like the GIFs.
Yeah, no, the gifts are pretty sick.
I find myself wanting the exclamation points that we used to have. I have the name on it, like when you're shocked by something.
Yes.
The eyeballs one we have.
Isn't that on when you click on someone else? No. Ewan, when I gave you that masking tape the other night for the front door, where did you put it?
And I mean, Stan.
I did say that. I said, y'all gotta get this out. You gotta get it out. It's gotta go.
When it's time to deliver, I'm gonna, hey, I'm here for my cesarean.
C-section, she's like, nope.
I'm like squinching my butt cheeks
I don't
together
want
while we
to do
talking
no
about
labor pain, just cut the baby out. Try laboring for 6 hours and then they give you an emergency. You get to do.
How does it feel? Like,
Well, I labored for 15 hours and then I had a C-section.
damn. You know, I was everyone. Without Mel, I would have got better and I would have came back there and squared up with everybody. So y'all motherfuckers let me go.
My best delivery was my 1 and my number 4. My husband was there.
Ooh, so you did that joint 4 times?
On my face, yeah. I had 1 C-section, 3 vaginals.
Those C-sections.
That number 3, bro.
I mean, not that I know.
I went with my homegirl to have her baby, and the daddy didn't like show up or whatever, so I was in there, passed right out. When they lifted them legs up, passed out. I had a Cardi B knot on my head, sure did.
Why did you pass out?
Because as soon as they lifted it up,
those lips are
and it was like the head, it was like coming out, and he said, I think he said it's about to, like, it was about to split, because sometimes it'll, that's all I remember.
No, she cut me. I had an episiotomy. Yeah, there's some people that don't get cut prior to a tear. Yo, there's these chicks, they tear from the pussy to the ass.
But that's what they were saying. They have to lube a lot.
Y'all are excited about this stuff.
It's like really tough because listen, I was there and I had to keep a straight face the whole damn time because goodness gracious, I really wanted to make that scrunchy face. I couldn't because I wanted to make sure my body. Yeah, you better not. Oh man,
You were like, don't make no faces about my shit.
I was gonna start back down.
That was me to my mom. I was a 32-hour labor and I weighed 13 pounds.
Jesus Christ. He wouldn't have made it. One of us would have made it. One of us would try to get it.
And then for y'all to do it and then go back and do it again, it's crazy.
Yo, the crazy thing is after you do it, you like, yo, I'm never gonna do this again. And then you find yourself knocked up again and go like,
releases drugs to make it seem like it's less painful after the fact.
Women are the most scared people it is. We do this shit. That's what it is.
And that's the thing, when you're pregnant, you know that baby gotta come out no matter how it comes out, that baby gotta come out. If you're ready and it gotta happen now. Like, fuck.
For the record, my kids are 10 years apart, so it wasn't like I was like, let's do this tomorrow.
Oh, I have gaps too. I have a 6-year gap, then I have a 9-year gap.
Yeah, all that contemplation time is still.
I had 9 years, because I couldn't do no abortion. I wasn't gonna do no abortion.
You know, there's implants, there's all sorts of stuff that,
Some people get pregnant on birth control, dear.
Yeah, that's true.
I had 48 hours of labor. 4 hours.
God bless you.
And then I burst a hole in my lung from pushing. And I got pregnant 2.5
You did what? What did you get worse? 1912? Get out of here!
1912.
Following.
I think she's in her 70s, guys.
And please tell me you were one and done. Please tell me after 48 hours of birth, you only gave birth once.
This is following 9 months of hyperemesis where I threw up a hole. No, what happened was 2 years later, I was sitting in the kitchen and our little 18-month-old was sitting in her high chair and she was very close to her daddy. She was always daddy's girl. And she looked at him and she crooked her little finger. She wanted some milk and she said, "Hey, Gare." And I said to myself, nope, we're not doing this. There's not going to be 3 of us. There's no hey, Gare. And I decided to have a second child. And I have the same hyperemesis, so those who are medically aware, that means I was in the hospital on IVs 6 or 8 times with Kitover. The labor with him was 36 hours, and it was a better pregnancy because my first pregnancy was an all-male OBGYN, and they were telling me
I like my Dr. Chisholm.
Oh, mine was horrible. They were like, you're trying to throw up the baby. I was so excited to be pregnant. I wanted nothing of this. And yes, I did do it a second time. And yeah, I did. I mean, going through childbirth is a huge thing. And for years, I did workshops for expectant mothers about the emotional changes of pregnancy. That's what my first book came out of. And one of the things I always told them was, do not forget about your labor and delivery, because I know that's what they used to tell women. Oh, just forget about it. You won't remember it. Well, I remember all of it, and I think it's something women should remember because it's such.
My child is 15. I think I still got postpartum. And also about the throwing up. That's another fucking thing.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Question,
People still get that.
Yeah,
I have a question now. I have a question. Mel. So, have you ever had a flashback of that pregnancy and then, like, for some reason, like, slipped or slapped your child because of that? Like, did that ever happen?
There have been points in raising them. They're now 41 and 43. There have been times when I felt like saying, you little shit, you have no fucking idea what it took to bring you here. Wouldn't do any good.
That's why the urge to slap the shit out of them when they disrespect you wells up. So you know that hand is across the face before you even contemplate carrying on with it. My first son was born, both of them were born in a military hospital, but the first one was an experiment because every fucking body and their mother was crowded into my room while I was laboring and while I was delivering, the people who were training. I don't know how many goddamn people.
Everybody was saying your poom poom. Okay.
I didn't give a shit. I did not
I know you don't care.
Get this shit out.
When you're in pain, you don't. Everybody want to be like, oh my God, they're gonna see me down there. When you in fucking pain, you kicking everything off, and you got your shit all wide open, and you don't give a fuck who sees you.
He had the cord around his neck, and they were like hands in there trying to pull him out. So, okay, listen, take a tape measure and get to 10 centimeters, make that into a circle, and that's how big the shit gotta get, okay? This is what we go through, and then we get ungrateful children. Okay, this is how, like I said, Brian would have been dropped off, no, where'd he go? He would have been dropped off at the orphanage as soon as we get out of the hospital, because 13 pounds and 28 hours of labor.
Oh, that was Michael.
Michael.
I can't get over that. I can't get over that. We can't go on and have a relationship after that.
My mom said it was smooth. I was like 9 pounds, but she said she went in at 8 o'clock and and I was there by 6 p.m.
Yeah, my mom said I was smooth.
She said it was like going to work. But she had a C-section or whatever. And she said that's where I got that from. She said she showed up and said, here for my C-section.
And the comment in the chat is right. Men should have no say because we the ones have to go in there and actually have another person pull out our body, okay? Shit, y'all get some say, but keep your shit wrapped up or stay away.
I had a pregnant dog.
Let me tell you, if I was a millionaire, I would have multiple kids, more than 4. Yeah, I would have a lot of kids.
I have 2 happy male, 2 20.
Come out here, I would have I would have 10, 12. Yeah, take those. Yeah, crazy.
What if y'all could be like dogs and have
Don't worry, I'm gonna be paid out for that.
at a time? Y'all out for that?
Listen, Justin.
Like long shebang?
No, listen, let me say this and I'm gonna be quiet. This will be real quick. My last child, still, even to this day, I'm getting better, but for a long time, I had PTSD, where when I saw other pregnant women, I would be like, ew, like, can I do that? Seriously, I could not fix my face. It was just like, ew, that is so gross, for years. And I promise you, I postpartum, I felt like that lasted for, I don't think it kicked in until maybe like 24 months later, but then I felt like it didn't leave for like 6 years. I'm trying to tell you.
What does that mean?
Which part? Postpartum, like
What is that?
depression, like, yeah.
It's terrible.
Pregnancy depression. It happens, it's different for everybody, so, if she explains it to you, somebody else explained it a little different. There's people that don't want to hold their babies or don't even care for their babies.
Look, I had it for 12 hours. I knew I had it for 12 hours. I went home because we lived in Georgia, and this was in July, so in a trailer. It's fucking hot as hell. My husband at the time went and got a window unit where it was done. We rented a trailer. I went home. I left my baby with my friends and my husband down the street. I just got in the car, didn't tell them shit. Went home. My parents had been visiting. I had left before that time. I went home. I put my 38 on the counter, okay, because that was the neighborhood we lived in, and I cleaned my house from top to bottom the first day out of the hospital. The next day I couldn't walk. I regretted life at that point, but I had it. I was like, if somebody had come through my door, other than somebody I was related to or friends with, they would have been going out, been carried out because I had my 38 ready to go. I'm serious. I'd be like, I'm done. It would have been insanity.
That's how the lady that I used to live next door to, when I was in Texas, she had a baby, and she was the sweetest person. And after she had the baby, like, she just used to be doing weird stuff. Like, I was here holding the baby, no back support, the baby just like flinging around. I just be like, something wrong with her.
That's wild.
Yeah, I think it went bad for her, and then she ended up getting put out of the like place. I don't know what happened after that, but I remember thinking like, damn, like it was such a like nice pregnancy, and then it just went bad, and she just would be looking at the baby like she was over.
There's women who actually kill their children because of postpartum. It's so severe. Like Neil said, it's on a spectrum again, like many things. It can be really bad, or not so much.
Yeah, I think I had like minor postpartum with baby number 3. Probably lasted a few months, but I got over it. Like, I was like, get your shit together.
That's how animals be though. My friend kept leaving me with, his cat kept bringing me his kittens. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? He was like, oh, she tired. She wants you to take care of it. I was like,
Yeah, but look at that. Mom can't do that shit.
I'll take this to the dad. I'm curious.
Yeah, but there's like the ones that don't have their husbands or don't have baby father there. They just with that baby by themselves, baby crying, baby with colic, and...
Do the dads be good with them? With the kids?
I ain't gonna lie, both my baby daddies is beautiful. I was the one with baby. Yeah, I think if they present, I was at work. Yeah, I think the ones that are present, yeah, but the ones that are not there, I don't know.
Both of mine were pretty good dads, especially when they were small. I was surprised, but yeah.
When it comes to my newborns, I am like an animal when they have their puppies. I don't want nobody carrying my newborn. So I never allowed the dads to really do anything with them.
Oh, really?
Yep. Yeah, no, I'm not so I'm literally like, I would compare it to the animals. The way they are when dad tries to come around a puppy yeah, that's the way I was. So I used to be fucking exhausted, and I used to still just be there pumping and holding her.
Not my dog. I would never recommend her to be they supposed to keep him for like 8 weeks at like 5 to 6 weeks. She just stopped. She stopped feeding them. She stopped doing. I had to get him so I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? She'll like kind of growl at him like toward the end, like when they'll come near her, like, girl, get away from me. And about her food, when they'll try to like, I'm like, you like fuck the kid up like that? So I don't know. Maybe she had folk. Maybe they're coming in animal form too, cause she wasn't with it. She didn't want to be no more. Oh, Lisa did? Oh, she's still with patients, right? What was 3.560 kilograms? What is that?
What's going on?
Measuring cocaine? Yes, cocaine. Come on now. Yeah.
We don't know what the hell are you talking about. You just come out of nowhere. Lisa here.
Just give me a.
I want to know about 3.5 ounces. What?
3.56 kilo. It's probably about 5 to 15, depending on the day.
Thank you, Brian. You read my mind.
You said 7
If you're trying to convert it to pounds, it's like 7 or 8 pounds.
Who's 7
Okay.
Who's 7 or 8 pounds?
That was my son when he was born.
Oh, okay. I was 7'15" when I was
They gave your
born.
baby to you in ounces?
Yeah, that's no, kilos. Yeah, kilos.
Yeah.
Crazy. When you was born? Like you was born in America?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I mean, she was acting up.
Like talking about kilos. What's going on?
Yeah.
That's the way they set it on the scale.
Yeah, they measure both.
I looked right at the screen while they was doing what they was doing. I would look to the side. I saw pounds and ounces.
Yeah, I mean, I memorialized everything, so, you know, I took the pictures of him on the scale and everything.
Yeah.
So, that's what I'm looking at.
I needed oxygen because, like,
I'm not treating oxygen.
I'm dead ass serious.
Because you was about to pass out?
Yeah, I didn't think of it. Like, so, you know, all three of my sons were C-sections, but my first one, like, you know, for never experienced or whatever. And
You said that you had a C-section. What's happening?
no, I said all three of my sons, their mothers,
Oh.
C-sections. No, for me as a dad, you know, the nurse said, hey, you know what, when we come and get you, you need to go right at that point. So, you know, went into the, you know, the delivery room. I didn't know if I was in a delivery room or an ice locker. It was like fucking cold.
Yep. Like an ice box.
Yeah, and they had my
And you naked.
laying there, and they just had like this sheet, like
Butt ass naked with a sheet in front of you.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
I'm
I just
grown up. Can we hurry up with this story?
That's how they do C-section.
I know, and that's why I'm having flashbacks. Literally, I'm getting hot.
having a hot. I'm just saying, as a guy, I have no qualm because I just kept looking at her. I'm not good with blood anyway.
She left?
I'm looking. She actually left. Wow. But not that. They told me when they pulled my son out and took him over to the little weigh scale thing, it looked like he was at the deli. When I stood up, like I noticed while they was doing it, like one of the clips on the bed sheet or whatever they had, blocking her lower off, it had dropped and nobody hooked it back up. So I just kept looking at her closer.
Oh,
and
no.
I saw this bloodied arm from one of the doctors. And so the nurse said, all right, you ready, Miss Young? And I stood up and I consciously looked up at the ceiling so I wouldn't look, you know, down towards her, stomach where the C-section was. And then when I looked down, I looked right at the spot on the floor where there was blood and like some. I always thought I stood there for a couple of seconds, but apparently it was longer because two of the nurses had grabbed me on both sides and had to walk me over and give me one of those little oxygen things. Yeah, that shit.
Yeah, bro. You ain't supposed to be looking on the other side of the sheet, bro.
Like I said,
I'm telling y'all right now, if y'all gonna knock it up, right, y'all gonna have to take blood, because whether it's C-section or not, there's gonna be some blood, y'all.
Yeah.
And especially when a doctor wanna make fucking jokes like, oh, you have a redhead. I'm gonna fucking slap the shit out of him. Yo, but it's gonna be blood. I'm sorry.
My thing, I kept hearing all this metal clanking while I'm looking at, you know, my son's mother. I was like, are y'all delivering my son or putting in a small block V8? Because that's a lot of, you know, tools that y'all got over there. And I'm like, dude, hearing the clank, clank. I'm like, what are y'all cutting?
Yeah, bro. They cut it up multiple layers of her stomach. They pull the baby out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the experience of both sides, and I'll take a vaginal over a C-section any day. And that's just me.
I got better with my other two. But yeah, go ahead, man.
Who's that side?
I said even with the split, because you know they gotta do that watch ass sewn up again. I've heard all the stories.
Yeah, let me tell you, I'm not gonna lie. Jamaica Hospital, they did an amazing C-section. I'm talking about the scar, everything. Beautiful. You don't even see that shit. No, like, I guess I just healed good. But he also did his thing, you know, with the stitching. But it's just an after pain. Like, you gotta be on these drugs because of the pain. It's just like, you're not enjoying the baby. You don't have the same bonding with your spouse through a C-section versus a vaginal. So I'll prefer a vaginal, and that's why you see after my C-section, I went vaginal again, which is called a VBAC, for anyone that doesn't know. I ended up doing a VBAC because I wanted to experience that with my current husband. Because his daughter was the first with the C-section, so we never experienced vaginal. So that's why my third and my fourth is vaginal.
There's something about that I feel like I mean, granted, as a dad, I have no idea, from a woman's standpoint, but like when we found out like that she was gonna have to have a C-section, I kind of felt like, I don't know, like cheated from the experience of like, waking up at 0 dark 30. Oh my God, my water broke. Let's get to the hospital. Let's go. And it was like, so you're about 8.5 months. Let's schedule your pregnancy for Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Is that good for you? And I'm like, what? Like, oh, all right. I guess we're doing it Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Yeah. There's something missing. One of my boys, he had that, like him and his girl was like 3:30 in the morning. He's dead ass asleep. And he said she was fighting it because she was in the bathroom just going, oh no. And he kind of woke up here and just whimpering like, what the hell's going on? Did your water break? And he said, his girl was like, no, that's not water. I just spilled my drink. It's like, what? Like it's her first pregnancy. She totally did not like come to that conclusion that the baby eventually has to come out. But anyway, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Something they tried to make my sister C-section, right?
Yeah.
And my sister was like, no. And my niece came out in 7 minutes. I mean, that was her second child, but my niece came out in 7 minutes. They're just sitting there trying to make more money. That's what
No, of course. Let me tell you something. For my C-section, she definitely could have came out vaginally. She is my smallest baby, smallest head. I was already 6 centimeters dilated. She was able to, I understand heart rate is dropping, but guess what? With my third and fourth pregnancy, the heart rate was dropping also, and I delivered that vaginally. But I get it. The doctor's he's about to go home, his shift is about to end. Yo, let's get this surgery. Let's get this surgery money real quick. Send this bitch to the back and let's help it. Once again, I believe she could have came vaginally. I didn't need that C-section. But, you gotta let people do what they do. Somebody call 911. I can't breathe. Someone, please.
Y'all are traumatizing me today. What y'all doing?
Why you traumatized? You already got kids. You can just, you already know about labor and delivery. What the heck?
We are hyper-focused on C-sections and what is y'all doing?
Oh, no, I was just saying that I prefer vaginal over C-section. That's it. Oh, God. My C-section was not planned. You had C-section for 1 and 2, or just 2? I had been in labor all day long, and then it was 8:39 9:30 p.m. And it was like, your daughter, she's down there. You've dilated 8 centimeters, but she just won't come out. And I started crying, like I was crying. I was like, I don't want to see C-section, please. And they was like, okay, we're gonna get the midwife to come in here, and they're gonna do some positions with you. They put me in a pretzel, they had my leg all up in one end of the place. They tilted the bed upside down, and mind you, I had to get a surcharge because she was coming out early. So now it's time for her to come out. She didn't want to come out. And after like an hour and 45 minutes of them trying to do all these positions and she didn't move, it was like, yeah, we're going to have to put you in C-section. I cried. 8 pounds, 14 ounces. Yeah, that wasn't coming out. There was a chance that even if you would have fully dilated to 10, she was still not coming through your birth canal. It was not going to happen. Because with the third one, she was 7'10". The third, Kylie, she was 7'10". They said if she was 8 pounds, she was not coming out. She was not. I had my son, he was 8 pounds, 4 ounces. And he came out vaginal. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you had a vaginal, then a C-section like me, vaginal C-section. Yeah. Even my labor when I was 15, beautiful. Best labor in the world. Another Jamaica hospital labor. I'm talking about I was there for 23 hours and 38 minutes. Didn't feel no pain. I never knew what labor pains was with my first pregnancy. Because I didn't feel any pain. I took out epidural. I was good, numbed. I I pushed him out 30 minutes. Something in the news. It's gotta be. I pushed him out 30 minutes. He was
Give us breaking news first.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Sorry, man.
I don't know, Lord.
Grocery store.
Please bless First Lady with another baby. Thank you. How did you do that? Please blasphemy. I'm about to start crying again. Don't you ever say that. That is curse.
So, alright, breaking news. So, they about to really go in on the Argentinian president. They're throwing shit at him. They're fucking about to whoop his ass. Right? These Argentinian people are not fucking playing games. Apparently, he cut some benefits for some folks, and they're pissed. They took to the streets and they're revolting in Argentina. So I don't know. I'm trying to look up the article, but I'm just jumped back in the car, and I'm driving around. So I don't know if anyone wants to look that up. Do we care about Argentina or not?
What they gonna do with Argentina? Don't cry for me, Argentina.
So I was reading this article. So where did you see it? There's protests, corruption scandal and protests. Javier Milei faces his toughest week. Click on it. Man, my service is really slow. I'm out here in his toughest week in Argentina, and Argentine politics. A few weeks have been as tumultuous for a president as the one Javier Milei had just endured. His popularity, which until a few months ago seemed unshakable among the sectors that lifted its power, is facing rapid erosion amid corruption allegations, financial scandals, massive protests, and election climate fraught with uncertainty. Less than 2 weeks before the provincial elections on September 7th, and with eyes set on the midterm legislative elections on October 26th, the Libertarian government finds itself under unprecedented pressure. The epicenter of the political storm carries the Milei surname, though it is not only the president who is directly implicated, but also his sister and right-hand woman, Karina Milei, currently Secretary General of the Presidency. Audio recordings released by the streaming channel Carnival placed an influential official at the center of an alleged bribery scheme tied to the management of the National Disability Agency. So these cases add to the ongoing investigations against the president himself, such as the cryptocurrency scandal that has been under judicial scrutiny for 6 months, including one case moving forward against the Argentine president in the United States. Interesting. Didn't the Trump admin cite Argentina like plenty of times? Was it Argentina or Chile? I can't remember. There you go. Hey, John.
Hey, what
Okay, I'll put I'll link the story at the top.
Here? OMG, it's gonna rain in August.
I'll just throw the link in the chat.
Alright, so, something's going on with something what the CNN said, that they agree with the mayor. Y'all wanna hear this clip?
Wait, is she breaking up or is it?
Am I?
No, you good. You good. Play it.
Alright, let me see. Okay, you put that on top. I don't know what's that. New York Times article, I guess. What do they want from me?
Awesome prayer right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace with
parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country.
I mean, he's expressing something that I know you feel and most people feel, which is a combination of sadness, but raw rage. That's right. Forget about thoughts and prayers. These kids were literally praying when they were murdered through a church window.
The rest of it is just what's next. It says,
This is light music on the
authorities said at least 2 children are dead and more than dozens were injured. Obviously, we know that Wednesday after a shooter opened fire during a mass. Catholic Church. Other liberal figures also blasted prayer in the aftermath of shooting, including MSNBC Jen Belsky, who said prayer is not freaking enough. Prayers does not end school shootings. Prayers do not make parents feel safe sending their kids to school. Y'all disagree with that? I think that's something to agree with. Prayers isn't enough. Y'all got a problem with that?
It's not enough.
That's not enough.
It's not going to stop everything.
No, I mean, that's the start of it. You start praying to figure out a solution. So that your mind can open up and clear thoughts for some kind of solution to this problem. But everybody keeps saying, well, it's not going to work, and nobody's trying any damn thing. So then we just keep twiddling our thumbs year after year after year after year. It's crazy.
If we could spend $1 million a day on putting the National Guard over in D.C., we can figure out something for the schools. We can have some staff that are dedicated.
Well, first of all, a huge percentage of this country doesn't even think that school shootings are a problem. Right? They don't even acknowledge it. They're like, well, this is, the cost of kids going to school. It's like, you don't really hear a peep from the Republicans. So that's why I'm like, so first step is that this is a problem, right? People need to accept it as a problem in order to move forward.
Stop playing. I'm trying to train it. I don't know if it's.
It shouldn't take, it shouldn't take something like this happening to people to be alarmed. You know what I mean? Like, it's like people don't care, or people don't respond more forcefully until the shit impacts them directly. And it shouldn't take our elected officials, it shouldn't take our fellow citizens having this impact them on a personal level, whether it's their child or if they're, school, if they're our teacher. It shouldn't get to that point in order for people to act and not doing anything. That cannot stand. Do something.
So let me ask you a quick question. Gemini, you brought up the National Guard and how much we spending, right? So would y'all be opposed to the National Guard actually bordering the school system?
I would, only because their primary function is not to shoot and intimidate a threat when dealing with civilians. You need somebody that's dedicated to that. Like, this is my job. I see you. I recognize the threat. I terminate the threat, civilian or otherwise. It don't fucking matter. You need somebody that's their MO. That's their focus, right? Not somebody that's standing in doing a job that is not typically allocated to them.
All right, well, what would be equivalent to National Guard if it's not National Guard? What would be equivalent if they don't have the power
security company that's dedicated to the school system, flat out. Armed the same way, like I have armed security when I do certain things, right? So, I mean, come on, like we have armed companies. We just need to
Katrina and water and main water, but they were spitballing some ideas. Yeah, my opinion, again, just my opinion, is that the notion that there is one singular, solution, I think needs to be greatly diminished. Could it be a series or multiple things, whether it's stricter gun laws, whether it's holding our elected officials accountable, um, bulletproof glass for the windows at schools, the notion that, okay, this one thing will, solve all the ills of school shootings and mass casualty events. To me, that's what kind of grates on my nerves. Could it be a series of good ideas enacted?
Not to switch everything up, but just out of curiosity, did y'all speak about Russia attacking Ukraine overnight and unleashing over 600 air weapons? The second largest attack, and it ended up with, I forget how many deaths, I think 27, and like 4 kids. Have y'all discussed that or no?
No, that happened last night.
Yep. They don't give a fuck. He came and shook Trump's hand. It went crazy. Like, he don't give a fuck about
Well, Trump already kind of excused it, though, because Trump was like, well, they're going to fight until the peace is actually done. He literally said that.
He did. Trump made a comment about it. He's made a statement. He said he's very disappointed.
Oh, wow. That's a way to get him, Trump. Get him, Putin.
Disappointed. Finger wag, So, meeting with Russia, I'm just curious, like, what did that accomplish? That they just launched the second largest airstrike they ever launched on the Ukraine. How did that, like, what did we accomplish?
It distracted us from Epstein for a day or two.
That's the worst part about this.
Oh, speaking of pedos, I want to say this real quick. We get right back to it because I still think that Ukraine is crazy. But there is a gentleman, there's this bitch ass dude on the app called Hollywood Prince. And I just, he got outed on the stage I was on a while back. And now he's coming back around trying to be around. He was outed in the chat when I was on stage for somebody in the chat. They were like, I was monitoring this other stage, and they were like, y'all gonna really lit this pedo on the stage? I'm like, you can't be saying people are without proof. Like, that's not cool. But if you got some proof, then we can go ahead and address that. And then I was like, who are you talking about? They're like, Hollywood. So he was next to me on the stage. I'm like, hey, come off the mic, bro. They accusing you of that, and I need to hear your side. He's like, well, I didn't know she was. Okay. All right. Immediately, I'm already on his head. Coming to find out when the conversation was finished before I pulled him out the room, he had been charged with sex trafficking 2 minors on 2 different occasions. And he is a convicted pedophile. Not only is that, he's convicted pimp and a convicted pedophile. So y'all see him around because he's back trying to come on the app. His name is Hollywood Prince. He knows how to present like he's articulate, but he's a fucking pedo. Anyway, we can get back to Ukraine.
What's his ethnicity?
Unfortunately, black. And he out here in LA.
Whose mic is open?
Roberts.
Yo, fuck, man, I ain't know my speaker was off. But, what up, man? I haven't seen you in a while. You good?
Yeah, you good, bro?
Yeah, I'm good, man. That distraction tactic was so embarrassing. Not only
jets fly overhead and all of that. And then this man goes back and continues. Increases his bombing. And on top of that, destroys an American company over there as well. What a freaking, excuse my language, ladies, what a pussy. Like this is ridiculous. And then we have to watch.
Who's the pussy?
Trump.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure.
So and then check this out. Then on top of that, you gather your cabinet around you so that they can shower you with accolades and stroke your ego. This is literally sick. This is sick shit that we're looking at, and we need to call it. And I've already said it. I'm calling. I don't need any other kind of experts to say anything. We live under an authoritarian regime that is run by the MAGA party. The MAGA party is an offshoot to the Republican Party. They came into power and they're running this country. End of story.
Yup, your debate is turning out to be quite
And his debate was on point. He did well. He could have did better, but his points were on point. Right? Like there's no question about it. Yeah, for sure. He definitely is yearning to be an authoritarian. He wants to be a dictator, but he has to settle for being an authoritarian that can manipulate our system, our legal system, in whatever way, in our constitution, in whatever way he can. But there's no question about what his ambitions are. Like he's very, very fucking clear about that shit. And on top of that, he doesn't have the respect of other world leaders. They don't fuck with him like that. They don't care about what they tell them. They will come over here, receive the red carpet treatment, go over there and do whatever the fuck they want. He is not respected. They know that he can be manipulated. They know that. I feel like Putin has to have some type of leverage when it comes to Trump. Like it always seems like he's bending the knee. Like he's always giving him the benefit of the doubt or granting him grace. Where I don't see why the fuck would you? Like he don't give a fuck. Every time that he says I'm done, you know he's about to smack the shit out of Ukraine again. He's like, okay, I got it. I understand. Don't sanction me. Okay, smack the fuck out of him. Fuck you think this is? Like he don't care. So why are we acting like he does? Like I'm confused. I don't get it.
Well, they believe the Russian propaganda that whatever Russia is saying, he believes it. I'm like, he doesn't believe what he's seeing. I'm sure he's getting footage of what's going on in Ukraine. He just doesn't believe it. Or he doesn't want to believe it. Because it's not convenient for him. I mean, his whole thing was America first. So, it's like when something's not fitting into his narrative, he's going to pretend it does fit into his narrative.
Well, he did say he's disappointed. No, don't you do that again, Russia. He said he's disappointed in 4 kids dying, 600. What does 600 air weapons look like overnight? Like they went crazy.
I'm still looking for that story.
I saw what Chicago up had. Drone warfare is big with the Ukraine-Russian war. That I'm learning more about project I'm working on, or I've been working on for the past, I don't know what, 2 months now, I think. But shit's relatively speaking cheap and deadly at the same time. But the fact that Putin, yeah, this orange comb over just as Robert says, as Robert and both y'all said, I think how we've rolled out the red carpet and what did it accomplish. And I've consistently been putting in the chats when conversations were coming up, it's distraction and deflection. And just, Epstein, he's trying to run away from that. These other issues issues are legitimate. You know, with the assault on the assault on our cities now, like with him trying to bring military to Chicago. I will not be surprised because of this unfortunate incident in Minneapolis. Could that be an opening for him to do that? All the while letting Putin just continue to ride roughshod over Ukraine. And I think what Jim and I think you said, like the other world leaders, they see this. They'll come over here and like smile in his face, but I feel in a broader sense, my concern is all the positive equity that America has built up over the years with the international community is being squandered, and now we're in the negative. And once hopefully he's out of office, how long will it take? What will it take? How long will it take for us to get that credibility back with other world leaders?
Brian, when is he gonna be out of office? I don't think he's gonna put out of office anytime soon. To First Lady, you made very valid points. To First Lady's question, she said she doesn't see the article, and I will put the link, but we know somebody doesn't put links. So the title of the article is Russia launches second biggest air assault of Ukraine war, killing at least 21 and damaging EU building. The first paragraph says Kyiv, I think that's how you pronounce it, was bombarded overnight by Russia's second biggest aerial attack since its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, with at least 21 people killed, including 4 children, according to officials. Among those killed are children aged 2, 17, and 14. So that's a summarized version of it.
I wasn't talking about like that. I was talking about so I could play it.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was an article. I never seen it.
Yeah, no, that's why I was saying I was searching for it so I could find something to play.
Oh, you're looking for audio snippet. Got you. My. You sound like the OG right there.
I'm talking about my uncle.
With all your red dress.
My.
Somebody that blocked my uncle out of this space. Y'all some dirty people.
Y'all blocked not the OG.
No, I'm glad I wasn't here, so y'all know it wasn't me.
Oh, yeah, I think I blocked him by mistake. Don't worry, guys, I'm on the block.
My blacklist is long, but he is not.
I don't like people. That's what's wrong with the world. I like to fight, so I don't block.
Well, I will say this. Y'all gotta be careful with your digital imprint. Because, when you have people in office that can go back and pull some stuff that you said previously before and talk about how great you are, and now you tell a different story, people, they will hold true to what you originally said. Just saying. So, y'all be careful what y'all say on these tapes. Any objections?
No, if I said it once, to your face, I don't care. I said that. I leave footprints in business. I don't give a fuck.
But to your point, First Lady, one of my, I guess one of many, but raised eyebrows or just concern from reading, Project 2025's mandate for leadership, the sections in there where government or entities that are usually neutral and have no real oversight from the executive branch, he wants to take over. And it was spelled out in there specifically, could be concerning for any of us in here on this app. The FCC, Federal Communications Commission, the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, but the FCC, which controls or has oversight into, our thing. When you control the news media, when you control um, um, labor unions, when you can control countless other aspects of society, and then you start to, I don't know, have your former national security advisor house raided by the FBI because you don't like him. So, be careful of that overreach. And yes, well,
It supersedes a focus of the party in a way that other presidents haven't had before. So if people think of it that way, locals talk about him literally being like a savior, like bought by Jesus. So if you want to consider that too, I mean, Christians haven't talked about other presidents like that in the past. So there's a piece of it there that I see why people think that. I don't consider it cult, but I see why people think that.
I don't see that, and I am evangelical. And I don't see that like at church. I don't know. Again, I get it's anecdotal. I see it more here on Clubhouse and maybe like on Twitter, like on social media. It's not necessarily what I observe like in my day-to-day real life when I talk to people. And I certainly understand why the term the MAGA cult rhetoric is used. I absolutely do understand it because I do think there is this strange unwillingness to acknowledge any fault of Trump's whatsoever, and I just think that's very obtuse. But
I actually did learn. Sorry. I think you make a very good point, secondly, but I actually think that the mega cult sort of like idea was created by people who were like a periphery of Donald Trump, and basically tried to create this like public image of themselves. Well, that obviously Donald Trump has a bit of like a personality cult thing going on, but I think like we have examples of like what happened on the set, right? Like with Ali Alexander and like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for
and
sure.
these people tried to create like a cult. Because they literally tried to create a cult on the set. Like that's literally happened.
The thing of it is, to that extent, like I use that exact terminology, the Ali cult, because it was just weird. It was like some kind of weird mind control thing, the way that so many conservatives glommed onto him instantaneously. And like, it was definitely very, very strange.
Yeah.
And like I said, I was guilty of using that exact terminology, the Ali Alexander cult, just because. So that's why I say, like, I understand particularly political opponents referring to MAGA as a MAGA cult. Y'all know Monica's diehard MAGA. And Monica herself, I feel like, is one of those people that has a hard time being critical of President Trump. Even the things that are obviously wrong, she will make excuses for. Whereas I've never aligned as quote unquote MAGA. I do support Trump. I voted for Trump. Like, I make no sense about that. But I also, like, I don't like Trump as a person. I never liked Trump as a person. It was really hard for me to even get on the Trump train. I think initially it was kind of like, well, he's our conservative ticket, so like, get on the train.
The exact same.
Yeah, and like even with the second election, man, during the primaries, I so bad wanted to like DeSantis, like I really wanted to get on that train, but he just did not impress that much. Like I kept wanting for him to impress me, and I kept thinking he'll get better. He just never really delivered, and honestly, I didn't like any of the other options that were running against Trump in the primary. So it kind of became a dead ringer that, I knew Trump was going to grab it. And even when he grabbed it, I wasn't like, oh, yippee, this is the greatest thing in the world. I know this is going to be an unpopular opinion because I know a lot of people don't like him, but when he picked J.D. Vance as his nominee, that's when I was like, yes to change. JD Vance really speaks to me. I love JD Vance. And so I felt a lot better about my vote just because of bringing JD Vance in. And I know a lot of people don't like him, but I do.
That's really interesting because I actually like I think JD Vance is fucking sick. I think that he actually could be the person that like continues this like movement after Trump is out of office.
And I think he would do it better.
Yeah.
I think he would do it better and with a lot less division than Trump.
What do Banner look like?
Trump is, he's, I don't know.
I don't even want to go in. Like Project 2025 is like.
Hold on. I want to answer it. I want to answer Hakima's question. Hakima, did you say something else?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Better. Okay. Trump is brash. He's unprofessional. Like, I think he needs to stay off fucking social media. I think he need not be on, global news saying they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I know a lot of people, they like that about his character. Those are not the things that I like about his character. I like that he's not a lifelong politician. That's one of the reasons why I also like JD Vance. JD Vance has only been in the Senate 2 years prior to taking on the VP ticket. And you know what else I like about JD Vance is the fact that JD Vance was once a never Trumper. And he came around to supporting Trump before he was chosen as the VP nominee, like a couple of years before he was chosen as the VP nominee. But what that says to me is that he's willing to learn. JD Vance also had some really, really harsh opinions on abortion. And when he realized that was happening, so I don't understand how that tracks. We haven't always had this epidemic of school shootings. So this is a lot. I mean, really, if you look at charts, this all really went crazy in 2018. It jumped from 1970 to 2017. We were tracking between like 10 and let's say at the highest like 60 school shootings a year. That includes suicide, domestic disputes, drive-by shootings. That includes everything. Okay, it's all lumped together. Then in 2018, it shot up. It doubled. It actually more than doubled. It went from 60 to 180, something like that. No, 119. Okay, and then it went up from there. 2024 was the highest at like 350, I believe. Don't quote me on these. In the 300s. Okay. So this is like a new. I mean, this has really gone crazy the last 5 or so years. That it's like I'm tired of people saying that, you're more likely to get hit by a car. I don't give a fuck, y'all. This is unprecedented. This is scary. If you have children in school, this is scary. Okay? And I'm tired of people saying that my fears are unfounded because this is actually very, very scary situation that we're experiencing right now. And to say it's Christian related, my God, what a weird thing. We have more access to mental health than ever before.
It's so weird. It's not so weird.
Let her finish and then you can respond to her.
All I'm saying is, sir, we are less religious than we've ever been. I don't understand. Like, why didn't we have an epidemic of school shootings back when we were extremely religious and kids were actually going to mass? People don't go to mass every week. They hardly ever go to mass. So I don't, where's the correlation?
Yeah, that correlation definitely doesn't follow, and I agree. The only pushback I got to what you said, we do have access to women's health, but we kind of do, we kind of don't. It's like the majority of the counties, I think that are majority of counties don't have like a psychiatric nurse, let alone a psychiatrist. So we do, we kind of don't. And I think that one thing is, this is a multifaceted thing. I'm not a 2A guy, right? I have a whole separate philosophy with respect to guns, and I'm not anti-gun, but you can be pro-gun and anti-2A. I won't bother to say that at this point, but it's multifaceted. Social media definitely is playing a part in our mental health crisis. There is a very lax view of responsibility with respect to guns by some of these families, like the amount of kids that are even killed with guns, but with respect to school shootings specifically, I think that we kind of look back at it, it's kind of like, man, Billy would never do that, and they just kind of go on with it. When the signs were there, because the last year it's like, how did this dummy get a gun, or he had a gun, and how come y'all didn't see the signs? Like, y'all not paying attention to your kid? Like the signs are there, and we're kind of like didn't pay attention, you know.
But what if that is the answer, though, Finley? What if it is that dumb? Like, if you look at the strong correlation, when did we start having school shootings? Like, how they even said it. You started seeing attacks, we did, like, yeah, well, that's not necessarily the first one, but you start seeing, like, attacks that gain some ground, posting it, like, I guess you put late 70s, 80s, and then there was a brief pause, and then you had Columbine. So, if you're starting to say, hey, what was the precipitous?
Quite literally is the fact that we took mom out of the home, or we took a parent out of the home. What if it's that fucking simple? Because that timeline, they tend to correlate right there with, and I'm not saying that women need to be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. I'm not saying, or some of the other guys on the app. But hold on, dude. But what if it is something that simple? Like, we just removed a parent and guiding force, somebody to connect and teach their kids, and now we're putting it in the hands of 23-year-olds who last week were coking and token and basically getting plowed and gangbanged in fucking college. What if it is that simple?
Hey, Brad, may I chime in on that point real quick?
Go ahead. I was asking Finley, but if Finley could respond, and then you can go, Adrian.
Is your thesis that because we potentially took a parent out of the home?
We didn't just take a parent out of the home. We took the majority of parents out of the home, like the overwhelming majority in the country. So what if it is something that simple that we could just put parents back in the home?
I think there's definitely something to that, right? But I think it goes back home. I think, and again, this is something that even though I'm an anti-to, hey guys, particularly school shooting in general, I think it's bigger than that. I think the community, as we used to know it, like, you know, and I'm really younger than you, like, that doesn't exist anymore. Like, we have helicopter parents, and like, but can't nobody else do nothing with your kid, and we can't assist. Like, there's no assist. It's just like the parents, and that's it. Nobody else anything to my kid.
Yeah,
I think that
it takes a village to raise a child.
Yes. And a lot of it is paranoia. Like, I was listening to, and I don't want to get too far off base here, Brad, but I was listening to a conversation about, like, kidnappings, right? The traditional stranger kidnaps your kid off the street is about 100 to 200 per year in the country. The majority of them are family members. The majority of them. And 97% of them are all returned within, like, a day or two, but it's mostly family members taking a kid, right? Something along those lines. But the paranoia around that has caused people to, like, isolate themselves from, like, their neighbors that live, like, right next door to them. And I think that plays into this because, again, there's sometimes, like, your neighbor can see things that you can't see because you're too busy, or there's sometimes your kids will talk to your neighbors that they won't talk to you about, right? I was one of the few kids that had a neighbor about sex when he was, right? I was one of the few kids whose parents talked to one about sex when I was 7. My friends learned about sex from my parents because their parents would not talk to them, and they were afraid to talk to their parents.
They're all right. They're all Christian.
Hold on, let Adrian go. Yeah, stay was polite. You waited until everybody else was done.
You said after the last one, but I get it.
Oh, I apologize, Mark. You go after Adrian.
Awesome.
No, let Mark go first, man. Go ahead, man. All right, then Adrian. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's something going on here, guy. Can I talk? If I'm up, there's something going on here. All right, there's something going. It's hard to explain, but there's something going on here with technology, with the information at the click of a button, and Christian people children who have the information at the click of a button. I'm
rambling here.
I'm confused. We have been over
So let him just because I want to get the
What I'm getting at is, why is it a white Christian person, all the time?
But it's
That
not.
does these shootings.
Mass shootings are qualified as 4 or more people wounded. Well, I was going to say, school shootings, not every one of them has been white either. My point is, you seem to want to attach a religion to it, and I can't figure out why you're so gung-ho on attaching Christianity to it, noting that your argument is because they're Christian now, they're more susceptible to be violent, despite the fact that, as Holly and several other people have said, this religion has been practiced in the country for 250 years nearly. We're not anywhere near as violent as we were in 1867. We're worlds away from that, right? And Christianity has existed the entire time, right? So if it's existed the entire time, and you only have a couple of spasmodic periods of violence, which lasted, one like 10 years and then like 40 years. Maybe a little longer than that. I can't remember the math straight. But other Christian countries don't have this kind of right? Why is it so important to attach Christian to white or attach Christian to school shooter when not all of them have been either white or Christian?
Why most people are too lazy to do this, but it saves homeowners.
Hold on, AJ. Hold on, everybody. I want to get Adrian. He asked. You guys are skipping him. And I said it. I let Mark go. Mark, we're gonna put a pin in this. I'm gonna let Adrian go. Then we're gonna attack this one because this one's. I'm gonna show you where you're fatally flawed, and I'm gonna try to use another hyperbole that we often hear. But please, Adrian.
Yeah, just 2 quick points on what Mark just said. Other Christian countries don't have this issue. That's a lie. Yeah, that is a lie. I just give you one example. Norway shooter. What was his name, Braddock? All of those people. Norway is a Christian-dominated country. Right? That's where you're wrong there. Something that Brian said about taking the parents out of the home. That literally happened in the late 90s, mid to late 90s, when schools was planting the idea into children's minds. Hey, if your parent hits you, you can call the police, right? If you don't like the way your mom is yelling at you, you can come and tell us. The guidance counselors and the teachers and stuff like that was planting these ideas in kids' heads that, hey, you can be emancipated from your parents if you don't like the way that things are going in your household.
No, Father. Hands off me, woman. Don't enter without an invitation, man. Stop. What is it? Call Kingslayer. I'm not gay. Between the father and his vengeance. Spread death.
This man is our prisoner.
This monster killed my son.
And crippled mine. He will answer for his crimes, I promise you. But not here.
I will have his head. And if you try and stop me...
You will strike me down? Have you forgotten me, sir? I am the widow of your liege lord, Eddard Stark. I am the mother of your king.
Where is our king now?
You know very well. He has gone to the crag to accept the surrender.
Aye, gone to the crag. But not to negotiate. He brought that foreign bitch with him.
How dare you?
My lady is an act of treason. How can it be treason to kill Lannisters?
I understand your grief, my lord, better than most. I understand it. But in the name of my son, the king in the north, stand down.
They didn't know what was going
your son returns. I will demand this murderer's head.
Wise men do not make demands of kings.
Fathers who look at their sons do. I will have his head. Thank you for fighting on my behalf, Lady Sean. I would have come to defense, but...
Take him to the stockade. Find him with every chain you can find.
You're a real she-wolf, lady, yes? So much pressure to do.
And gag him!
They start.
You don't, you risk getting locked up.
Church, you don't get this stuff right here for the power to talk.
Adrian, do you, again, so Adrian, do you consider 4 mass shootings in 14 years a lot?
1 is a lot.
Okay, so, your Norway example seemed like a stretch to me, like, just because something happens one time.
In a controversial new bill that just passed, all 50 states approved 930.
Other Christian nations in this issue. He named Norway, which has had 4 mass shootings in 14 years. So is that a good example? Right? Like, I hear you saying 1's a lot. I understand. Comparison to the U.S. That's not a good standard. I don't know why you said Norway. It seems utterly ridiculous. Just because it's does not mean there's a pattern.
No, he blamed Christian.
He's on the phone.
I was talking to CEO.
Yeah, I'm saying Mark blamed Christian countries. He said that's the problem.
Totally. Well, I mean, if we can, it's a fact. It's a fact.
I just want to point out that
Hold on a second.
Miss IJ?
Adrian wasn't
Okay,
done.
sorry.
I'm done, man. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't mean to.
You're going to anxious. Go ahead.
No. I did not mean to interrupt you. Not that you.
No, you go ahead, man. It's all good.
So I was just gonna this. So your thesis is that the increase in CPS has caused a decrease in parenting, which has caused an increase in school shootings. Am I restating your thesis?
The usurping of parents' authority is my stance, because that absolutely happened.
So I mean, I disagree, because I don't necessarily think that parents' authority has been usurped. I think that
So we're overcoming a lot, and I think Kennedy is ultimately doing it the right way, recognizing if we're going.
But I think that parents have gotten lazy.
Sustain this long after Kennedy and Trump are gone. We better establish that scientific credibility, if you will, and that is.
Yet they think that they're too involved. You know what I'm saying? They're kind of uninvolved. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to be micromanage those that are here to assist. Again, this idea there's no community, but you're not going to tell me to do with my kid, but I'm not doing anything with my kid. That is my thesis.
Hold on. Let me respond to, wait, did you respond to Finley? So I want to respond to Mark really quick.
15 seconds. I've spoken with teachers. It's been a lot of teachers on this app that speak out, especially when it comes to mass shootings and things like that happen. And you know what the number one thing that all of those teachers have in common that they say that they love? They say they love helicopter parents. They say that helicopter parents are the best parents in the school because they're the most engaged, they're the most involved, they're the ones that come to the parent-teacher conferences, the school board meetings, the PTA meetings, all of that stuff. And they don't play about their children. They want to know exactly what their children are learning and see how they're being productive in classes, make sure that they're on top of their things, right? In school and at home. So a lot of teachers love helicopter parents. So to have these parents disengaged from their children is a problem, and it leads to more things. So there's nothing wrong with being a helicopter parent, with being involved in your child's school life and home life.
I'll reserve my
I was just going to mention really quickly to Mark, because first of all, I don't know if Mark is being like genuine or is he just trolling, because I'm pretty sure he's researched this, but his claim to some degree, bro. I like to believe
believe that you did. Like you say, it's fact. It's a fact. It is not a fact. The Virginia Tech shooter was Asian, my nigga. Okay? The Parkland was like half Hispanic. We are talking about the they was Hispanic, and like Red Lake was Native American. Appalachian Law was black. Detroit was black. Knoxville was black. Like, I don't understand, like, why, like, where you're getting all of them were white and Christian, bro. That's why I feel like you're being disingenuous for the sake of being disingenuous.
But majority of them all white.
That wasn't what he said. That wasn't what he said, though. He said that all of them were white and Christian.
Yeah, not only white and Christian. That's like, it almost sounds like you have to be some religion when you're born in this world. So if you're born in a Christian country, that automatically makes you Christian. I don't believe that at all, bro. You can't, if you're not practicing Christianity, you don't go to church, you don't pray in the name of Jesus, you don't do none of these things, but automatically you're Christian? Like, how is that even logical?
It works that way for Jews.
Even if an Arab is born in an Arab country, that don't automatically make him a Muslim if he's not practicing Islam. And people who practice Christianity are not going to shoot up shit.
I said something simple, but it is hard to prove, no doubt, that most of these school shootings are of white young kids who are raised as Christians. That's a fact.
Okay, so it's a fact. Okay, wait. Could you cite your citation for that, please? You keep saying it's a fact. What citation do you have?
It's hard. First of all, you have to go to the parents, right? Because they're the ones.
But my nigga, how do you know? That's what I want to know. How do you know? You keep saying this. It's a fact. I want to see your citation.
So if we were to do proportionalities based on population, I'm sure it would be like, yes, there are more white, pretty confused men out there that think somehow being a school shooter or mass shooter. No, but the reason why I'm saying, hold on, relax, chill, man. I ain't going anywhere. I ain't mad. I ain't calling any names. I'm not doing any of that. We're just having a conversation. Relax, drink some whiskey, whatever it is, smoke a doobie. Is that still the lingo today? I don't fucking know.
Early right now. Just get to your point.
Yes, ma'am. So the whole thing is we based it off the demographics. I'm sure it would correlate on a per capita region. But again, you couldn't even do that because it depends on where you're going to cherry pick. Like Thomas just said, you have multiracial people doing this. You have all sorts of people. So the issue isn't the religion. I get the whole Manson effect, but it's not that. Otherwise, guess what? It's always white. Hold on, dude. It's always white. Chill. Don't do that.
Mark, have some discipline, please. Just be quiet. Let him finish.
It is not always white. It's already been listed out for you. I don't know. Maybe I have to spoon feed it, but I'm telling you, they are not always white. They're not always Christian, and they in fact go against a lot of the religious teachings and a lot of their manifestos. So if I'm sitting here listening to you, I'm believing with the news media and a racial stereotype. Like, the majority of crimes in this country are committed by guess which race? Black people. I hear that a fucking lot. It's not true. It's not even remotely true. But I hear that a fucking lot, and it's that media narrative. It's that propaganda narrative. So this is part of the problem, Mark, is that you're actually not looking at what's going on in a case by case to actually look at solving the problem. I just said it may be as simple as adding a parent in the home. I don't think it's Christianity. Christianity doesn't do it. I don't think Islamic, Judaism, Buddhist, or whatever fucking anybody else believes in is that triggering factor. I just don't see it. I don't. You're just, give me, it's a white Christian male that was featured on CNN. That's all you have.
Can I say this, Brad? I went ahead and I posted in the chat the more up-to-date information about mass shootings here in America, who's perpetrating them, so on and so forth, what type of gun they're usually using to do it, all the, just a lot. Now, it does not give the religious breakdown, right? That's where you got me. I would say I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that, realistically speaking, a lot of these mass shootings we've had have been white male, but that does not mean that we haven't had other. I think we all can acknowledge that.
Of Christian persuasion.
I'm not saying of Christian persuasion because I don't have the information or the facts to back it up. So I'm not going to say that. Now, as I said, I posted the link in the chat. You can read it. You can get more educated about it or see what the graphs and things are saying, right? one of those things that's hard to predict because if I remember correctly, the gentleman that we're talking about is 21 years old, which means he was of legal age to buy weapons. Last time I checked, he did. Brad, correct me if I'm wrong. Did he have anything on file, or was he seeing anybody that would have been able to label him a danger that would have put him on a flag list for whenever he went to purchase that gun, it would have been flagged, right?
Technically, they were struggling with their identity since 2020. So
was there anything on record to show or to be put on that background check when you run that would have labeled them as inaccessible to a gun? No, right?
No, nothing that's been reported yet, so no, I
Yeah, so
don't have it.
he wasn't seeing a doctor while he was struggling with his sexual identity that would have been able to annotate that and submit that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this is one of those freak things where unfortunately he purchased the gun legally and he went and he did it. There would have been nothing realistically anybody would have been able to do to stop it. That's just the facts of it. It's fucked up. I hate the fact that he went out in a coward's way instead of standing 10 toes down and facing the laws of justice and facing those fucking people. It's fucked up that those children had to go through that, and some of those children had to use themselves as shields to protect other children. It's just one of those type of things. Because the reality is what, when it comes to individuals like this, they're going to find a way to do something one way or another, right? And that's the facts that we're dealing with. All this if, and, shoulda, coulda, wouldas, and what about this, what about that? No, you know how I am, Brad. Deal with the facts of the case. Don't add shit, talk about it in the context that it is.
Yeah, but the facts is
the context.
It's just saying it's just one of those things. It's kind of wild, respectfully. Hell, Miss Clark has been a while. It's kind of yeah. I don't necessarily want to accept that. But we're pushing back against this thesis that the white Christian men that is definitely not. That evidence does not.
So what is the race on Christian? Wait, because I don't mind doing this. Wait, hold on. So why don't we do this? So Thomas actually had a whole list going. I don't know if Thomas can do it or somebody who's got, because like right now, I'm trying to figure out how to not break this crack pot. I'm now on my third one. So what I'm trying to do is, let's see, can anybody break this down real quick? What is the race of those? And I'm willing to bet it probably is overwhelmingly white. I'm willing to bet it's probably male. Those are two.
Brad, are you about to ask about active shooters and shit? And then like the stats on them?
No. Let's do it. We're talking about a school shooter, so let's go ahead and diagnose it. Like let's find it, because maybe it is. Maybe it's as simple as, you know what? Let's fucking remove all the white kids out of the male kids that, you know, I don't know, have like fucking, yeah, I don't know, whatever. They play fucking.
It's overwhelmingly white. It's overwhelmingly white. Over 90%. Over 90%.
Yes,
Over 90%.
It's not 90%.
It's not.
It's over 90%. Up until recently.
It's not.
I got it.
Up until recently, yes.
Doing this at all. I just hate when I have to do this, but I have to do this. Please, everyone will get a chance to speak. No need to talk over, and please be courteous of other speakers. If you just joined the room, don't just get up there and try to speak. Understand other people have been waiting to speak in front of you. Also, if you are on stage, you need to cash in your pink ticket to be able to stay and speak. Sorry, and a lot of pink tickets in the audience. Please cash those pink tickets in, and I'll go ahead and go on mute now. I think it was it Miss Clark that wanted to finish her point?
Yes, ma'am.
Weedman, okay. Miss Clark, finish your point, and then I believe Weedman wanted to.
Throw me the cue too after Weedman.
Okay, so just so that way we can have a quick breakdown, I'm gonna move through this quick, right? Location and timing. Most mass shootings are likely to occur in workplaces and school. Weapon. Handguns are the most commonly used weapons in mass shootings at 74%. Rifles are at 32%. Shotguns are at 16%. Perpetrators usually tend to be white at 54%. Perpetrators are overwhelmingly male at 95.3%. The average age of a mass shooter in this country is 34.5 years old. As I said, it does not give the ideological demographic of if they're Christian, if they're Pentecostal, all that other stuff. And the site that I have does not
Republican or Democrat or far right, far left, or anything like that. Mass shootings are most commonly perpetrated with handguns, one being at least handguns, like I said, 73.5% here, and at least one rifle, 32.5%, at least one shotgun, 15%. Most mass shootings involve a single weapon, sitting at 66.67%, and most mass shooter perpetrators are typically males, with solo males being 94.6%, solo female only being 3.8%, male-female pair being 1%, and two males being less than 0.6%. There's the information.
Okay, so we should that. So just real quick, I want to emphasize it. So it's 54% white males. All right, that's probably in alignment with the racial breakdown of the country. Are we all in agreement?
It is, Brad, but it's also, it says, she's right, 54% whites, it's also 22 to 26% black, and it's 10% Latino. All right, so add those stats.
You know what, fine, then we are all on board, we agree that maybe it's not just the skin characteristics. Oh my God, we might get somewhere. It may not just be the skin characteristics, it may be something a little bit more deeper. All right, go ahead, Finley, or whoever was that.
I believe it was Weedman.
Yeah, Weedman, go ahead.
Weedman.
Oh, Weedman, I'm sorry.
No, she effectively broke down what the statistics are. They waiver, essentially the FBI and the CIA does extensive research on this. Actually, one of my concentrations for my bachelor's degree was school and campus security. So what we did is we go back to the 1800s when the first documented attacks on schools actually started to happen. And then it gets pretty deep. With that being said, her statistics are right. I would say more in the recent years, we've seen what would be off base of the norm, which was white, whether middle-aged men from the age of 35 to 45, whether you're talking about schools, active shooters out and about in the world, it's middle-aged white men. That's been typically the 90+% ratio up until I think just the last couple of shootings might offset it a little bit because there were some different, racial ethnicities involved. Nonetheless, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't think race is the biggest deal here, right? And I think we can all agree to that. We have kids that are being shot, and what's happening is they're realizing that people within my community, the security and risk management industry, are paying attention, and we're making moves, and now schools and communities are reacting, and so we're able to install different things and try different measures, and we're testing, we're exploring options, right? There's never going to be a picture-perfect situation here unless the truth is we lock the fucking school down. And then even if we do, we have what took place just the other day. I don't know if this is the Minnesota shooting, but is this the one where he shot through the windows? This is because there was like two of them in just the last couple of days. Is this the one where he shot through the windows?
Yes, this is the one where he shot through the windows.
So we get to this point now, which was my biggest worry through all my studies over the last 20 years in college and in this profession, is that we can create great access control, remove bottleneck situations from that access control. We could do a lot, right? What we can never stop is somebody from the outside just shooting fucking in. If somebody's determined to shoot, kill, and harm, they're going to do it. They're going to find a way, whether it's a bomb, a knife, a sword. You look at China, you look at England, you see all types of violent acts in mass, right? And they're not used with firearms. I think just a couple of years ago, some fucker walked into a goddamn mall with a goddamn sword and chopped fucking 33 people up. Now, did most of the people survive? Yes, and I think so there's a difference there. Nonetheless, race, while it's a topic in the discussion, those of us in this industry are cued in on what's taking place, on the actors, the people that are investigating these things. They're aware of these breakdowns and these statistics based on the information we receive. And I could just say I don't think that should be the main sticking point in conversation. I think it's divisive. I think it doesn't allow us to get to a solution. And I'm going to pass the mic real quick. Sorry for being so long.
Can I speak, please? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll go through.
Thank you. I just wanted to know if we brought up mental illness, isolation, bullying. I think when you have that combination, it just adds to the piece of the puzzle, that relation, especially from their parents. The parents don't know what's going on. So I think mental illness needs to be really affected. I mean,
So the National Alliance of Mental Health says
Excuse
that,
me,
it's
it's
real clear.
No, Mr. Finley's term. Thank you.
So the Violence Project talks about this, and I think one of the reasons that we think that most mass shootings are white males is because we're thinking about school shootings, and they tend to make the national headlines, whereas your day-to-day quote-unquote urban violence amongst people of color tends to be, not always multiple victims, and it tends to be, it's a narrative. Like, so if it's a gang-related violence and two people got shot, it's not gonna make national news. It may make no local news. It's not gonna make national news. But when Tyrone does that with Pookie and them, right, with 2 people. But if Chad decides to go in and shoot up, the school, kills 15 people randomly, because of whatever reason that he has, because his brain ain't wired correctly, that makes national news, and of course that's what's highlighted. So that's what the perception is, and it's not the reality. But I want to point to something that another part to my thesis about: one, we don't have the community we used to. Number two, the way that we are, especially in the school system, the way that we are raising boys. You may not believe this. I know that there's patriarchy people out there that believe this is oppressive patriarchy. Boys are failing. They are failing. They're slowly checking out of society. And it starts young, because the way we educate boys, it's a whole problem systemic. And these aren't my words. There are multiple organizations that talk about this. That there is a problem there, and when solutions are offered, the pushback is, no, we can't do that for boys specifically because we're going to go back to the old system, patriarchy, evil, blah, 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 blah. But the reality is there is a male deficit happening right now with respect to economically, educationally. I mean, if you've been to high school graduation or college graduation, look at the top performers. They're mostly all girls. There's a guy sprinkling every now and then, but mostly all girls. There's a problem there. And I think it's worth having.
I think, wait, someone want to jump off? Someone jump off their mic?
No, I just needed to ask somebody who knows how to cook. Do I heat the crock pot bowl up first before I put it in this stupid fucking thing?
Dear, Bradley, no.
No, you don't do that.
That's funny as fuck.
So you just put it in as is, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Alright. Go on.
Is the fire department on your speed dial, Brad? Before you see that, just make sure you get first.
Brad, you better preheat that fucking crock pot, Brad.
He's broken our kitchen appliances.
End up with a fucking screw worm.
An entire country, I swear to God, he's blown up more kitchen appliances than anyone.
What is he
I'm
making?
surprised he's still around, bro.
What is
You're very resilient.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mrs.
What is he making?
A pile of mess, that's what he's making. You know,
Bradley.
he actually food.
Grits, bro.
Bradley, what are you making, honey?
I'm gonna try to make a shepherd's pie.
He's making shepherd's fucking pie! He's making shepherd's fucking pie!
Whatever the
He's
video
making
thing. It says an 8-step recipe that's easy. I just needed to crock it. So I got a corn.
Baby, no.
I shaved
The
that
lamb
thing.
is cooked in the crock pot. We're not putting the potatoes. We have to boil the potatoes, mash them, and then bake them. This
This is fucking way too complex. I'm just doing it by this recipe. We'll see if it goes and happens again.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. God bless you, bro.
The first thing you want to do, Brett, you want to score the crust with the mat.
You know, you can't say the word score. He doesn't know what score means, Blake. He thinks he's thinking about football or rugby. Okay, let's get back to the conversation, please.
Alright, so back to
Style, just don't talk over, just don't talk over each other. Did someone new want to get it?
Yeah, I was gonna respond. I'm gonna check right into.
Because I remember something about mass shootings being 4 or more, and I think that's like intellectually dishonest. Because, like, for example, if I'm in a street gang, and I know my ops are standing in front of this gas station, and I go do a drive-by, and 5 people get shot, people are still not going to call that a mass. If you could say technically it is, but no one's going to call that a mass shooting. Now, if a random guy walks into a Walmart and just starts shooting up the place because he's crazy in the head, that's a mass shooting. So I think just because something legally says 4 or more, we all know what really a mass shooting is compared to like gang activity.
Well, we have to
Absolutely.
drive-by shootings, DJ. Again, this is a lot of us have a 1990s view of like violence. That isn't as common as it used to be. And believe it or not, I get the legal definition, but the 3 or less is not as rampant as you think it is. And gang violence is tracked a little bit differently, and there's a ton of data on gang violence. But I know that we're trying to make the comparison between the drive-bys and the school shootings. And again, I address that there is a narrative problem here, to be fair, which is why we think it's all white males. But that drive-by narrative just isn't a thing anymore. Not saying it doesn't happen, but it's not like it used to be in the 90s. It's like rare, very rare.
Detroit's way more calm, but do you guys want to, like, just for sake of argument, define mass shootings in a very specific way? Then we can all be on the same page with each other.
A mass shooting is defined as 4 or more people being shot at one time.
All right, stick with that. We stick with that. All right. For simplicity's sake, thank you, Marshall.
Yeah, and
That's regardless.
There's another term that we could add in. I think technically is it a catastrophe in this case.
Well, I think anybody being shot is catastrophe. That's
Two more deaths define catastrophe.
Sure. But my thing is this: is to DJ's point, it's almost as if we want to. It appears this way, as we want to sit back and kind of differentiate the killings of one group compared to another. If someone goes into a bank or a school or whatever and starts killing a bunch of people, now the gentleman, as far as I know, the two children died, from as far as I know, in the shooting that took place recently. If a guy is driving and trying to get his ops and he ends up shooting, 4 or 5 people, the death is the death. But like how they died or for whatever reason they died should not matter.
Yeah, let's stick with the basic.
They were killed. So I don't like playing the semantics game respectfully, saying, oh well, he did it because of this X, Y, Z, but this guy did it because he was doing it running away from the ops. He was trying to deal with the ops. So I'm just like, but they murdered niggas, and that's all that matters. So that's just
Thomas, the reason
the context does matter,
right? Because how you deal with it is going to differ. This is why cities that are doing a good job of dealing with violence are finally able to deal with it, because they look at the underlying issue instead of we're just going to be aggressive and just be aggressive for the aggressive sake, right? That's not how you deal with crime. You're going to deal with the school shooting incidents, which we're really not dealing with, differently than the gang violence, because gang violence, you can look at the underlying issues to stem that and slow it down. I mean, you'd probably never stop it, but to slow it down.
But to that point, Mr. Finley, as someone pointed out to the chat, hold on just 1 minute, please. I'll just be brief. Are we discussing mass shootings in general, and specifically in this case, school mass shootings? Because the remedy and the prevention of it does have some different variables. So which one is it, gentlemen?
I thought we were specifically talking about school shootings, but all right, well, let's stick with that. Let's stick with that for simplicity's sake. I mean, school mass shootings specifically.
Yeah, sure. I mean, at the end
Let's
of the
stick to
day,
school because it's in the title.
well, I'll put it like this: they're all fucking crazy.
Shed some light on this situation to help y'all out.
Oh, help us out, brother. Go ahead.
I actually live in Minnesota and I actually work with the BCA, and I've been working on this case. I was on vacation for 10 days, so I just hopped on within the past 2 days. To give y'all some information, I would actually really consider this more of a terrorist attack. This is something that's been going on that for whatever reason the news has not been specifically telling people is related to these online groups or these terrorist organizations. This one specifically, I would just relate it to the NVE group. They're called the Nihilistic Violent Extremists. Heavily related to a group called Terrorgram. So if anybody remembers the shooting that happened December of last year, the girl's name was Natalie Samantha Rubnaugh. Her name was on the gun. A lot of these things like that you wouldn't think are related are heavily related, and it's all like terrorist activity. So there's basically these online groups. They vary in age, and they're
Wait, can you hold on a second, sir? So I'm from Minnesota myself as well. I'm up by Two Harbors. So, first, right out, I don't know what ERR means on the crockpot thingy, so like this is all fucking done. I give up. Secondly, error. It means, but what is this guy? I mean, you're the whatever saint, whatever S&T, whatever. Do you have proof of this? Do you have like some evidence of this? Because this is the first I'm hearing about this. Because I've never heard of an online terror troll farm that's recruiting people across the nation to commit school attacks. Like that's just, I mean, that seems like something that would have been released by the FBI, or at least schools would have been made aware of, and parents would have been made aware of. I'm sorry, it's
no, kids have roadblocks. You should be concerned.
I can definitely. I mean, yeah, I can.
Telegram is a real thing. It did it.
Yeah.
So I've seen it in the news and stuff.
Because like this is the first I'm hearing it.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you.
I think it's like basically it's a collective of different terrorist groups. Groups that are like anything from like accelerationist neo-Nazis to just sick fucks that glorify mass shootings and shit. And they do weird things like they'll have shrines for the people that have done these mass shootings. It's just I don't actually participate in those places obviously, but it does exist.
Thank you. Thank you, Pete. S&T, can you elaborate a little bit more on what he said too? Because, like, again, I'm not trying to draw anything. I'm not trying to make a mockery of anybody. I have ignorance. I am completely ignorant to this facet of this conversation.
No, Telegram as IMC is actually is sorry.
Can I let S&T go, Meg? You can go right after him, but can we let him go? Because I really want to hear this, and since he brought it up, I heard what Pete said. And I value what Pete said. I just want to hear what S&T has to contribute.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are ignorant. That's the only reason I came in here. I know that I was ignorant to this, so I'm just trying to like lay out the facts so people aren't ignorant, because it's actually a big deal.
Do you have sources like we can post? Because KK's got spirit figures and a hat, but I don't know if she knows
post like once I finish talking, like I'll gladly post like randomly research that I've done. I'm allowed to like post in the chat for you.
Thank you.
So basically, I'll say like with us specifically, we have had a string of what's known as swatting calls. So they're basically like fake 911 calls that come in, and these groups basically are inciting each other to get points on a leaderboard. They gamify this, so it actually gets into like what Pepe said, like neo-Nazism, accelerationism, where they have these concepts that basically the white race is in peril and they're doing what they have to do, and they want to overthrow the government and basically insert a new world order, in which case they are secure.
Can we also toss in Scientologists in that mix just because?
So, another important aspect of this is, I would say, like, the children, for whatever reason, a lot of these groups are actually, like, kind of obsessed with it. A lot of them are pedophiles, a lot of them actually specific. So this group, Telegram, is under another group. It's like an umbrella. It's called the 764 Network. That's, like, specifically really well known for basically having children take videos of sexual acts of themselves and then blackmailing them to get them to do various acts, whether it's acts like these where they harm other people, acts where they harm animals, acts where they harm themselves. And they radicalize these kids into these people that you're like seeing today, these mass shooters. So
damn, man,
back to the swatting calls. So back to the swatting calls. So it starts with swatting calls, fake 911 calls.
starting to get these points on this leaderboard, right? You get more points the crazier things you do. So I'll say it's not 1,000% sure, but there was a shooting in Minnesota on Lake and Stevens Street in Minneapolis, in which case 2 men were shot, but there was no suspect. It's possible that that one was related. Then that was on the 23rd. On the 26th, the day before yesterday, there was a shooting at 3300. I can't think of the street name, but there was a shooting at 3300 something outside of another Catholic school, in which case 7 people were shot and I believe 1 was killed. It's heavily possible that that one is related, so I'm kind of pointing out like how things are progressing because they're getting more points on the leaderboard in these groups, right?
Should we add in kids doing like car theft as one of the examples? Basically getting kids to be recruited into doing part of these acts?
Yeah, car theft and like just severe beatings or like animal cruelty. I mean, those are other examples. So, anyways, on the 27th now, we get to the shooting, in which case 20 people are injured, 2 are killed, or 17. I apologize. And this person could have killed more people. Obviously, like they only used 2 magazines out of like the 5 to 7 that they had. They also had 3 pistol magazines and they had a shotgun. From my understanding, that was not used, and then they got away. Actually, to be specific, yesterday they did get away, but instead of driving off, they stayed there, walked around in a park, and then killed themselves. When they do these bigger acts, this is where you get into like the Satanist ideology of it. They consider themselves, they call them a saint. They anoint them, quote unquote, as a saint. And that's why Samantha Rucknell is like a great example of that, where she references somebody in like Turkey who killed a few people at a gay bar as a saint, because in these groups, whenever they want like notoriety, some strange reason, doesn't quite make sense within the holistic point of view, but they want notoriety, they get clout, quote unquote, and they become these saints. So the higher you get on the leaderboard, the more people you kill, the higher chances of you becoming the saint in the group. So I'll kind of leave it at that. I just think it's important to like know, because for whatever reason, like I said, they don't share like a lot of these cases that are heavily connected, and it's not really hard to like, I guess, find that from just like reading. But it's important to know that these are like terrorists, like real terrorists.
This is fascinating. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, this is absolutely fascinating because
I've never heard of it.
yeah, no, this is crazy. And if this is happening, I just could imagine foreign governments leveraging, this is a new kind of troll farm. If you really think about it, we have a similar thing, this whole vigilante thing going on here in Calgary, where the gangs are getting little kids to kind of pose as to try to find out sexual predators. This is in Calgary, Alberta. And we have a lot of very conservative people, conservative Christians and conservative Muslims here. And they're really, I don't know anybody that likes sexual predators, but there's been a couple cases, I think, through this year where kids under the age of 14 were luring sexual predators. And just last week, one kid got picked up in a van with no windows, and their friends followed him around. They brought the cops in and they arrested the guy. So this kind of vigilante, for whatever cause, whatever reason, going out of your way doing crazy shit. Whether it's
can I add to that?
Yeah,
here?
crazy.
So I own residency in Alberta, so they're actually attached to the ICE unit, the Internet Child Exploitation Division. The only reason why I know that is my husband does K-9 training for the RCMP. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Two of the cases were actually attached with law enforcement with parents' complete involvement. So it's not complete vigilante. However, I know what you're saying, but I just want to make sure, like, the case you're talking about, I know exactly what you're talking about. The ICE unit was a part of that. It wasn't just kids for the hell of it.
So I have a question to those that are, because like, again, this is all fascinating to me. I did not know this was going on. Thank God my kids are grown. So why hasn't this been like brought up in the news? Like, why? Like, we just had this Minnesota school. Jacob Fry. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I've got Jacob Fry on my fucking TV right now giving me the "we just need the ban" speech, and we're going to rally this with Ilhan Omar going, "America is a terrorist country, and we need to stop this violent hate," and going down these rhetorics, but nobody mentioning this part. Like, this, parents knew about this because, you know, they're working, they can only do so much at a time. But if they knew this shit was actually going on, they would be like me, like, hold on a moment, what the fuck is my kid doing? It's like, no,
This shit is harder to control.
I didn't ask you, hold on. I didn't ask you, I asked like the people that are in the US that know this. You just found out. You're in Calgary, you don't know this. So, like, who knows this?
Brad, that's someone who's in Minneapolis. These are the same people that the police force left loaded guns inside their cars during the very first night of George Floyd protests. The cop car gets broke into, and so because they use the claim from the police, go get the loaded gun that someone broke the cop car because they just wanted to cause damage to the cop car, nothing more than getting a gun. They released tear gas indiscriminately to everyone. Same people. So, I'm not surprised.
Brad, I was gonna cut the cast.
Thank you, Brad. I just want to say thank you for asking that question, because I didn't know that either, and it makes a lot of sense, because now I'm thinking like these are not like lone wolf incidents as we thought before. Probably there is something to it, that is a network that we can look at. But this is really fascinating news for me, and thank you, I'm Said, for saying this, and also Brad for like investigating.
Yeah, thanks for this room, Brad. I mean, this is fascinating. The same shit's gonna end up happening in Canada too. So it's not completely off topic, shockingly.
I agree. It's something, excuse me, Mr. Finley, I'll go right straight back to you, sir. Something that's interesting, and it goes back to the full circle of what someone had brought up earlier, and we've only had this room open for an hour, which is the parent being removed from the actual family, not the parents not being actively engaging with their child. So these young teens in particular can engage in really deep dive search onto their tablets, onto their computer screens within this community. So it kind of does tie into it. I'm opening my eyes to it as well. I'm the same. I would love to do a room on this topic just to open the ears and eyes of parents that may have young teens. I'm going to add you as a friend right now, and I would love to chat with you about this. Go ahead, Mr. Finley, and thank you.
So with this group specifically, because I've heard of it before, but from my understanding, it's like very fringe and like only a couple of cases here in the States, because it's not just here in the States that this group has had influence on. There's like other instances in other countries, but it's like very fringe, and it's like the connections aren't there to say that there's a pattern that we have to do that requires a response. So I think, again, there's only been like 2 people that are loosely connected to this particular online group, as far as I understand.
More detail about what you understand about.
So it's been mentioned. So I study criminal justice still, and I read a lot of stuff like by the Violence Project, the Innocence Project. Like there's different groups that I read a lot about, and I've heard this, like whenever there's a mass shooting, once the dust settles and like the facts come out, and not in the news facts, but like the facts come out from the organizations, they talk about, you know, what they've investigated, et cetera, they write about this stuff. Like it's been mentioned, right? But it's not that there is a clear, it's not been mentioned enough that there's a clear link between all of the school shooters here. There's only been 2 in which this has been loosely mentioned. And when doing the Madison is one I can think of off the top of my head. I forget the other one, but I know the Madison shooter.
Because that's when because I used to be in law enforcement in Wisconsin, so I still fought a lot of stuff there. And so the Madison shooting, I forget the other one, but the Madison shooter for sure. But there's one other one, but I can't remember the name of it. But if you guys are really interested in like really digging past this, and I too got off of the white male train when I started digging into even like shooting, like mass shootings, because you begin to understand the narrative and what draws attention and what does not, which is why we shape our minds around this. But again, that's also why I have the thesis that this divestment in boys is kind of creating all of these problems, because there's uptick in youth crime amongst young men. Obviously, school shootings is a problem. Dropout rates of young men is bad. Reading scores are bad. It's just bad all around.
In the Minnesota area, we kind of set a giant middle finger to the federal government for funding because it came with so many strings attached that they couldn't run the schools the way that they were. And so then the federal government said, okay, we're going to discontinue all of your government grant foundations. So Minnesota just got hit with every government-funded non-for-profit was unfunded. So add that to the mix of this current time.
Yeah, so just to clarify, whatever facts or lack thereof that were just shared. So December 16th, 2024, Madison, Wisconsin, what he's referencing, Natalie Samantha Rupp now. Telegram is also related to the January 6th incident in 2021 that happened at the riot at the Capitol. There was an incident March 1st in Waukesha, Wisconsin with Nikita Cash that was related to the terrorist organization known as the Order of Nine Angles. May 18th, 2025, Los Angeles, California, Guy Edward Bartkus. January 22nd, 2025, Nashville, Tennessee, Solomon Henderson. July 28th, 2025, New York City, New York, Shane Tamora. And to be specific in global incidents, because this isn't just over here, there's May 20th, 2025 in Pirkkala, Finland, where I believe he was 15 or 16, went to school and videotaped himself stabbing his schoolmates. Then there was another incident, the one that Natalie Samantha Rupp now from Madison, Wisconsin referenced, August 12th, 2024, that happened in Eskişehir, Turkey, from Arda. I apologize, I have no clue how to pronounce that. But just to be specific, these are some incidents that are actually related based on the manifestos of the people who did them and their social media accounts of like the past year alone.
I'm just going to say this real quick. Hold on. So as I'm deep diving while listening to you, S&T and Joe and a couple others, I mean, I even found I guess apparently this is real enough that Frontline did an expose on this, along with National Geographic and other entities are starting to do exposés on this. Like BBC is now going to pick this up. ProPublica is picking this up. So now I'm like, I feel really dumb. I had no idea this was going on. I mean, you know what? The way it comes across, I probably would have just threw it out there as a conspiracy theory or some other crackpot kind of far-reaching thing like Martian moles take over things.
It's a new culture of violence, and violence has evolved over centuries.
So to be clear to S&T's point, there is a larger group that I am not familiar with. I'm speaking specifically to school shooters in this particular group. That there is a larger group, and I also did mention that it's not just in the States. I did mention that it's global.
Let's hear it from public media, because actually this is where I first, maybe not first or second, I'd heard of Telegram, and I know that Telegram, one of them came from Telegram, which I've just been a bit suspect of. So I was taking my suspicion of Telegram, and actually NPR did something on Telegram. And I was like, hold on, Telegram, or they looked talking about Telegram, so that's why I watched it. So NPR actually broke one of the stories about Telegram. They also included, there was 4chan is the other thing that's also you can look up. But yeah, let's hear it for public broadcasting. NPR did do a really great expose on this a while ago.
Wait, why would we want to fund it? Let's cut funding.
In my home in British Columbia, Amanda Todd, I don't know if you guys remember this story. She's a 15-year-old girl from British Columbia. And what happened is that she died by suicide, right, in 2012. And so this was an early case of online manipulation. She was being like prolongedly harassed by this dude from the Netherlands, right? So she posted a video in September 2012, right, of her using flashcards saying that she was exposing herself, like her body to by webcam to a stranger. And he said, if you don't send me pictures of you doing all these weird things, then I'm gonna it was a sextortion case and cyberbullying. And it was this Dutch guy, Aiden Kovan, this Dutch-Turkish guy. He was in Netherlands and he was already convicted multiple times for online sexual extortion. And they actually brought this motherfucker to BC here, and he's in Canada now. He's got 13 years in prison. So, I mean, this kind of online manipulation of young people, yeah, it's just going to get worse because the technology is getting more sophisticated.
Hold on, because so before anyone goes, hey, welcome Cedric, I'm not going to berate you. You can have all sorts of opinions up there. I don't, as long as you can back it up and support. But I'm just really fascinated currently. I just went to the State Department, and I shit you not, this is on here. The Department of State is designating Telegram Collective and its 3 leaders as specifically designated global terrorists pursuant to EO 13224 as amended January 13th, 2025. So this, ladies and gentlemen, was actually instituted by Biden's administration and codified over by the Trump administration. So 2 separate opposite administrations have carried this over. It goes through, Telegram is a transnational terrorist group that primarily operates on the social messaging platform Telegram. The group promotes violent white supremacists, solicits attacks on perceived adversaries, and provides guidance and instructional materials on tactics, methods, and targets for attacks, including critical infrastructure and government officials. The group also glorifies those who have conducted such abhorrent attacks. Attacks or attempted attacks by Telegram users motivated and facilitated by the group include the October 2020 shooting outside an LGBTQI+ bar in Slovakia, a July 2024 planned attack on energy facilities in New Jersey, the August 24 knife attack on the mosque in Turkey, the September 24 DOJ charged 2 U.S. Telegram leaders with 15 count indictment for soliciting hate crimes, soliciting murder of federal officials, and conspiring to provide material to support terrorists. Additionally, the State Department has designated 3 leaders of Telegram as SDGTs, pursuant to EO 13224 as amended. Zero Daniel Armane Ferrari is a Telegram channel administrator. Ferrari is a Brazilian national residing in Brazil. He'll never leave there. Nula is a senior member of Telegram. It is located in Croatian national residence in Croatia. And Hendrik Wall Mueller is a Telegram channel administration. He's a South African national residing in South Africa. South Africa will give your ass up. I believe they will. So yeah, this is like some real shit. Why didn't we hear about this? Why are we shut up?
That's a really good point, Brad. Why haven't we heard about it? It's a fucking high shot. It's got no head. We cut it off. This is somewhere else.
Guys, decentralized for sure. I apologize.
I think what's crazy is that this is what we're supposed to be focusing on. I think both sides of the aisle can definitely get together on this and try to figure what this fit is, because I don't know why it has to be one or the other, but this is crazy though. This is the first time I'm hearing this. I'm kind of shocked that this isn't mainstream knowledge. So thanks to I'm the Saint for that. Also kind of a little ironic because the cult also venerates the saints, and you have I'm the Saint on it too.
It's actually not mainstream though. That's actually what's social. What we're talking about is that I first picked it up off of Telegram and NPR, and the State works on this, and then we're picking this up off of the channels. But the major broadcasting stations are not broadcasting this. I only found it on NPR as far as in articles on stuff like that, or on Telegram.
So when people say that, why haven't the news been talking about this? One of 2 reasons why. One, if this became mainstream media coverage, then A, you're going to legitimize them, or B,
option C, you're gonna glorify it. It's the same reason
They
why.
already are. That's what I mean by legitimate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's the same thing as to why when human trafficking operations are take place, it's not broadcasted because what we don't want is for people who are sick fucks to get off, right? On seeing the victims and the cases and the information. So you generally would have to have know where to look to actually see the court case and the entire operation from beginning to end. So I think that the moment, you're right, sorry Adrian, you're correct. The moment you legitimize it and you bring it to surface, you're indirectly recruiting.
Exactly. And then there's VPNs and there's all sorts of different ways of hiding exactly where you're living. I mean, it sounds like these are pretty committed to the cause and they've been doing it for a long time. That's why we know who they are. But if you have crazy kids using the internet to do crazy shit, if it's a one-off, good luck trying to find out who they are. Like, you know. And the other thing is that, you know, how much control do you want over the internet, right? Control, like, even all these massive social media companies or internet companies, whatnot, they can't have total control over everything. It's a hard problem.
I mean, you absolutely can.
That's where they flourished. One of the reasons it flourished so much on Telegram is because it's very unmodified or moderated. Yes, Telegram is independently unmoderated, so that's why it flourished so well on Telegram.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, a lot of social media is like controlled by somebody. Like, a lot of the internet is already controlled, so I don't know why you couldn't just, you know, filter the kind of messages and information that is being, you know, going through your system and just stop that from happening. Like, it's completely possible. So I'm just saying that it's possible because someone was saying that like you can't stop it, and that's the point I was making in the chat, that I think some people you know, always bring up this counterpoint of like not being censored, or like, you know, someone not having too much control over the internet, which they already do. They can, you know, stop you from saying certain things already. I don't know why some people are like want to, you know, at the risk of allowing this kind of culture to continue, like they just want to protect some kind of like free speech thing, which is even isn't a free speech thing. You know, things on the internet. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think people should get over that, and things that are obviously influencing a certain kind of outcome. I think it should be okay to censor that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, if I was the leader of a very, let's say North Korea, very unfriendly country, and I wanted to create a whole bunch of problems, but I didn't have tons and tons of money, man, you know, recruiting very mentally unstable teenagers is not a bad idea. It's a cheap way to rip apart the culture of, you know, it's asymmetrical warfare at its highest. It could be asymmetrical warfare. I'm not saying it is at this moment, but
We also have the administrators of the platforms, and I think, I'm not sure if this is, as to my knowledge, Telegram is founded and still owned by a foreign national, I think, maybe Russian, I think he's Russian. So, yeah, so there's a certain amount that, can get through because, Russia has very different, and also him as the owner has, I guess, a very low moral code. But no, if this was in the US and this was like Instagram, it would probably get censored. But no, this is from a Russian Telegram and from a Russian owner, and it's kind of interesting actually how the shooter had Russian written, although incorrectly, in English on the guns. That's a little bit tricky actually, but.
So I want to go.
A lot they are foreign owned, that causes problems.
So I want to go back to this Minnesota school shooter. So we're saying this Minnesota trans shooter, because apparently they were trans, and that's got to be the highlight talking point. But apparently this shooter, the school shooter, is somehow connected to this organization that I'm now watching, like, I got a pool of documentaries and research on it, and I guess apparently they're responsible for the Christchurch attack. So somehow it's correlated to this. I'm confused.
Yeah, so again, on their rifle, which I may even have a picture of, I'll look, but in the video that they posted on YouTube on their rifle, they had painted the name Rupnow, Samantha Rupnow from the Madison, Wisconsin attack onto their gun. So, and an example of what I was saying about the Saints culture, that girl, Samantha Rupnow, committed a heinous act, in which case hit their leaderboards, and so they revered her now as a saint. And this person specifically looked up to Samantha Rupnow, thus putting her name on their gun.
Right, it's like these crazy fucks in Europe who say, like, in the name of, I don't know, what is it, ISIS or something, they kill someone. It's not as if they're an organized insider member of ISIS. It's just that they go online, they spend all this time in their parents' basements, they get inspired by them, and then they do shit, and they want to claim association with them. It is a loose association. To what degree or not, well, that's, debatable, right? Under how much influence, it's probably a case-by-case sort of thing. But it is one of these things where the intentions of the individual person is terrorism. And they may claim to be, part of this terrorist group. But they may have never been to, ISIS, they've never been to Iraq or whatever, Syria. And so it's one of these things where, crazy people with lots of bad ideas meet each other, give each other worse ideas, and then claim association.
I just don't. So I just want to, anyways. I don't like giving. I'm not even trying to give like personal opinion any of this. I just think the facts are important. I'll just give an example of, I brought up March 1st in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Basically there was a boy who killed both of his parents.
Waukesha.
Thank you. I have no clue how to say it. Waukesha, Wisconsin. He killed both of his parents, and during the trial referenced the Order of Nine Angles. So this group, also known as the 09A, they're actually like heavily organized, and they have like roots back to like the 1970s. And this group specifically goes out of its way to have its recruits rise through its ranks by basically infiltrating political sectors, law enforcement sectors, basically to help them do the things that they are doing. And this is a global organization. One example is, I think it was 2020. In 2020 there was a person in the U.S. military, Shandon Simpson, who was found to be like one of the people that was in this 09A order. So to like basically give like a visual concept, there is a large umbrella known as like the COM network. Under that umbrella, one of the groups is like the 764 network, but there's other ones, like the Ottawaffen division, groups where they have arrested some of the higher ups, just like Telegram. They have arrested some of the higher ups. That we still, over the past year, have had multiple occurrences where people are tied to this network and committing these heinous crimes. If we're like on Clubhouse right now and we're all in this house and we see each other every day, and we hold true to these ideologies, I think like, for example, we know how people on Clubhouse historically over the past 5 or 6 years have planned huge events, have done like things, you know what I mean? The social media networks that they're using are simply like this but encrypted. Discord is just like this but encrypted with better text form. Another one is Signal. Was it last year that they were mad at the president because those military plans they were talking about them on Telegram, and they invited the journalists and they screenshotted them? Like, these are encrypted networks that a lot of people are using, that basically these people are using them to keep this violent information that they're sharing amongst each other safe without obviously getting caught and arrested. They're sending out, like books, zines, uh, programs, whatever you want to call it, on like how to make poison, how to make bombs, how to properly kill somebody, how to properly plan, something like this, in which case to like route yourself into an area and get as like these are like things that are actually like, in my opinion, in some cases, very well organized. Depending on the person. And I would say this from the evidence of you have the people who are just calling 911 with fake information, and then you have the people who are actually starting to commit these acts, and then you have the people who are doing like these bigger events of terrorism.
So, I understand all that, but here's where I'm drawing, like, based on what you cited, and then what I'm reading, because, like, I'm just completely fascinated, and then what I'm watching, like, just quickly on clips here, everything goes, it's white supremacy. However, I'm going to carve this one out. There seems to be, it does have this, like, nationalistic tendency. I'm not going to discount that. But I'm confused as if the leaders, not all of them, they're not all white. That's an amazing part. And none of the people in this seem to be, like, I would say white supremacist, but it's labeled as a white supremacy. And I mean, I think the reason why it got missed and why people aren't aware of this actual being spread, because this is actually calling, like, I'm looking at, like, chats that they've managed to, excerpts from court cases. They're showing, like, oh, target your church. Like, that doesn't come from, like, white supremacist groups. This is something far beyond that, I would say. Like, am I missing something, or is this just the way the news media is trying to label this? They can't figure out what this really is, or am I missing?
I mean, there are white supremacist groups that hate Christianity, so I would say that that's contradictory. Like, I'm not saying most of them, but there's a big section that think Christianity is like a foreign religion that is not European. So, yeah.
So yeah, for the 764 network, which houses Telegram, is actually heavily influenced by that group that I referenced earlier, the 09 or the 09 English. And I think I posted like a short link on them in the chat, but I would do some research into that because that kind of answers your question. So this specific group is one of the Satanist groups that I was referencing, and they actually are heavily against the Western. When Pepe was up here earlier and brought up accelerationism, accelerationists are extremists who want to, in this order of things we're talking about, who wants to basically have a new world order. This group, the Order of Nine Ingles, which heavily influenced all of these groups, is Satanists, and they are heavily against Judeo-Christian values, and they feel like our government and system in the Western world is too influenced by these Christian values. So if you saw the video, for example, from the Minnesota situation, you saw like on the gas canisters it said Jew gas. Just to kind of like tie it all together. So they have like this concept that I actually was just reading about it last night, but basically they believe that they're going to basically destroy the government here, and then at some point they're going to usher in this new world order of white supremacy. Then we're in like a phase where there's an aeon, so like a god that people worship. So they're considering America the aeon right now. This is where we're getting to like the Satanist concepts, right? So like everybody in the world is worshiping America, this aeon. Once that falls, a new aeon is brought in, but they're considering it like some time in relation to like its Imperium. I didn't fully read on it. God forgive me. I did post one of the leaks. Something about colonizing outer space, and also like when the Imperium thing comes, it's supposed to like bring them joy and happiness. So as far as like the white supremacist aspect, I'll just say no. I don't think you have to be necessarily white to be a white supremacist. Because Solomon Henderson was most certainly black, but was definitely citing things from white supremacists and like using a lot of that language. Um, I think that this is just like, you know, these groups who have these ideas and these goals and are radicalizing children. If that makes sense, like that's pretty much essentially what's happening. That's who they're recruiting.
You're a fascinating cat, Saint.
So
This is crazy shit.
So Saint, I'm watching Curtis's video. Thank you, Curtis. Curtis put a video in the chat for those of you that want to watch the shooter's video from Minnesota. It's eye-opening. Be cautious that you're not watching it in a place that, like at work or something like that, or around your kids, and don't stream it to your TVs and be dumb about it. It's disturbing. It's actually something that I would be terrified of, and if I'm scared of it, you should probably be a little bit afraid of it. I'm blown away. I did not know this. I think this is a hate group. It could be white supremacy. Fuck them. I don't really care what clan they call themselves by. I don't really give a shit. If they have Casper conventions and Target bedsheet sales, I don't give a damn. I'm just fascinated that I never knew about this till today. And everything you said, saying I'm cross-referencing and checking, and it seems to be accurate what you're saying. So I can't say this is just some sort of conspiracy theory or some kind of rabbit hole. I would never condone this. This is not something in my wheelhouse. I'm actually kind of disgusted that this has not been brought up a little bit more and been more precisely correlated, especially when after the incidents you cited. I have an issue with this. I have another issue, like as I'm diving through, I can see why people would have been choosing to ignore this, because I'm watching this. The Young Turks, they're doing, the neo-Nazi lady with a trans man on, Benjamin Carolello, talking about how dangerous this woman was because she's the voice of Telegram, but then finding out she's later discharged of it, and she wasn't connected to it, but they were like going on because she was blonde hair, and they went down this race thing. I'm like, I don't know. I can see why people like just don't pay attention to stuff that we should be talking about. This should be something that we know about. This should be something everybody knows about, especially parents with your kids online. I'm massively confused why we don't.
Yeah, I want to leave, so I just want to say quickly before I go. Yeah, so I came in here. I didn't see any rooms like talking about it, but I work with the BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and so like basically what I'm like sending are just like public links that I found, because I just literally went back to work 3 days ago now. Yeah, yesterday was Wednesday for me. And like literally like emails hopped in, and then this happened yesterday. And so these are like just the immediate things that like my research brought me to, that are public. The information I'm sharing to you is like public stuff that I can like actually give people that I just think is important, because it's something that the news is obviously like not informing people on, and they're targeting kids. A lot of these groups, exploitation. It's not anything in reference to gender, or there's boys and girls. It's not anything in reference to political ideologies. As you see, when you pay attention to the Minnesota one, for example, it doesn't make any sense. A lot of people would be like, okay, this is a trans person on the left, but the person's like citing this Republican guy, but at the same time he's killed Trump. Like, these aren't anything that I would say are like held by any defined lines outside of these people specifically like reference their hatred of humanity and humankind, and they are enjoying the concept of getting notoriety from killing people in their early 20s. They're in their teens. They're 16 years old to like, you know, like, it's important for people to kind of just be aware, especially if you have kids who you know what I mean, are on video games, or who you're hearing referencing like specific stuff. You know, parents are getting charged now for Samantha Rucknow's dad got charged, the one from Madison, Wisconsin. I think that may have been the first one. As they should, right? Because now who's about to tell these, you know, for instance, yesterday, 20 people, or 17 kids injured, 2 dead, like, you know, people are looking for somebody to fall. Like, what do we do? So,
Say, would you mind, would you mind, like, reaching out to KK? She wants to definitely, I do too. I think everybody that normally hangs around it, we find we don't know a lot about, and we want to do something more informative. I would love it very much if you would come to another one of our rooms. We'll do this on, you know, domestic terror or whatever label we come up with, and we can sit down and really truly interview you when you have more time. We can do it on a weekend. But if you could reach out to KK and myself, I would love to sit down and just have this like really in depth, a little bit more information, and we can put up KK's got spirit figures. She does this like whole power board where she's got all the links, and she does her whole thing. And we got like a psychologist, we've got teachers, we've got police, we've got you know, military personnel and others. I would love to have you kind of, you know, help us walk through this and kind of be able to see this. I really truly am genuinely being sincere about this. I'm not trying to be troll. I don't give a shit about clout. I don't care if there's 5 people that are. I'm just genuinely very curious about this, and I promise I will do as much research as I can before you come in, so I don't come in completely dumb and you're trying to baby walk me or spoon feed me everything. But then we can get to the guts and the meat of the substance right away, if you'd be willing.
I think it's like a new era of terror that most parents are not aware of, that our children are exposed to, that we need to really understand. Just like parents are not used to or aware of, you know, these new types of drugs per se. It could be laying right there on the counter and you would not even know that'd be something potentially dangerous for your kids. So just even that knowledge will be good. So yes, I'm the same. I will definitely, we follow each other now. If you can send me some information and I'll work with you and we'll figure out a schedule, but this is great information. Brad, can you do a quick reset, please? Since I'm sure your crock pot is about to explode.
Oh yeah, that broke already. It's now, it went from ERR and now it's broke. So I'm just gonna throw it in the oven and we're gonna try this thing. I put it at 475, hoping it'll cook fast.
I hope.
You do not cook lamb at that temperature, for crying out loud. Bradley, that's it. I'm gonna have to fly down and just let cook you 2 weeks of food. I'm fine. Dear
Give you a Brad cooking insurance. Your life insurance in your house.
Brad needs life insurance.
I think Brad
needs Brad insurance. He needs to put himself in a bubble, like a self-protective bubble.
I guarantee the seat coverage is of the. I guarantee.
Is it mutton or is it lamb?
It's lamb. I didn't shoot this one.
Okay, so it's not mutton. All right. Well,
Did you say this one?
Brad, why are you cooking lamb in a crock pot? First of all, did you marinate your lamb before you even put it in a crock pot?
Mrs. Clark, baby, I tried this with him. No, ma'am.
What marinate means.
Okay, are you,
There is no butter, there is no rosemary, there is no garlic, there is no salt or
I know you're white, but you can't be that type.
He's the middle-aged white dude that makes Mexican food.
Brad, I know you got some Worcestershire sauce.
Alright, Mrs. Clark,
Mustard and soy sauce.
if I heard him right, he's actually in the middle of nowhere, Minnesota. I'll give him a little credit.
No,
They really don't know the places up there.
No, Brad's not there.
I know.
But Brad is certified outdoor, so he's an outdoor cat kind of a person. Indoor, he doesn't know how to do things, and he needs a special insurance to protect him.
Brad, go grab a local cedar tree, grab some cedar sprigs, and add that.
Are you trying to stew this lamb meat?
No, I tried to make this shepherd's pie thingy. I got the trees. I threw the meat in there. I threw the potatoes in there, and then I threw the peas on it, and it was supposed to cook it. It says easy recipe. You don't even have to peel the potatoes. You can just throw them in there.
Did you wash the potatoes before you cut them and put them in there?
You're supposed to cut them.
You're supposed to wash them.
Yeah, no.
Oh, Brad. Oh my God, Brad.
So, like, yeah, and then the crockpot says error on it, and I don't know what I fucking did wrong, and then now it's just a blank screen. And
Did you have any liquid inside of the bottom of this crock pot?
No, that was the other one.
Okay, it was probably erroring because it like got too hot, and that's the only reason why the crock pot will error. So if there wasn't any water inside of the crock pot or liquid, it will do that.
I think I put any in there. I did it on the first one. I did it on the other one.
Crock pots with like displays on them?
Okay, we can have Brad's cooking school.
Mine has just enough,
Can you reset the room, Brad, without your lack of cooking skills? So we have some new people on stage that may want to speak on the actual subject.
Alright, so pull your headphones away from your ear, turn down your volume. For it, she's gonna get it, and, hopefully you can hear me. Marshall, can you hear me? Okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Political Compass, your one-stop shop for news and things going on in the world, where we have discussions and we learn things. We actually have back and forth discussions. We value all opinions from all across the aisles, and every topic that is brought up on our stage. However, you must stand firm, you must be tough, you must validate your opinion, and don't be afraid of criticism. We actually want to have a back and forth with you. This is a biased conservative house. I make no qualms about that. I hide nothing from it, but I do welcome all differing political opinions. We do not discriminate based on race, gender, or fucking sky daddy issues. I don't care about any of them. All faiths are welcome. All races are welcome. All sexes, particularly those of women, are definitely welcome. We care about what's going on in the world. We want to cover the news. No, not everything Trump does is perfect. I still think he's better than Kamala. I still think he's better than the Democrats' plan going forward right now. And with that being said, make sure you listen to the mods. There's two queens in the house. That is KK and Patricia. If either one of them does not like you, you have problems. I can't save you. Don't back channel me. Marshall is our historian, our legislative genius. He will sit there and call out us if we go astray or get some facts wrong. He's our information highway. We learn from everybody. I'm fascinated today. Today's topic was on the Minnesota shooter today, and of course the Scotland Queen Mary of Scots, the Scottish girl in her axe and knife. If you haven't found that one up, Google Scottish girl with axe, and you will find an entire fascinating thread. I just loved all the memes. But with this, we also learned today about Telegram, and it's something I was not really formally aware of. And I think we're going to have further room. So please follow the club, follow speakers, people you like, and come back. We try to do this about 1 to 4 every day, or at least in between, and usually on weekdays. But we're going to do an expose on this. We're going to deep dive in this. So we're going to gather some information. We're really going to try to provide some information to people and maybe draw a big crowd so people can be aware of what's going on, what this is about, so that you can protect your kids. That's the overall goal. Some of us have to actually stand up and protect the world. With that said, carry away. Do whatever where this new discussion wants to go. KK, I don't know where we're at right now. I'm just fascinated in Florida and still trying to figure out this fucking thing.
Okay, so this topic can go several different directions. One direction we were discussing earlier before we went down this Telegram conversation is, what is if there is a singular factor to determine who could be a potential shooter per se. We were talking about race, we were talking about gender, we were talking about the trans community switching from one to another. We had some stats given. If you just joined the room, you can scroll up and everyone gave some interesting stats. So if the stage is popcorn style, please allow those who newly joined the stage to speak first. And then I'm going to mute up and I just want to get your thoughts on what you think of the Minnesota shooter, what you know about that shooter, and if there's any defining factors that you feel like could have prevented all of this going on.
Yeah, so I'll put in my first thoughts, being that I'm probably the one on the stage that's the most recent out of the K-12 system, so I probably know the most about it, at least in recent time.
That's just because you're 12.
Yeah, it's fucking dumb. Like, I'm so sorry, but all the drills and all the safety preparations that we do, I mean, if you guys read statistics earlier, I'm hoping that one of them that was read is that the majority of the school shooters don't come from outside the school, they come from inside. It's the students that end up doing it. So, for example, when we go through all these like dumbass school shooting drills that we have to go through 24/7, quite literally all we're doing is just giving the game plan away to the shooter. That's all it is. It's the shooter's gonna come from one of you guys, and one of you guys apparently who's smart enough to operate a fucking gun and have a whole detailed plan out of how you're gonna kill people is gonna be too stupid to realize that when the classroom lights are off, that it means that people aren't in there. That's what all of a sudden that's what it means. Not that it's fucking off and everyone's huddled up in the back like 5 giant firing targets, spray and pray in the back of the classroom corner. Or here's all the exit routes. Guess what? Now the shooter knows the exit routes too, so he knows exactly where to take you out from there as well. And like that's a big factor. I think that whenever people go into these safety discussions, or they go into even more things, like for example, arming teachers and all that bullshit that they want to go through there, even though statistically we can add on more, adding guns to the situation doesn't necessarily make it more safe, especially when those teachers or the people that are armed civilians don't have training in high pressure situations, don't have military training, don't have police training, and even some of the police, when they do have training, choose still to not do anything. We saw that during Uvalde. So like, there's a ton of things where we see people with training and without with guns that even when they're present at the situation, I'm pretty sure from 1982 to 2012, out of all the mass shootings that happened there, less than 1% of them were stopped by somebody who had a firearm on them as well during that time. So do I know what the solution is? No. But do I know what one of the solutions isn't? It's adding guns. That's not a solution. And thoughts and prayers haven't fucking worked for the last 30 years in a row. So that one's not doing anything either. What needs to happen, at least in my opinion, America needs to start caring more about children than they do about your gun culture. The moment that we stop caring about gun culture more than we care about the lives of people, or we care more about people than the right to have a tool that lets us play God, then maybe we'd be okay.
I do have a question.
That tool doesn't let him play God though, because you can't create that with a gun.
He's somewhat with taking out.
I hear a lot. I hear a lot of people talking about gun control and different things like that, and it makes me really wonder, like, if we actually got off to things about gun control, what type of gun control would you want? Like, what type of laws would you want to see implemented that you feel like would make a difference in this case?
Yeah, sure. I don't want anybody, and call it ableist, I'll double down on it. I'll stand on it. I don't give a fuck. Anybody with some type of mental disorder, get the fuck away from a gun. You don't need one. If I can't have the mental disorder going into the military in order to do so, you can't have one to own a fucking gun as a civilian. I'm okay. If the military can realize that, so can like regular civilians. I don't think that's a huge fucking step to take. On top of that, when it comes to what's called evaluations, et cetera, I think that people should have to renew their gun licenses. I think that people should have to renew their psychological tests. Because, for example, one person may be okay mentally to handle a firearm during 1 year. In 5 years' time, something crazy could fucking happen to them where they develop something where they're no longer able to do so, right? So I believe in the same way that people have to get licenses renewed for multiple different things, so should gun licenses, and so should the test to see if you're mentally fit to carry a gun as well. That would be one of the most basic ones that would end up curbing a lot of shit that we have to deal with right now. Call it ableist all you want, I'll stand on it because it's safe.
No, I agree with you. I think a lot of people have been saying that in order for people to buy certain rifles, certain pistols, I know depending on where you live now, you have to have a pistol permit and different things like that. So there are some
This county required a pistol permit.
I'm sorry, Marshall, what did you say?
This county required a pistol permit of this shooting. The county specifically requires a pistol permit.
I think.
Yeah, so, and then too, I think the bigger part here, and I agree with you, is the mental. And this is where it kind of gets tricky. You're going to.
Is it just me or is she matrixing right now?
Yeah, you're matrixing.
Next part.
Can you hear me better, Carol?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
I'm sure right now, yeah.
Okay. So unless, and I agree with you, this is going to be one of those things where unless the state or the federal government puts something in place for people to take a mental test to ensure that they're capable of carrying, that's going to be the tricky part. Because that's the reason why earlier, and I don't know if you were here, I asked the question of when he went to get his gun, because as far as I know, if you have any type of mental disorder on record, you cannot purchase a gun.
Correct. It's already illegal under federal law.
Yes, and in this case, he was not seeing a doctor. He was not going to someone that would have been able to say, hey, surprise, surprise, this person's mentally unstable. Let's make it to where they can't get a gun. Like I heard people saying he was struggling with his sexuality, but even though he was struggling with his sexuality, that's not cause, unless we're going to make it law and cause to say, if you're a person who struggles with your sexuality and jumping between if you want to be trans or not, you have to go to a medical professional and then get that documented and then, put that in a way where you're no longer able to access guns. That's one thing. So I do, that type of mental test is going to be a hard one to get past because now the question becomes, who do you deem mentally stable and who you don't deem mentally stable?
It's not just that, it would fit the definition of an undue burden. Now, there's already an existing federal law in the books which allows the federal government to argue, right, if you're schizophrenic and it's on record, right, like, you can't go buy a gun in most states.
If you have a history of DV, you can buy a gun too.
Right, but I'm not necessarily speaking on this, history that's already been there. I'm speaking more of, you need a test on site in order to get that. Not bring your medical history, et cetera. Before you need to go get assessed before going ahead.
One of the problems is that the court calls stuff like that an undue burden. There's a balancing test the court does with rights. And one of those tests is a reasonable person undue burden test. Right? And the question is it an undue burden to have to take a mental test to be able to access a right? That is the question the court would consider. Given that it's more conservative, it might side conservative, but that would be the essential question at hand.
I understand that, but the opposing question from the moral perspective, at least to me, goes, where's the undue burden of the amount of people dying every single day, especially children, from this shit?
Well, that's a different argument. Marshall, I thought in this thought experiment, I could be wrong, I thought we were not using the Second Amendment as our measuring stick, right? Because I'm sure in all his proposals, mine included, we would abolish the Second Amendment, and gun ownership would be a privilege, not a right. Certainly under the framework of the Second Amendment, there are a gazillion hurdles.
If you can get it passed, I'm not gonna, if there's a campaign wage to change the constitutional amendment and I'm on the losing side, I'm not gonna bitch about that. I just don't. You fight a hard campaign for what you believe, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. So I wouldn't exactly be that way. More what I meant was, we either think all the constitutional rights matter, or we think none of the constitutional rights matter. The important part about rights is that they can be limited. The Heller test in 2008 said limited or fundamental but not unlimited. And the most recent, the Bruin test, rewrote the standard from the 1790s to the 1920s or something. I say all of that to say that it is a constitutional right in that way, and that we can't.
Is it a right?
We can't brush the listed right to the side simply because we don't necessarily like it.
The right passage. The right passage is what you. Hold on. The right passage is what you propose, which is a constitutional amendment. That's completely within line of the system, like how you're supposed to actually do that, right? Like there's an amendment process, and like I said, if we change the amendment in a perfect world and I'm on the losing side, I'm not gonna complain about it. Fair's fair.
I think once the boomers lose power.
Sorry.
I think once the boomers and I'm aware of how the amendment process works, and I don't disagree with you, Marshall. I'm a gun owner, but I'm very much anti-Second Amendment because I think that the floor is so low for gun ownership in this country, and too many idiots have guns, and they're making the responsible people look like they're endorsing the idiocy, and sometimes the responsible.
There was a guy, Mr. Finley. Hold on, Marshall. Let Finley finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And sometimes the gun owners do endorse the idiocy because the fear is the slippery slope fear, and I think that that's where we get it wrong. This idea that if you do this, then they're going to do that and that and that and that and that. And certainly, and we've seen this with gun rights. Certainly, there's a point in which you can put the brakes on this imaginary slippery slope, and that is a big problem because even a lot of law enforcement folks will agree there are certain things that are quote unquote common sense that we can do that's pushed back against. And one of those things is like the handcuffing of the ATF to freaking get the handguns out of the hands of the idiots. Like we handcuffed them from doing that because we fear the government overreach, and I think that in and of itself is kind of.
If I can jump in.
Hold on, Mr. Clark. I'm going to let Marshall go because you wanted to respond to that, and then I'm just going to interject for one sentence, and then I'm going to hand it right to you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Clark, you can go first.
Wait, I thought he's going to say something. All right, so we'll do this. I want you guys to think on this. I am not saying that there is a gun problem. I'm not saying XG may have a. Where did he go? Oh, he's still there. I'm not saying he may have some sense to his argument. I'm saying listen to his argument. Also, for those that are pro 2A, like who own multiple firearms, like I do, I want you to recognize this moment, because once you give up a right to the government, you no longer get that back. You will never get that back. It's like asking the government to start a program and thinking they will end. So be cautious about your wish to end, modify, or do things and fiddle around with laws and constitutions and giving that power to the government and saying, here, let me turn this back. But go ahead, Mrs. Clark, please offer yours.
Yes, and for me sitting up here as an avid gun owner myself, when I think about turning gun rights into like gun ownership into a privilege, you now have an exclusionary. And with that exclusionary, who gets to decide who gets to own guns and who doesn't? Why, what, where? Because even when we talk about gun laws, and both me and my husband have been sitting up here in a vehicle talking about it, I remember most of the gun laws that even exist today, realistically, were in play to limit Black people. I encourage everybody here to go watch the documentary on the Black Panthers, or read Negroes with Guns. Heavily after slavery, Black people were like, hey, we have the right to take up arms. We have the right to exercise the Second Amendment. And we did so heavily with guns and different things like that to defend our towns. That's when gun laws started coming out saying who and who can't own a gun, why you can't own a gun, when can you carry a gun, stipulations to carry a gun. Even when we go back to the Black Panther era, when Black people started policing our own neighborhoods, crime and stuff went down, but you also had the altercations where other people felt some type of way about seeing a militarized group of Black people carrying guns. So what did you see in California? A lot of heavy legislation started coming about who can carry guns, when can you carry guns, and so on and so forth. So when I think of people taking gun rights, which I'm sorry, me as a Black person has understandably, historically understood how guns have played a role in our community in protecting ourselves and different things like that, and what it looks like to be on the end of exclusionary practices where, hey, Johnny down the street, he can go buy 27 damn rifles, but, Tyrell here can't even get one. I can't get behind it. Even and I grew up in California. Me and my family, and for those of you who know, we were ranch hands in California before Paris and stuff was urbanized. I distinctly remember my grandmother and my grandfather going through shit because they would be outside shooting coyotes and other animals to protect the cattle, and they would have the authorities come out because they heard gunshots. And the idea that black people had guns was just throwing the police officers off their cell, like, well, why do you have it? Why do you need it? Why do you this? Why do you that? And I distinctly remember my papa telling one guy, I don't ever remember you talking to so-and-so asking them these questions about why they shoot their guns, so why are you asking me? I told you I'm shooting coyotes. What's the next issue? So when it comes, I'm going to reinstate this. When it comes to exclusionary practices, that's a very tricky road, especially here in the United States, about who gets access to certain things and who doesn't. As a black person, I'm sorry, I can't get behind exclusionary practices because I understand how they disproportionately disenfranchise certain groups of people.
And even to what like Brad was saying, I mean, like, you know, once you give that right away, that like it's never gonna come back. Like once you allow the government to do something, they don't go backwards. Like look at everything the government has done. Have they ever truly reversed alcohol things that they made?
Look at the building of the presidency. The president has not done ever more.
Let it
years.
Yeah, and let Mr. Clark finish, and I'll respond to the alcohol comment.
And shit like that. Like even to I think it was Billy talking about the ATM, about like people handcuffing the ATM to stop it. I'm like, the ATM is fucking like the ATM be on bullshit. They making up rules because they feel like it are not laws, making people felons because they just hold them on the wrong side of bad thing. Like if like people, that's why people don't like the ATM. If they was actually doing what their fucking job was, nobody would have an issue. But they come up with bullshit rulings out of no law and just go fucking with people. Like they pulling up at people's houses like, let me see all your guns. Like for what? Why? That's not your job. Like do your job. Why you over here creating new rules that nobody nobody voted for it? Like come on now. Like and then too, even when it comes to the Second Amendment, it's there for a reason. Without the second, what guarantee you're gonna have a first? What guarantee you're gonna have a 13th, the 14th, the 4th, whatever your amendment? Like there's no guarantee you can have any right at all without the second. That's the whole purpose of it.
So, can I say something to that? I got that right. Yeah. So Finley, you brought up to Mr. Clark's point of the prohibition area. You should. One of the key things, I hear this a lot when we have these discussions. Look up what the rules and regulations were for alcohol and distribution in the breweries and the number of breweries and all that stuff, and how their taxation was actually what was probably the most beneficial to our economy. Then prohibition happened. Then they lost substantial income, like massively crime went up and all this stuff. Then they said, hey, you lost things significant, we're going bankrupt, and people are still fucking drinking anyway. Now all of a sudden they bring back prohibition, but they regulate the hell out of it. And they do a lot of different things. Like you should actually go see what goes on in terms of the alcohol authority and what they allow, who oversees it, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, you know, that three-letter agency, the ATF that makes up rules. See what they do for alcohol and the tobacco. Same thing occurred in tobacco. You know you can't grow a tobacco plant in your backyard thanks to our federal government. It took away your right to do so. Only 3 states allow you to grow, I think it's 4 plants in your backyard for personal consumption. When before, you could actually just grow tobacco in your backyard. You technically can't anymore. You cannot have your own still in your house. Like all those little beer makers and portable at home, like the distilleries and stuff. You can't. You have to make sure you're within the regulations of your state and your county, and that you pay the associated stamp or tax or tariff in order to produce them. So these things, like, yes, what I'm saying is once you give up that right, you say the government come in and fix it. I'm not with X1. I understand it, but I have a hard time blaming the tool. I have more of an issue with the person, and I don't think just ending and banning guns is going to be a solution that works. I don't see it, because we're watching other struggles occur, and what we'll go down to is we're now talking about knives, and those are going to get banned, and then we'll ban those like they're doing in Europe and Scotland, and we'll see that progression going.
So again, I understand
And again, I'm not against I'm the last person to talk about regulation because I'm not definitely for regulation. I work in I think the most regulated industry in the world, but so I'm not against regulation. I think we're pretty safe. And if we had regulation, but we can't do it because of the Second Amendment. I'm not against owning guns. I'm against idiots owning guns, and that's not dealing with the idiots. That's my problem. But the problem is because of such lax regulations and the fact that even though like town A, and again, let's use Chicago example. Chicago has very strict gun rules, right? Very strict. But 15 minutes across the border in Hammond, Indiana, person-to-person gun sales are totally legal without a background check. So if I were a bad actor, I can just legally go across not deal with Chicago stuff. We'll go across the border, or I go north, 90 minutes north of freaking Wisconsin. Same thing, very lax rules. That's another problem that we have with gun rules in this country.
The moment you cross that border, you might have committed a felony.
Nope, not a felony. So you can. Show me the law that says I can't go in Indiana and buy a gun. Person sale. So you can't. Okay, but that's my point. That's my greater point. I'm not against regulation.
But I live in Illinois. Even if I wanted to go buy a gun from a gun store in Indiana, I can't even pick the gun up in Indiana. They have to ship it over the border to a local gun store where I pick it up at.
No, I said person to person, not licensed dealer, person to person.
People do it illegally, but it's not legal. I mean, it
I'm saying
is a problem. Let me finish.
The last time I bought person to person.
It definitely is a.
What you're describing is exactly what I had to do. I bought person to person. Thank you, please.
Joe,
continue.
can you let Kima finish? I think his audio was a little bit fuzzy and you talked over him. Kima, can you go ahead and finish?
Only if you guys hear me, but come outside for the wind. Can you?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, it's definitely a problem with guns coming from Indiana, but it's not people from Chicago going to buy the guns legally. It's people in Indiana buying the guns, because all you need is a driver's license to buy a gun in Indiana. Then they are bringing the guns to Chicago, selling the gun. Well, it's not the way you described it. It's not illegal to just go buy a gun and bring it to Illinois. Like someone said, that's a federal crime. But not saying you can't do it because what's odds you get caught. But that's not the normal way it's happening. And like I said, it's definitely not illegal.
Can I say something to the point about the government? So I know, like, of course, there's a good conversation that always comes up. Like, I don't really understand what the point is there. Like, what can you do against the government right now? Like, the government and still, I mean, from my perspective, I guess on a more left perspective, I think the government violates people all the time, right? Police, like, do back, like, as it stands now, like, you're already living in a country where the government can do whatever they want to. So I don't understand put back on, like, is there going to be some, like, ultimate day of a showdown where now you're going to have to use your gun to protect yourself against the government or something? Like, I understand what the pushback is on that. Like, it's just a matter of just, like, having a more sane and safe society and doing it in a way where, yes, you get to keep your guns and also keep it out the hands of people that shouldn't have it. Like, I don't think it's a right for people who intend to kill people unjustly to have guns. Like, certain people should not have guns. Like, that's not how it has to be. Like, it can't be like, oh, it's a human right, so everybody should have it. As like a foregone conclusion.
So, Senator, I'm gonna give you I encourage you to look this up, and it's no source. Like I said, I'll look from all sides, and I have my side, and I could be wrong. However, I'm gonna have you look up the Battle of Athens, not the one in Greece. I'm talking about the Athens, Tennessee, where a group of civilians, particularly veterans, were pissed off about the oppression of civil rights, the oppression of voters and Democrats holding a demagogue group, and those civilians waged war in the town. They went and shot to the point where the governor was like sending out the National Guard going, what's going on here? And these veterans pushed back. The multiple, and not just veterans, but the civilian population, because they were armed, pushed back and drove away these crooked politicians that were doing a lot of BS. It's a really fascinating tale in the U.S. And there's many other stories that are kind of similar to this. The bonus pay revolution is another one for World War I vets. You should look at that one. That's another time when Americans have taken arms and kind of pushed back against the government and sought to seek refuge, and actually have won in some of these cases. So it's not just like, they couldn't defy it. They did. But furthermore, people often leave this up because they're urban or suburban centric on their view. Yes, the majority of people live in very close-knit urban populations, and I agree with you. This is probably a source of problems. However, people forget the giant landmass in the United States, and they forget that there's not only two-legged predators, but oftentimes there's not help out in the rural areas. Like, help is not coming within 5 minutes. It's a half hour to an hour.
Yeah.
You're on your own, and you have to defend yourself against four-legged critters, as well as the two-legged kind that come out there and say, hey, we're gonna mess around here because guess what? I can do this and know that I can get away before the police even come to the area to start their investigation.
With all due respect, then how does Australia survive that?
Australia really doesn't. If you actually go into the bush, Australia manipulates its numbers and manipulates it, but they have no problem glossing over the fact that they just like to murder fucking indigenous tribal people, black people in that region.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I'll call them out on that all day. What they do with the Aboriginals is terrible, but at the same time, the argument is fighting against the wildlife. The Australians have had guns banned since '94, and they've survived the outback for I don't know how long now.
But they also give carve-outs only to certain people, like what Mr. Clark.
Yeah, like my buddy Harry, Brad. My buddy Harry's got that, and he has to keep the gun and the bullets in separate safes, which just to me doesn't make any sense. Like, what fucking use is a gun if it doesn't have any bullets in it? So there was a question posed about, essentially what do a bunch of hits with AR-15s and lever-action rifles going to do to the federal government? Prescient answer is consider Afghanistan. Those people were largely supplied with small arms, a few stingers they were able to keep from the Soviet-Afghan War in the 1980s, and IEDs. And they managed to hold off one of the largest military invasions in its history for about 20 years. Right? It's not that you can't do it. A lot of people will probably die if that ever came to it. But it is possible. Also,
Marshall, granted, the terrain, incorrect on this, but the terrain is definitely a factor there, Marshall. It's not just the fact that they have
one of the biggest factors. Same thing at
the terrain.
Same thing in Vietnam. It was the terrain.
That had a lot to do with the terrain. I'm just gonna say, where I live and when I go to the ranch, I'm 40 minutes away from police help. And if I'm gonna go walking around on my land, I take a pistol or a rifle. I take a pistol and a rifle. A pistol in case I run into rattlesnakes, and a rifle in case I run into packs of hogs. They're invasive species in Texas, and they really are little destructive critters. And so that's a common thing. I also, at least for my money, I think suburbs and rural areas view guns a little differently. I'm going to use Dallas as an example. Dallas is full of a bunch of hoity-toity people, but people my grandmother called dime store cowboys. The folks who get the gun and got to put it on their hip, and it's an appendage, and it's so cool, look at me. Versus rural areas, where Brad's from and where I'm from, where if I'm looking in my safe and I need to go kill a nil guy and the hog, I need two different weapons for that. The nil guy needs 308, and they're invasive species here too. And to take a hog, I need a 223. And they're viewed more as tools, like a shovel or a rake. I realize that's not exactly a one-to-one comparison, but that's, at least where I live in Texas, that's the thing I've noticed is one of the biggest differences between gun owners in big cities and gun owners that live in rural areas.
Right, but it's primarily one views it as an appendage, and the others use it as a shovel or like a pick.
I know you spoke to my point, and this is and this kind of gets to the hard part because don't get me wrong, I agree with y'all when we say certain people shouldn't have guns, right? Certain people or the crazies or the idiots, right? But this still goes back to how do you determine who is the idiot and who is crazy, right? Because even me sitting up here, I can sit here and look down the road at Jim Bob, who sits there and chews cud and cuts and spits, and he talks with a real deep Southern Creole accent, and I know he can't read. Does he lose his access to guns? On the other hand, is he now an idiot and has the right to not carry his gun, even though he's living out in the woods where the boars, bears, and possums and stuff are? This once again goes back to who is determining who's the idiot, who's crazy, and who doesn't have the right. Because, like I said, we can sit here and talk all day about certain people not having guns. But who are the people that get to determine what those people are, what they look like, how they speak, and how they look? And I have yet to get an answer to that.
I got an answer. So, if you have regulations, right? Really, back in rural America, we had a rifle for critters, right? That we rarely used. So you could classify certain weapons, right, for certain usage, right? So, for example, I am pro people owning guns to protect their houses. I am pro that. Because again, lived in the middle of nowhere, well, not really in the middle of nowhere, but you get what I'm saying, right? Rifles are a thing, right? Especially being in the rural South, when racism was a thing, and white people were really crazy, and you know what I'm saying, they would never give up. You needed a rifle to make yourself off real crazy bastards, right? The racism, right? And so for that, right? But as a law enforcement professional, I do not like handguns in urban areas. I don't care who's carrying them. I hated them. Hated. Because at any given moment, all I needed was one idiot. One idiot, right? Thank God it never happened. That's all I needed. That's all I thought about when my city, encouraged concealed carry, changed the rules, and then didn't carry, right? That's what I thought about. You can definitely have regulations saying that, for this situation, that situation, that. And you can do licensing, right? Renewals, like this is what regulation looks like, right? As a pilot, not all pilots can fly my plane. You have a certain type of license you're going to fly my plane, right? But any private pilot can fly a single engine auto jumper, right? Regulation. I'm trying to bad word, but it's okay.
Yeah, can I answer it? So, I think we already have identified which people are going crazy. Like, for anything of regulation, you can always ask this question, like, who they set aside. I feel like it's a bit of an empty question. Like, it seems legitimate, but it's like that we don't have any kind of regulation for anything because, well, somebody will be deciding and they have a bias, so, whatever it is. Pertaining to this conversation, I think I don't really see where the bias would be, especially if you're worried about racial bias. As far as I think that can always play into everything because I think racist people get racist bias into everything. Right? That their motives are, involved in some kind of racist person involved in the decision making, then they might inject something into that. But if we focus on the type of profile that we're discussing in this conversation, like someone that glorifies violence, thinks chaotic violence is a good thing. Anyone that's shown any signs of that online and expressing those kind of things, maybe we'll try to have other processes added to it where they take a deeper look into the individual, or someone like that, and they start taking actions towards obtaining weapons. And they seem completely serious about this way of thinking that using these type of weapons to kill people is a good thing, or it's something that is like some kind of amusement or something. I think it's fine. It might not sound totally solid, but every single one of these people that do end up killing those people with guns do tend to like express some of these or show some of these signs of expressing, these kind of ideas. So I think that should be like at least one way of like targeting the kinds of people that should.
So you're saying that we need to go out and hire completely new board that goes. I don't mean disrespect. Yeah, I respect you. I still like people barking orders at me. Flags that puts them on the list, are there gonna be something where they get a notification?
I think fast, I talk fast. I need you guys to act this. If you want to get out
This kid, this person violently defended their home, but you were very much advocating for the violence against the kids, so therefore we're gonna put you on the list and then we can put you on the gun.
So you're totally like twisting women like this. Yeah, twisting women just look, definitely home would not be crazy.
Stop arguing with people and tell them to back up, leave you alone. Does that mean that I have a right to my gun right? Because I openly and it's actual.
No, that is something where you just say like someone just speaking to you and you just want to kick the shit out of them. That is crazy. I don't think that that's something that you actually say and that you would actually do something with.
Fight like a young man. Nothing else.
Listen, I wouldn't say that necessarily rises to the level of someone being insane or something too crazy. These are people that ask for that type of violence where they are initiating it, right? They're going after people that are just living their everyday little lives, right? It's not like any kind of a defensive sort of scenario. It takes I'm not saying anything that can be twisted or misconstrued as, you're a violent person or, it should be, we have to be more,
My company,
we have to be more specific.
On it, I'll help on this. The judgment's being made already. It's how law enforcement operates, and you have AI that's tracking social media. So what you just said, and if you say that kind of comment over and over, there are trigger words that are tracked and are flagged, and it gets flagged. And yeah, that's for your future, and that's the future that's happening, and what law enforcement is using to try to catch terrorist threats or to try to catch where hate cells and problems permeate. And more they're relying on AI for things like chat rooms and social media. If you're posting something like that or you say something that's highly aggressive, it will get flagged. I mean, whether you like it or not, that's the future of how they are intelligence gathering. So just realize that. Also, I wanted to add to the conversation
Of course
that
we're standing up with love.
not all these
Of
people
course we're standing up with thoughts and with
and I
prayers.
put this in the chat. I mean, the worst shooting we've had in the United States, the biggest shooting, where over 500 people got shot and 58 people died, was not a guy that had any terrorist threats, no political agenda at all. The only thing that finally came out afterwards was that he had retreated somewhat from his girlfriend and his family, and he was at wealth, and he was using a lot of his money to play poker slots. I mean, that's about it. But not all of them are something you can catch in advance. No one would have had him on the radar, and he wasn't posting dangerous or hateful or aggressive statements online.
but they are definitely looking for that now, and it's AI generated. It's how law enforcement tracks.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just basically agreeing with that point of view. That I wasn't necessarily saying that like it's gonna solve the whole problem, but you should at least start somewhere, right? You should at least make the effort to reduce these kind of things. And I think sometimes there are obvious signs that for some reason get ignored. Like I don't know why they don't stop some of these people from getting done.
They just are going to go on the radar of law enforcement. That's just what's
Yeah,
going
you
to
should
happen.
stop them when they proceed to act on it.
Yeah,
There should
the
be some
intelligence
sort
is
of-
out there. They're also going to track people that threaten the government. I mean, again, it's trigger words. It's computers that find this, and their algorithms that track.
But they can't just track. That's what I'm saying. They need to
I've
act
been
on
trying to get in for a while. I've been trying to get in. Abby, that sounds good. It just seems like we need a little bit more of a unified depository for the flags, or for the trigger words and the flags. It seems like they're a little bit compartmentalized, when it comes to school system,
I'll make
military.
you feel good about it, Holly. I'll
Okay.
tell you where it is. There's 79 fusion centers in the United States. And Google the word fusion center and read what they are. And they actually are tracking counterterrorism and tracking cyber issues. And the fusion centers are a combination of FBI, your local law enforcement, DHS. Sometimes they will bring in ATF. I mean, it's the whole point of the fusion centers happened after 9/11 when we realized that our intelligence gathering wasn't coordinated. So now there's these coordinated centers, and a lot of them in urban cities. But Google it and read about them. So is it perfect? Absolutely not. There's tracking also that's done, by private enterprises as well. I mean, the technology is there, guys. The technology is there, and it's tracking hate, it's tracking extremism, and hopefully it can track these horrible posts when it comes up and just put it on the radar. But
is there some way
if it makes you feel any
They used
better,
it during COVID as well. You have to remember, they used it during COVID as well.
Absolutely.
And that was across, so that's why the dangers like Meta, how much do they own? All right, how much can they muddle, tamper your board?
Is there some way? Hold on, I'm not done. I wasn't done. Is there some way? Let me just ask two more questions, Abby. Is there some way to combine that with the whatever software or depository that the gun shops use to do the screening or to check people?
Well, that would
Can we make it so that
interesting, isn't it? Because that's ATF that really oversees that. But it's interesting. There probably is. Remember, everything is still within the confines of what our law is and what our surveillance rights are. And there's issues as to whether stuff gets collected outside of the government and then forwarded on as tips to the government. I mean, there's some of that happening as well. But the technology is definitely there to do it. That's a question you might have with your member of Congress or someone.
State senators, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, and then the last question I have for the room, does anyone know, maybe it's not out there yet, but do we know how many minutes he was shooting for before he shot himself?
I don't know, I'll look it up right now for you.
Okay, I couldn't find it. Because the reason I ask is I'm always curious when these things happen, like at what point, because I know I saw somewhere where some parents, some fathers supposedly were there and that they blocked his access to get in, and I was a little confused about that, but I'm just wondering, like, was anyone at this school or at the church grounds carrying? Because I go to a small Christian private school, and there are individuals who work on site who always carry or have access quickly to guns, but you don't know who it is. They keep that a secret. But it's just hard for me to envision, like, how many clips was he able to get out? How many before nobody had a gun? Nobody was able to intervene with a gun. That's the part I'm curious
It's been so long since I've been in church, a Catholic church, where this would have happened. Something tells me they might not even have anybody that's carrying. I could be wrong.
They wouldn't allow it.
Yeah, the Catholic Church, I just wouldn't picture them allowing it. But then, too, he was firing from the outside, from, it's my understanding, a narrow opening. And I think it was so narrow that he couldn't even necessarily see who he was hitting. And so, I just,
I was just gonna say, so there was reports this morning that he tried to go through the front door, but he was stopped by some adults. And that's the reason why he then walked on the sidewalk in the windows that you're speaking of, Pete. There's like those 4 single windows with really narrow openings. Those are the 4 that he went through. But yeah, that's what the reports were saying. It was stopped by the front door.
To answer you, we put plate glass, we plate on the synagogues now. I mean, that's one of the things we've done nationally is we've plated our windows and our glass. I mean, we retrofit our facilities exactly for this. So, I mean, and it's very different. And I think you're gonna see the Archdiocese make some significant changes. I actually was talking to someone where I live that they were meeting with Metro, where I am, to sort of changing exactly the protocol when people go into church. But for us, we have I can't go into synagogue without metal detectors, and there's definitely people that are there to protect. The significant amount of guards, and then private, plainclothes. But you're going to see that with more places of worship than you're used to seeing now.
And I was just gonna say, like, even if somebody was
Pete!
it was made out of brick, but it didn't sound like you really, especially with the handgun, you'd have an opportunity to hit him from inside the church. It was just a really shitty situation overall.
I don't, maybe someone can help me that is in gun speak. Last time I held a gun, I cried. Sorry, I just did. But they said there were more than 100 shell casings found. So what does that mean? Is that a lot or a little?
I had 103 mags.
That's just like over three magazines.
Yeah, he fired 3 magazines if it was an AR. He may have got 3.5, maybe if it was over 100. It just depends on the number of the casings, and it depends on the number of weapons he had with him. So that's all that means.
He had 3 weapons. It says there was a rifle, and then there was 3 shotgun rounds, and then he also had a handgun, but a bullet got trapped and it jammed in a chamber.
So he stovepiped his handgun, which is a blessing, because you can see that then that wasn't a proficient ability to clear that. That's usually just a slide and sweep back. And then you have your AR. It sounds like he was the one that was primarily used, and he went through 3 mags on that. He had an extended mag, which generally
he did have one. He did have one.
Oh, he did.
What looked like it's holding it up as it had the writing on it. It looked like a 60-round magazine.
Then he did 2 mags.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to act cavalier about it. I'm very practical on it.
Holly, I'm scouring and I'm not seeing any update or information on how long he was actively shooting. Just the round.
Okay.
Stovepiping means that the round that's being ejected somehow gets locked in to the slide mechanism, and it will not trigger another round to be ratcheted in or slid into holding from the magazine on the pistol. So you just have like a shell casing that's jammed in there, and you have to sweep it back, and you have to pull it back, clear it, and sweep back with your hand. And then usually you'll slide it a couple times, and it's just following with the ejector. It happens with shitty ammo a lot of the times, and improper gas pressures that aren't able to do a full extraction of the shell from once it's been fired.
as far as 30 rounds, I mean, I could do that easily under a minute, well under a minute. If he just has like a mil-spec trigger, like a standard trigger, like you'd use in the military, I mean, that could really quickly, like.
So you think it could have been minutes?
No, I would guess it didn't even last 2 minutes. I mean, it would be.
Wow.
You can get through you can fire rounds off really quickly. If you have some triggers they have a much lighter pull and travel, so you can rounds a lot quicker. But I'm just guessing he had just like a mil spec, like a standard trigger, which yeah, you could easily do that in between a minute or two.
Not that it matters, right? Because the whole point is to inflict as much damage as you can in a small amount of time, and then when you can no longer, for whatever reason, off yourself, unalive yourself. But in that time, I mean, depending on the weapon that you have, it could be 1 minute, it could be 5 minutes. People are gonna lose their lives quickly and horribly. So, it is what it is. But Abby, I was gonna say that Palantir, part of their project is to they're going to aggregate data from every platform, whether it be social media or just any online web that can be traced to your IP, that can be traced back to you. And so their algorithms are going to do more than just look for keywords. They're also going to look for like patterns. And what type of social media do you use, right? Where are you making these statements? Are you in a room that has, because we know that there are whole quote unquote online communities that hype each other up to do these mass shootings. The black kid who shot up his school, I think it was earlier this year or late last year, the one who called himself a Nazi. He was a part of a online chat group and, very much encouraged. What was that, Pennsylvania? I don't remember where it was.
I don't know if you were in here earlier. We discussed this. There's a whole new thing. We're not going to go down there because we spent a lot of time talking to that and getting. We actually have I guess I would say quasi pseudo expert who actually works in his field. He's going to come back. He's going to get in touch with KK, and we're actually going to do like an expose and a deep dive. We're going to have where's my other guy? What's his name? Pete or whoever. He's going to come back. We've got a couple other people that are going to go. It's called Telegram. I didn't know about this, but we're going to hold an expose on that and a deep dive in it. So I don't want to go too much back down this because we spent like a good hour having this guy explain the high level, and we're going to get more intricate as we go.
I can tell you, somebody who's spoken with these people years ago, I just call them accelerationists. Most of them are neo-Nazis. Like, these guys are batshit fucking crazy. Like, yeah, we'll save it for the other room.
Yeah, I definitely, and if I can find one that is part of that group and bring them on, I definitely want to hear them. I want to interview them. I'm not afraid of them. Like, I would love to do a lot more to them. I promise I'll hug and cuddle them and call them George as I put them quietly to the great beyond. But I do want to interview them. I want to find out more. I'm curious as to why this only in January 13th of 2025 was given the designation of a terrorist group, and that we actually know who these people are and where they're hiding in 3 separate countries, where these leaders are, and we haven't done anything to extradite them. And both administrations, Biden and Trump, have recognized the fact that this group is very much a problem. So we're going to deep dive, King. Don't worry. Tune in, follow the room, people, and we're definitely going to have this expose. we'll be advertising it. Once I get some more notes together, hey, KK does her spirit finger thing, we're gonna get this going.
So there was another mass shooting, 1 dead, looks like 6 shot, the day before this in Minneapolis. It was in broad daylight, in the middle of the day. Suspected shooter fired approximately 30 rounds. Holy shit. Jeez. Just the day before.
But the ballistics, it's not the same person, right?
No. I'm reading right now about the story. Police were at the scene, they found a man dead.
Yeah, in Minnesota, I want to just add up. Minneapolis and St. Paul, it used to be beautiful. It was, the St. Paul Winter Carnival was great. The Jazz and Blues Festival, one of the best I've ever been to. That's a shit show now. As somebody from Minnesota, I tell you, unless you're going up the Boundary Waters, Grand Marais, it's beautiful there. Split Rock, Goose Falls, Two Harbors, Bemidji. Even then, I'd be careful around Bemidji. There's no reason to go to Minnesota. I mean, because it is literally so beautiful. You could go see Walnut Grove. Go ahead and go enjoy it. You'll be shocked at the culture that's there, which is all Hmong, like literally mountain people who came down from Asia. The whole town is nothing but Hmong, and they celebrate Laura Ingalls as if she was like the founding saint of the wild in America itself. They put on pageants, they restore homes, they have artwork, and the food is fantastic, and they do a whole lot, but the whole town is fun. It's fascinating. You can go see Plum Creek. It's literally all in Minnesota. It's beautiful. The Mars Factory Span Museum. It's all great. However, it's just, since Jacob Fry and a lot of leftists really involved, I really haven't fostered that sense of community. When I first got there, it was all green, beautiful, and people tend to smile. There was problems. I'm not discounting it. Like, the cops are assholes. Like, I'm just gonna say that. But there was like I said, it's like people took pride in where they were from. They took pride in their parks. They really had a lot of gripes about how civic leaders needed to start cracking down on a lot of things. And then COVID happened, and those poor people. It was the loudest ones were the ones you wouldn't think. They were saying, please send in the cops, please stop this, please. And now it's a shell. And I've taken people up there to show them. One of the famous ones was Greg Sittel off this app. And he came up and he went, this is horrifying. I've seen Minnesota, I've seen Minneapolis. He goes, it was 5 years ago. It did not look like this. It's a burnt hulk of what it was. And this is what you got. So if you go up north, or maybe go a little south and just go visit Walnut Grove and have fun.
But Brad, what does that have to do with mass shootings, though? Like Sandy Hook, I'm sure, was in a beautiful, well-off community, and many of these shootings are in well-off communities. Like, what does any of it have to do with it? Like, I don't believe that this is a problem that you have to be in a trailer park to experience. You can be on the upper rung of the socioeconomic ladder.
Where are the majority of these shootings happening?
What do you mean? Like,
what type of schools are these happening in? Because someone didn't pick this up. We went from white Christian nationalists.
I don't know. What were Parkland? What type of schools?
What type of schools? Where are the schools located at? Are they urban schools?
We know that no.
Okay. So why are there not mass school shootings in urban schools? They're easy targets.
Have security measures.
There you go. Bingo, there's start one. Well, they have security measures.
Right, but also there are shootings in Target. There's shootings at church. This shooting was a shooting inside of a church. I mean, it was students who were a part of the schools, but don't forget about the synagogues. I think the last.
Okay, so now you're looping in everything. You just went from schools, and I told you where are the vast majority of the schools shooting. Wait, hold on, stop. Where are the vast majority of school shootings happen. They're happening in soft target-rich areas, such as suburban areas, because the PTA wants the look of a great school, but they don't want to spend money on security measures. They'd rather spend $150 on a new football stadium than give the kids band, art, and security protections. You don't want to spend it. Everybody wants the last thing they spend on is to be secure, which is fascinating to me in America, because over in Europe and other places, the reason you don't have a lot of violence on the schools is because they actually invest in security. They have measures in place.
They also don't have, they don't have
So,
weapons on the scale of the United States. But, and also, that, we don't want to pay for anything hardly with tax dollars anymore. So, I mean, all of the things that you mentioned, they sound great, but once it's time to start figuring out where the money is going to come from, people, even the people that have to vote on these types of things, they all of a sudden they forget, right? Because as we've forgotten before, and we will forget again, the way people feel and having all these conversations, because this has happened too many times. It's the norm, right? Nothing's gonna change.
I just got through telling you.
I'm
Go ahead, Lee. Go ahead.
One quick note about the soft targets. So Florida schools, because we've had a couple school shootings down here. There's deputies in every school, including the one in which the deputies failed to respond. Also, Florida State, which is a major university, Go Noles, also they have campus police, and there was school shooting. I think Virginia Tech is the same. So, but I wanted to make sure again that it's not just security at urban schools, because they have shootings as well. It's the randomness of the school shootings that is happening. And again, I think it's this idea that it ain't gonna happen here out of this group. That's what I think.
So this is such an easy problem to fix. After 9/11, our government created there's about 90 public schools in the United States. There's about over 8 million unemployed veterans. Veterans who are trained weaponry already took an oath to lay their life down for our country. Put 2 fucking guards in every school. 2 unemployed veterans in every school. Have a staff of 5, let them rotate for lunch, whatever. This ends tomorrow. There has to be political motivation to take care of this problem. The fact that we're still discussing this problem in 2025 actually might bothers me.
I'm just curious though, like,
There's officers here in Florida, Andy, and we still have school shootings. We have deputies at almost every school. We still have school people.
One of the other things to note is as new school facilities are built, they're built with security measures taken into the architecture. So it's interesting because, Brad, you're right, they're softer targets, but in actuality, a lot of the newer schools probably have, in the physical location, vestibules and areas to deter the entrance or to go through certain security measures that you probably don't have in the urban schools. Yet it's interesting they're penetrating and getting through.
So no security system's ever 100%. Right? Hold on. In my experience, I have witnessed this, that people pay the least amount for security. So I don't know what the guards are making in Florida. I'm assuming 30 to 40K. Maybe they're deputies. They're sheriff's deputies. I don't know what they're making, so that means nothing to me. But my point is that I just watched Texas put in a $150 million high school football stadium. Now they've cut programs. It's a big freaking school, but they've cut programs, and they complained about it. And I sat there and I said, that is a massive target environment. It's a huge school system. And I go, so I'm confused. Like, what upgrades did you do to security? And when I looked, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything proposed except for like 1 additional guard at $33,000 a year part-time, which I said, that's not going to cut it these days. Like, I'm sorry, we live in a more modern world. with all the advancements in technology, not even just taking guns out of the way, but just like looking at what you have going on. Like we removed the responses to bullying. Like bullying never left. We never changed bullying. We don't need to bring bullying back. It just never left. What we changed was how we were allowing people to respond to bullying. Instead of going knock that guy back on his feet or girl, now all of a sudden it's you have to use your feelings and you have to repress all this rage and anger and humiliation you have, and we'll work it out through drawings and puppy love and Skittles. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. You'd have to ask one of them. I just think that we took a wrong turn somewhere. And if you're really serious about protecting your schools, you need to get rid of holocaust doors. There's already been a study out there. $250,000 would actually increase the odds of you having survive a shooter attack in your school. And it was $250,000 per school across the U.S.
Brad, did you see
surveillance? There's also laws. You have to look at your state, because not all the states allow certain surveillance. License plate readers, facial recognition. Some states have a ban on it, but for the states that allow it, if you've got a car that's like circling a little too many times around your school, AI picks that up, and AI can, just as you were talking about, can see patterns, but they can also see it with the camera systems, and if something seems out of the ordinary, they have plate readers, and they can track it. It goes right into your Metropolitan Police, and they're going to investigate it. So, but not all states.
You there? You in the matrix, Abby?
In the camera.
You in the matrix, Abby?
Yeah, we heard not all states, and then you went on side.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not
So
all
can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So not all states have it legal to have plate readers and facial recognition. For the states where it's legal, you have surveillance, and you have between AI and regular surveillance. If a car is circling around a school in it too many times, or in an abnormal way, they're going to pick up on it, and the cameras are going to trigger, a dive into reading the plates. And again, it's not all states allow this. The same thing with facial recognition. You're going to have, if someone is in the perimeter or the curtilage of a property and their face pops up on the camera, that's going to be triggered into facial recognition. If the person is then ID'd as someone either with a record, or they're even going to look at if someone has tats on their neck that are, white supremacist tats, or I don't know, you come up with something. They're going to look at their surveillance videos, but they'll use facial recognition. It's not in all states. Like in Florida, where you're talking about, you can do this, but I think like Illinois, you can't do it. My state, it's probably the number one state where you can, because we've had this, because of our industry. But you should look at your state laws and how much they can protect vis-a-vis the plate readers and the facial recognition.
Brad, did you see on the news, I think it was last week or the week before, this happened in Seattle, right on the ocean front, where that guy pulled out a gun and shot the vet that was in the wheelchair because he said that he was doing some type of stolen valor shit. Did you see that?
Yeah, I briefly saw it. It's scared across it. That's a whole different scenario.
No. It really isn't, because my point is, if you observed the response of the children, there were several children in the frame, right? If you observe the response of the children knew exactly what to do, right? To get the hell out of the way. And again, I think that we're trying to do all of this brainstorming, and people want to act like they're going to produce any type of problem solving at this point, where we lost the plot years ago. And we've already, produced a generation of children that are already like almost like war torn in a way. Like They know what I don't know if you've been listening to these kids describing what they went through yesterday. They're not shocked. They know because they've heard the story. They're familiar with it. This is the norm. And I feel like we got to stop jerking ourselves off, trying to feel better about it and accept that that's kind of what we've chosen as a society. And this is just kind of what it's going to be. This is what it's going to be.
So I will
You know,
say this.
you're not going to protect your children from not only being shot, but I feel like, you know, you're talking about trauma, robbing children of their innocence, exposing children to extreme violence. Like in real life, people talk about the video games, but we're talking about live and in color in real life. And, you know, we can't act like this is not the norm and that we didn't choose this.
So I come from a generation that was doing duck and cover drills for nuclear war with our desks. Apparently the desk from the 80s and the early 90s was sufficient enough to withstand nuclear blast. I think we should bring those back because if they can handle nuclear bombs, what the hell, man? We just use those. I also had you know, the fear. I was a latchkey kid. I was literally a predator's wet dream. Like, if there was a non-paneled white van with no windows on the back, I was probably the target they were looking for. Because I walked around with a house key around my neck on a string. Not even a chain. We were so broke we could only afford string. And God help you if you lost that fucking thing. So yes, I grew up in a generation that was scared. We had to immediately walk home. We didn't have cell phones. No one gave a shit. The only time your parents knew who they had kids was when the news came on and it said, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? That was their, like, oh shit, I have kids? Okay, so there's a little tongue-in-cheek in there, but that's literally how I grew up. And I'm going to tell you something, like, every generation has this fear. Like, we had kids that thought bombs were they thought Russia was going to invade. We had movies, we had media, we had news coverage that was inundating us with, like, we're all going to be, what was that movie, Red Dawn or something? Patrick Swayze, a whole bunch of kids, like, fending off the entire Russian army. Like, we were all going to be that. We were like, yep, I'm going to have my ear pierced, a handkerchief on my thing, I'm going to look like the boss with a cap folded in my back pocket, and I'm going to kill a whole lot of roosties. That was literally how we grew up. So, I get the point. Yes, I don't want kids to be traumatized, but kids are traumatized every generation.
Brad, we train, so I hate to break this to King, but we train our kids what to do with active shooters. We have drills with them. We now had this new initiative with the summer camps because the summer camps were so at risk. So we have to put in, and those are exposed. If you ever went to camp where they're located, they're usually remote. They're on lakes with access, public access, and we have to train the children. We train them at our community centers, at our schools. We used to just have to train the staff. Now they have to know what to do, how to evacuate if there's a bomb scare. However, what Brad is saying, when I was a kid, we went under our desk for fear that the Soviets were going to bomb us. We had these drills in public school, you know, so it's not...
If you go to old schools, you'll see the radiation signs.
Yeah.
They'll be a door. It'll have radiation. It'll fall off. They'll shut their doors.
I was here.
They usher us down there. With some cookie cup in a green uniform. Yeah, hold on. They ushered us down there with some janitor in a green button-down shirt and green pants, and he was like, "Come in here, kids. I'll protect you." And we're all like, "Who gave this guy permission to like collect 40 fucking kids and huddle us in the dark in some fucking room in the basement of high school?" We were like living Freddy Krueger's nightmare. Like, that's how I grew up. So I get the trauma on the kids. I understand it, and I wish I could have just said, hey, it's going to get better, but there's going to be a new trauma. Like, you have an online threat with kids today. That's what's actually plaguing you. It's not the gun violence.
Right.
It's incitement to it online, which apparently is the triggering thing. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's a cultural thing. Like, we have to examine why is it overwhelmingly boys? What is it that we're doing wrong with raising I need to shoot up everything.
People murdered back in the 80s too, you know, like the murder is not new. It's the scale of the impact that a person can make with the type of arms they have available to them now. Like
I was pointing
we saw presidents be assassinated. We saw that, right, on TV, right?
But it's not
how many of us, you know, if we're gonna sit in any type of empathy for our children, how many of us, when you went to school and we did not only nuclear drills where we got at the table, but we had to do severe weather drills. I'm not stupid. Like I know that you can't really shield a child from potential catastrophe, and catastrophes happen. But this is not a natural disaster. This is not a natural disaster. And I think that again, like people always take for granted shit that they never had to go through.
But what is the difference between back then?
Our generation was not being mowed down in churches, in shopping malls, and that didn't happen until comic book.
Stop. Pete, I'm gonna let you go, and then Pete's gonna go next because he was talking about the videos. But I'm gonna say this. I'm calling bullshit on that because literally I could go from the country's inception and foundation to say that that's bullshit where kids were not afraid. There's various groups that came over here that were imported, that were enslaved here, that had to worry about other groups and be determined. America is not for the shame. Stop. Mute up. Thank you. Other people are gonna talk, and not just kidding. But I'm telling you right now that kids, since America's start and inception of a country, have been plagued every fucking generation by some trauma that has existed, whether it be savage Indians, as they quoted back in the day, to fear of black people, to Russians, to Asians. You would be shocked at the number of kids that have to go through every generation there's been trauma. Anti-Semitism, the fucking Germans, Japanese were gonna kill and eat their kids. Like, that shit really went on here, and every kid grew up under the banner of it. So, I'm gonna go to Pete, but every kid gets it.
Yeah, so fuck it. Yeah, like, all right. Let's
I already said Pete's gonna go.
We already talked. Go
Can I go after the next guy?
So I was just gonna say, I just find this all ridiculous to listen to. Okay, in the 80s, especially for like 1987, the types of firearms you could get it's actually the availability was a lot easier. A lot of the guns were a lot easier to alter, turn into machine guns and that kind of stuff. And I would say, the school shootings seem to be more of a thing now. But it's not because suddenly we have different types of weapons that are more lethal. That's not the case whatsoever. And even then, there's more school shootings, but if you were to look at when homicides and gun violence reached their peak, it was in the late 80s and early 1990s. The whole meme about meth records in schools happened mainly in urban high schools, because these kids were shooting each other at school and after school. So I guess you kind of deny that there is a problem with the people, as opposed to everybody wants to look at the guns, I think, but why is it that we have this problem now and didn't before it?
So I agree with the idea of there is an issue with how we're raising boys. I've said this a few times. That is an issue, but this specific issue of school shooting is on the rise, and we figured out the 80s violence, right? You deal with gangs, you get these young guys either back on track or you put them in jail, right? We figured it out. We've not had a particular bad actor, right? And that's a problem. But I will say this, and I'll say it 30 times. Like, you cannot underestimate the fact that there is a problem with our boys. There is a major problem with our freaking boys. And we gloss over it, like, the girls, but we gloss over that major fact because they're not only shooting up schools and violence, dude, there's a youth crime, uptick in youth crime in a lot of cities, a big uptick, and it's only going to get worse if we don't deal with these young men and get them on some type of path.
Thank you. Go ahead, Blake.
Well, I have agreed with, some of the points Finley and people make. It's like, look, we actually did not figure out gangs and stuff. We understand them a little more, but we haven't figured out how to deal with gang crime. The same kind of crime that we're dealing with in our cities, our inner cities right now, with young men with nothing to do, running around, stealing and killing. That's the truth. It's our sons. It's y'all people's sons up the streets. It's everybody's fucking sons out here doing this stuff. And the difference between now and then is actually some neighborhoods were actually safe in the early 80s. If it wasn't touched by crack cocaine and gangs, you were able to go on some blocks and some people understood, especially even the kids knew, like, that's not a block we can play on. Like, we can't hit licks over there. That's but now it's no holds barred. Like, whatever the impulse is at the moment, that's what's going to happen on the streets. And the people who are unarmed and unprotected from them are the same people who are unarmed and unprotected when somebody does a specific type of crime in which we freak out about, called mass shootings. Now, what we fail to understand or we keep ignoring is the statistics that we have for the amount of mass shootings in America are all grouped in a bunch with the ones we deal with more often, and that's, young black male shooting up like 3 or 4 people, pulling up on their ops, as they say, might hit 3 or 4 people, half of the targets were innocent, had nothing to do with their squabble. So that's the kind of mass shootings we usually deal with, and those are the numbers that are being clumped in for somebody to be able to make a national statement saying that mass shootings are on the rise in America. It's like, no, the same kind of shootings have been going on, and we've never figured out how to deal with that. But these school shootings and shootings at airports and stuff, it's just the same symptom of, it's not about trying to take the weapons from people. It's trying to figure out how to get more people to understand that nobody's coming for you. Nobody's gonna fucking save you. You are the ultimate beginning and end and responsibility for the protection of you and the people you are responsible for. Yes, we have laws. Yes, we have policemen. Yes, we have authorities. But at the end of the day, they have shown and proven that they show up when the crime is already being committed to solve the crime of your murder, your robbery, your rape. That's what happens when you depend on a system. So it's not to blame victims, but until we get the same attitude we have about protecting money in America as protecting our kids, saying statements like maybe the kids should not be held up in an unarmed fashion. They shouldn't be held in a single place, a single location, unarmed, without any because we protect our money like a break even. Don't think you're going to just place that has loads of money or anything that's working that. Like, the problem is right in front of your face. You're scared to protect kids. You want somebody else to protect them. That's
right. Our gun.
Thanks. Hold on just a second. Excuse me.
Can I get back in the queue, KK?
Yeah, well, not yet. Hold on, excuse me. Okay, not right. Thank you. Just a minute, please. We're gonna be closing down the room soon, and I'm gonna just give last call for anyone that's in the queue that wants to come up and speak. Now is your chance, because we're gonna turn off hand raising. Also, before we let Mr. Finley and Queen also start, have a share, I want to give an opportunity for those who have been on stage that has not spoken yet, like Andy and Jules, and perhaps Mike, the opportunity to speak. flash your mic or come off mic if you want to speak now. Okay, great. So ladies first, let's go Annie, then Jules, please. Go ahead.
Good evening to everybody on stage and in the audience. I live in Arizona. I'm a big fan of the Second Amendment. I was a victim of gun violence, which is why I'm a fan of the Second Amendment. All of my husband and I's children have gone through a school district which was recently, within the last 5 years, implemented armed security. So in addition to having a school resource officer provided by the city, which is grant funded, they work at each school, they work in conjunction with armed security that is taxpayer funded, that was spearheaded by a retiring police officer, and that's what the foundation was built on, with a group of veterans. And it was voted on, passed, and funded. It is possible. Force must be met with equal force, and it has to be done immediately. That's the only way we're going to protect our kids. Love y'all.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you. I have a history in the military community, and even some of my friends that are retired or out, they have done that. They did that a couple of times all across the country, as they kind of just set up a presence known, just to be like, it just kind of a force of presence that might deter any future issues. Go ahead, Mr.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. I agree with everybody, what you're saying, but I think the root problem, the FBI said today that the Minnesota school shooter was a person with a hate agenda. You can't say no, of course. Duh. He has a hate agenda. But you have to look at what this country is doing. We're bringing in people that have an American hate agenda. Whether they came in through the borders, they have no respect, they hate America. Whether we're bringing in college students from other countries that hate America, spit on America. College professors are coming in from other countries that can't stand America,
Jules,
hate America.
are you talking about immigration right now? Because we're talking about the school shooting in Minnesota.
Yes, but
Okay.
I'm talking
sure.
about this person had a hate agenda, is what the FBI said. We have a country full of hate agendas. We elect members of Congress with a hate agenda. George Soros wants these things to happen in America. He hates America. So this child or this transsexual, whatever, got the agenda of hate because it's drilled into him. Just like it's drilled into the other haters I mentioned for America. And that's why it's happening. You have to respect America. You can't hate America. If you want to live in America, you can't just hate America. And with guns, everybody's blaming the guns. Of course, a person like that should not have had a gun. And we could see till tomorrow, it's not going to happen where they're going to be prevented from getting guns. But we got to get the hate that's being taught all around the world about America. And just look at, I don't want to bring the Middle East into it, but I'm going to. When you have countries that teach their children hate from within their schools, within their whole lives, they're going to have hate in their heart. And they're going to show that hate in their heart one day. And that's why I think it started. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, you're on stage, hasn't spoken yet. Would you like to come off mic and offer a share? Mic 1, mic 2, mic 3, mic 4. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Finley. Mr. Finley's on the phone. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind Blake that being shot and being in an environment where you're or whether you're at school or the university, like, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about people on the street that are shooting, like on the street, you know, like the guy in Seattle pulled out his gun and shot that vet in the chest on the street, on a crowded street, right? Like, it doesn't matter. So that's why it's all grouped together. Mass shooting is mass shooting. It doesn't matter what neighborhood it happened in, unless you're suggesting that it's normal or acceptable or
No.
I don't know. So,
No, not at all.
so that's why. I mean, the answer, in my opinion,
I can
in my opinion, the answer, the remedy for all of the above would be the same, right? But that's never gonna happen. And so, you know, I'm at Brad's point, you know, it's like, fuck it. Every generation has to, you know, some of us have to duck, you know, we never know when, you know, you'll be a part of that generation that, you know, really has to duck when you go to lunch. Which I did, and I'm grateful for that. You know, I didn't have to duck. Because, you know, there was violence, but I was able to take a lot for granted, and I'm very grateful for that. But, you know, hey, say la vie.
All right,
You know, this is just a part of the human condition.
Go ahead, Blake.
Yeah,
Did you want to quickly respond or no? Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yes. Yeah, am I here? I don't know if my
Yes,
microphone's
you're here, you're loud and clear. Rock it up.
This thing, I voted already. I've voted already. This thing keeps trying to vote. So, the difference is the problem is the one category is providing the perception that we are getting shot up in our targets, in our schools, in our churches in a ridiculous rate. As if this is the normal thing you're going to have to deal with as an American, is getting shot up at the CVS or getting shot up at school, when in fact that's not the more likely case of you being shot in America. The more likely case of you being shot in America is, one, cheat on your wife, two, go to the hood. That's how you get shot in America in the most case. But like the shootings on the street, though, Queen, we have a solution for it. We don't want to do that because we have to go out and target a certain demographic of people. When you police hard in a certain area, when you
children, right? Like we can.
No, not at all. No.
Homicides at nearly the same rate as ECM.
It doesn't. Okay, so y'all are cool with it. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all are good.
I'm not okay with it. No, this is the difference. I'm not okay with it. But let me tell you what happens, and what we've all known for a long time is certain things you cannot do in the suburbs that people do in the city. It's just certain. Listen. Until the demographic from the city comes to the suburbs. That's just the truth.
I live in the suburbs.
We all look. Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you don't. No offense.
A guy shot his wife.
Excuse me. Blake, are you finished or no?
No, I'm just going back and forth. I don't mind, you know, cut-offs. But we just run back and forth if it's okay.
People that are trying to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We can't.
Yeah.
It sounds muffled.
Yeah, I'll yell.
Queen sounds like she made a fort in her living room, and she has bad acoustics in it. Blake, you sound like you're standing on top of your car in a parking lot. So that's the problem that we're having here. I'm not trying to be rude.
Okay.
I'm just saying that we can't hear. Yeah, but Queen sounds like she's in her living room and she's inside. Okay, go ahead, Blake, and I'll let you guys go back
I appreciate the call. I appreciate that. I didn't know that.
I like.
Yes, ma'am.
mass shooter. But you know, the thing is, Queen, like when you go to the quote unquote hood, I'm just gonna use that as what we gonna call it.
Blake, you're in the matrix now, Blake. Blake, you're in the matrix. We can't hear you.
In the quote unquote. Oh dang. How about now? You down?
You're still choppy.
You're still a little choppy.
Sorry.
Barely.
How about now?
Yeah. Okay, try this now. If not, then I'm gonna hold on and okay, you got it?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm saying like when you go to the quote unquote hood versus going to a decent suburb, here's the start, and I'll start with the more minor things that are the problem of the quote unquote hood, and that is you're gonna see ridiculous amount of loitering in places where people want and need to spend money and people need to make money. You're going to see people loitering and causing a tad bit, usually a minor but enough amount of a nuisance to make people not comfortable to live and pay rent in places to landlords. You have people more likely to destroy owners' property in those areas. You're going to see littering. You're going to see garbage all over the fucking place. This is coming from somebody who's from there and does live there. You know, I've chosen to go back to the city to take a stand on my little patch of grass. I don't own anything, but I'm renting and I'm working. I'm working in that city. My customers are in that city, so that's where I'm working at. But, so I don't want any comments about, oh, you from the burbs. I grew up in both sides. So the deal is, when you go to the quote unquote hood, you're going to see trash all over the place. And people say that's not a big deal, but that's indicative of the bigger problem. You don't care about where you live. You shit where you lay. People in the suburbs, a Karen will actually curse you out for throwing a soda bottle on the ground.
No, Karen pays
And
for the services.
And the nigga who did it, who just moved into the neighborhood, is going to curse Karen out for getting in their face and being rude. Yes, you might have mentioned rude, I guarantee you, but I bet you've seen 3 times as much rude in the hood than Karen can ever bring from Shaquana. I'm just saying. Now listen, she's gonna be a bitch, she's gonna be annoying, but you're gonna go back and you're gonna tell your mom. And your mom's gonna come out and fucking go back and forth with Karen. And there we go, is a missed opportunity for an alliance in the neighborhood in which we both need to live. In the suburbs, the police do harass people at night if you don't look like you're from there. You know why? Because they ain't about to play that shit over there. It's always been the saying, when we knew about a certain railroad track that we don't want to cross at a certain time of night, and it's not because we're going to get hung for being black. It's because if you come up in there acting like a nigga versus being a black man who is a person who got a place to be, that's the difference. So whatever you want to say, the suburbs have had a more better reputation at dealing with snuffing crime out at the root versus in the quote unquote hood, you just let shit go. Because within those same cities, you don't even have to go to the suburbs. You can just go to a certain neighborhood in the city where more affluent people or more working class people live, and they kind of keep their neighborhoods clean. They kind of watch and be nosy when strange people are walking around who don't look like they've been there before, look like they're on the way to somewhere in particular. You know, people ask questions. Hey, what's up, man? Where you going? You know? And the hood do it too, depending on what neighborhood you go in, but it's for more nefarious reasons. You go in anywhere in LA that you don't belong, somebody's gonna say, where's that you from? So those are the differences. That's the differences. And we know how to deal with that. We just don't want to do it because what is going to end up happening is you're going to have county jails full of young black men, and people don't like that.
Real quick, excuse me, Mr. Finley, I interrupted Queen before and Blake, so we're just gonna start wrapping up this room here in just a moment. Queen, do you want to go back and forth with Blake, just one more comment, then I'm going to go to Mr. Finley and we're gonna to shut it down.
Sure.
Just real quick, so please, Nina.
Yeah. That was an interesting spiel of how we're all different because of the color of our skin. But I'd like to offer a place of commonality, something that we all seem to share and all have a problem with, and that's keeping our kids from being shot. So we can talk about the grass. I really wasn't here to talk about grass or sighting or any of that dumb shit. I was here to talk about the lives of children. Being a parent, knowing parents, watching my kid go to college and have to worry about some fool busting into his classroom and shooting him, right? I think that instead of focusing on socioeconomics and the differences between a poverty area with uncut grass and a middle class area where they may have money to pay somebody to cut their grass, I think we should keep the focus on keeping these children alive, which we're all seem to be failing on because we want to, we know what we want, right? We want our guns, and I love that for y'all. Y'all can keep them, but again, don't act surprised. When you see on the news the consequence of that. That's all I'm saying.
Got it. Thank you. I love that back and forth contention between Black and Queen. Mr. Finley is going to be our last speaker, and then we're going to go ahead and close down the room. If you are in the audience and have a pink ticket, please join the house. Is pinned up to the top, the political compass. And if you have any room suggestions, flood Brad's DMs. Send him the most random, stupid shit you can ever find, to include how to use a crock pot. He just sent me a text and he's eating burnt slop now, so Brad is not living his best life. So, Mr. Finley, and then we're gonna go ahead and close.
So I was just gonna say that to earlier comment that Blake made with respect to gang violence, we did figure out gang violence. Gang violence is no longer these turf wars that we had in the 90s in which random people were getting killed. Now the stuff is more targeted because it's those that are involved. That is a different problem, not the same problem we had in the 1990s. Number one. Number two, this comparison between neighborhoods. The only reason that I live in an upper class neighborhood, the only reason our neighborhood is not in shambles is because we pay people to come in and cut grass and pick up trash. Like literally, these rich people don't pick up after their dogs. No, it's not a hood thing. People in the hood, quote unquote hood, don't have people to pay people to come pick up the trash. That's the reason why it's like that. So this idea that that's the reason why the criminals that you're making that breaches is wild at best. But I'm gonna leave it there. I'm totally gonna leave.
All right, I heard KK. I didn't find that funny, and this shit is just ruined so much for that fucking deal.
Well, that's what you get. There's a thing called Uber Eats, sir, and like TV dinners frozen.
I should have just cooked it outside built a fire outside in the yard and cooked it. Exactly.
Thanksgiving. So Brad, do you want to close this out then, please, sir?
Yes. I want to thank everybody for coming today. Thank you so much for entertaining my afternoon and bearing with the abusive treatment that KK has lavished upon me so heavily. We thank you so much as always. Please make sure you follow us. We're going to be here usually in the afternoons. We'll figure out a schedule and we'll get better with the topics, a little bit more nuanced. We're shaking the rust off. 1 to 4 Central Time. If we need to, we'll open it up a little bit early. East Coast taps in. But we're going to try. We're working with this and hopefully you enjoyed today. Come back tomorrow and see what else we got in store. Hey, is there anything else, KK?
No, sir. So I'm going to go ahead and close the room in 3, 2, and 1. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
what's up? How are you? You're the first contestant on Asking Christian. Yay! Or not. Good morning. How are you?
About to hop in the shower for a minute, so.
Sure. Makes sense. Join the room, then leave it.
Nah, I just saw you. Dude, what was up at the marathon yesterday?
I've been doing that more, like, since I'm not working on, spinning my wheels on websites and all this extra stuff. I'm kind of like lost out in space floating around. So I'm like, well, what do I need to do with my extra time? So while I'm regrouping, I'm like, I'll just keep talking on Clubhouse. So yeah, they've been extra long marathon.
True. Yeah, I didn't mean for the SDA thing to get out of hand yesterday, man. That went on for a long time.
Well, I guess it's human nature at this point. Like, we like to punish ourselves because, I do it. I do it too. It's like, I'm not talking about this. And then someone asks a question, and 10 hours later, I'm like, oh, I guess I am talking about it. But did you notice, this has got to be an example of something. Like, the Calvinists and non-Calvinists got along with hardly any opposition whatsoever. All it took to accomplish that was 2 SDA people and a King James only cultist. So peace can be had between the 2 factions.
Well, this is true, but at the same time, like, the non-Calvinists did behave themselves. Like, I don't care to get into Calvinism with people, but when they say crazy stuff or they make little side snidey comments, like, I let some of the snide comments slide yesterday, but like, overall it was peaceful because the aggressors decided not to aggress.
Well, you know they'd say that about your side.
Oh yeah, I know, but
if everyone just takes it on the chin, peace can be had.
That's true. All right, I'm gonna hop into this shower, play yourself some music, actually, you know what you should do is.
Oh, it's making my own music. Yeah. What should I do?
So there's a brand new Robert Gottfried out that just came out yesterday, or maybe a few hours ago. That's about revolutions and Christianity, and it's really good. It's only 20 minutes long, and it goes into a lot of stuff about the American Revolution that you probably didn't know, and the establishment of religion with the federal government and all that jazz. And then it goes into the French Revolution and like a compare and contrast between the American Revolution and the French Revolution. It's super interesting. You should check it out. If you got nothing to do before people start coming in.
Oh, I'm playing Fortnite. Ditto was here for like 2 seconds. Mike.
All right. Well, I'll hop back out here for that.
All right. Anyone else watching the replay, this could be your time to shine. Get here early, ask all the questions you want. Oh, hey Luke. Good morning, Luke. What's up, Luke? How are you? How's your day going?
Good. Just got my first break as usual. How are you guys?
Just got here. Just getting started.
Very good. Yo, what's up with the podcast, man? Who do I have to call to complain to?
aside. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything.
I'll call you later.
Yeah. Not sure what to do. It's like I took like a month off from doing that. Has it been a month yet? And it's like it already feels like a whole job to be like, oh man, I gotta like copy and paste and edit, put it back up there again, and then it's like, I don't want to do another YouTube channel. It's like, well. And then also it's been like, very unorganized, like, it's been going like 9 hours. But it's also, not really that structure, but it never has structure. So I don't know. I'm like, well, how much staying in my lane do I need to do? And then what even is my lane? So yeah, it's like, do I just stay here and do like extra long hangouts like the Google Plus days? But then, people can see them on replay, which I have started doing again, but I'm kind of regretting it because I'm like, I don't want to be like fighting and political, and then half of it is fighting and political. Hey, Michael, morning. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. What I need is probably someone who's good at this stuff with structure and stuff like that. That can I don't know, do all the stuff you want done. Lou, you want a free job?
I wish I could. I really do. I really wish I could.
How are you, Michael?
Oh, doing everything I can to avoid work.
Yeah. And it's like, the last thing on that, it's like different groups seem to like different things. So like Rumble, it's hard to get any traction at all. YouTube, I can't really tell what they like. And then BitChute, it's like that was actually the biggest audience of listeners. But I think they really liked all the political conspiracy theory stuff, which is super interesting and entertaining. But I'm like, how much do I want to go out of my way to get us all on some kind of list talking about like conspiracies that are probably true? No one's getting paid. So it's like, let's just talk about stuff that's like sensitive topics and not even the gospel. So I don't know, that's where I am. So
not even the gospel.
Well, we're talking about conspiracy stuff, like, aliens under Antarctica and things like that.
Oh,
see, I just did it again. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Hey, one day, Floki.
You're having a midlife crisis right here, live on air.
Dude,
right.
I think so. Oh my gosh. But hey, if this is the extent of it, and I don't have to like go buy a Corvette or anything like that, I guess that's okay. Yeah, if the extent of a midlife crisis.
If you're gonna have a midlife crisis, at least buy a Porsche. Come on.
I can never do that. Just call it a Porsche.
Because that's how it's pronounced.
I know. And then there's people like, yeah, man, I got a Porsche. And there's people that's like, you mean a Porsche? I'm like,
yeah. That will land me in jail because I will slap that person. It's hysterical because when my wife and I were in Germany for our honeymoon, so we went to Germany, we rented a 911 there, drove to the Nürburgring, drove around the Nürburgring, and stuff like that. And there was a guy there that was like, oh, this is really cool, look at these Porsches here. And the side eye that he got from everybody was just like insane, and he immediately felt like a small person. It was interesting, and like he expected to hear that music, that kind of like
but you're not the guy who like buys a Porsche jacket and doesn't have a car.
Yeah, what's funny is that gets railed on a lot. So almost every year when we're not away, there's basically the tutor, or they keep changing it from tutor to like IMSA and all these different things. Anyway, the sports car challenge at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, just east of us. And the years that I do go, I buy tickets for the Porsche Platz, because Porsche always has a big thing there. and they had like if you own one, then you can get people like the guys from Porsche Motorsport. Like if you the first year I was there was a guy who had a GT4, and he got the guys there to hook up and tune his ECU, and he went from that car normally has 420 brake horsepower, and this is a guy that I keep in touch with. His name's Erwin, and so the Porsche Motorsport guys they tweaked his ECU, and he took it to a place and put it on a dyno, and it was 505 horsepower after they tweaked it. And like just amazing. But I don't want to get my warranty voided, so I don't do that.
Yeah. Wait.
That brings a question. Should Christians buy expensive things? Should we be doing that as Christians?
There's no reason not to. I mean, if you follow Romans 14 convictions. I mean, in the Bible, clearly, you see poor people, you see rich people, and people love, I mean, you know that answer. If people are in love with their money and, like, treat it beyond just a tool, that's very problematic. And I think if you have, like, a vulgar display of wealth that you're like, yes, I have billions of dollars, I have every nice thing, my toilets are made of gold, and you're like zipping past like every like a hungry homeless shelter doing nothing. I mean, that probably says something you want to check, do a heart check on. But no, if you're like, yeah, man, I'm a Christian, I'm moderately wealthy, I have nice cars, I like nice cars. That seems fine. I'd say, be generous with giving and stuff like that for people that need it. And it's like, nope, I don't know anyone that needs it. It's like, have you tried looking, or are you like, nope, I was driving so fast I didn't see. Yeah, like I drove so fast on the way to work that I didn't see a single person needing money. It's like, slow down to 60 miles an hour and see if there's someone maybe you could handle a gift card to. I don't know. But no, just having wealth and nice stuff is not in and of itself a bad thing. Do some good with that money.
Amen. I like to say, act your ways, right? Be responsible, and no matter where you at in your life, give. And giving doesn't need money. It could be time. It could be space. It could be anything. Amen. Good answer, Nick.
You would have said the same thing.
I just did.
And then there's Michael, who, I'm sure is generous than many Christians, is more generous than many Christians, because he's, talked about him and I guess his giving fund or whatever.
So here's another question.
I don't have a fund, I just give money to charity.
I don't drink, but how much, what is drunk? What does that mean? Like, is that subjective? Like, I know you can drink as a Christian, but like, how much is too much, I guess? Is it like a buzz? Is it like, I don't know, what is that? What do you think?
I think it's got to be somewhat, the line to crossing it has to be somewhat subjective.
Or is it,
it's,
I'm sorry, or is it your conscience that's leading when you're too much, when you're doing too much? I gotta go, but that's my question.
Yeah, I would say that too. I'd say objective drunk is when people are like drunk, passed out. You're like, yep, there's no question, they're blackout drunk. That line, yeah, would be like, Romans 14, your conscience, right? Because some people will be like, well, when I stumble after every sixth step, that's getting close to the line. So it's like, no, when I stumble after 2 steps or whatever, I don't know. However they mark that, and then it's like, as you get more and more tipsy, maybe your line of where am I actually drunk at, you keep keeping that down because you want to keep drinking. So it's like, oh, well, if I was just starting off this way, I'd say this is probably getting close to that line, I should stop. But since I'm, in a happy buzz, I'm going to say, that line, we're going to move that line a little bit further. And then later that night, when the room is spinning, and you're like, praying to God that you managed to wake up the next day, you're like, yeah, I crossed that line probably 5 hours ago. I'm sorry. Having been in this position 4 times is probably good. the Bible is not bad advice when it says work out your salvation with fear and trembling. So I would say that is your ultimate guide.
Yeah, like it's interesting. Like there are legal positions, right? Like if you're going to get behind the wheel, I don't know what it is in the U.S., but like in Ontario, it's .08, right? Like that, anything higher than that, you can be arrested for DUI. But like I agree with you that it's completely subjective. So I mean, how many times have one of us come across somebody that's like, are you feeling okay? Oh, I'm totally fine. Meanwhile, they can't. Yeah. Meanwhile, one eye's going in one direction and the other eye's going in a different direction, right? I'm okay, right? So I mean, I would say that unless you're talking about kind of the quote unquote legal standard, then I think it of course it just becomes totally subjective. But yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we always we make sure that if people are coming over to our place, because we'll constantly but we'll regularly have people come over and stuff like that or whatever on a weekend or something like that, and I've got a liquor cabinet probably sufficient to kill everybody listening right now. But I so rarely drink myself, but it's like, are you gonna, it's like, are you guys sleeping over? We've got space for 4 people, right, to sleep over. So you guys can let one rip. Like I don't care how much you guys drink. Everybody else, there's an understanding that if you come to my house that you and like I have this rule, like you put your keys by the front door, and I'm the one that if you're leaving, I'm the one that judges whether or not you can drive. And it's only been one time where I feel like, no, man, I'm not gonna, and I've taken, like, it was like, okay, we're gonna get out of here. I went up ahead of them and took their keys. I'm like, I'm not getting their keys. I don't want to have that on my conscience, say, this guy drinking, he killed somebody or something like that.
Yeah.
What are the legal ramifications in the U.S. if somebody comes and gets like just ripped drunk at your house and goes and leaves?
You mean for the person who lets them?
Yeah. Like I'm asking out of ignorance. I just don't know if there is a legal ramification for the individual, like for the homeowner.
I don't know that either because I mean, depending how forcefully they try not to let them leave, you could be looking at kidnapping. So I
on top of that.
So I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know that. Felix, how are you?
I'm all right. Just listening. You guys were talking about levels of drunkenness and stuff.
Like Blue asked the question, biblically speaking, what would be considered drunk? Because the Bible says, yeah, you can drink alcohol, but don't be drunk. So how would you know when you're drunk? Is that a conscience thing, or how do you decide that?
Well, doesn't that depend on the level of tolerance of the person?
That was one of the things we're talking about.
Okay. Yeah. I would say I have such low tolerance that a dose of NyQuil, which has 10% alcohol, will have me tipsy.
Yeah, that's interesting you say that, Felix. Like my tolerance is next to nothing too. And so like when we go down south, the bar's open at like 10 a.m. and I'm drunk by 10:15. I have one drink and I'm done. Like I'm already like, well, yeah, I would not get behind the wheel right now. But it's interesting you say that when we talk about like conscience and stuff like that, because you reach a point where you're like, yeah, I got a buzz going on, but then you kind of hit that tipping point where you're like, no, that's fine, right? Right? And so it's curious that you see that switch over, right, where you go from consciously aware to not aware anymore. Where you're like, yeah, like this person's so gone, they don't even know how gone they are.
So back when I was a Christian, or as some people say, thought I was, that was actually about around my college years as well. And so the college youth group with youth. The college youth group that I was a part of, we had a standard. And it was the gospel test. And if you could kind of like express the gospel without any sort of problems, you were still okay.
That's interesting.
You know that what Michael just said right now reminded me of when Jesus turned the water into wine, and they brought out that water turned into wine, and the host of the party, I guess I don't know how to say it in English. I'm sorry, I don't read in English the Bible. He said that he was surprised that they brought out the new wine, because usually, as he explains, they bring out the inferior wine after people are already drunk, and they can't tell the difference between fresh wine or good wine or whatever it is with inferior wine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what made me think of that when Michael said that.
And wine in general, like wine, I don't like wine. I understand that, there's people like, good bottle of wine, this and the other thing. And I heard somebody say once, the best bottle of wine is the one you really like. And there seems to be this kind of conception that, unless you spend X number of dollars, on a bottle of wine, it's probably not a good bottle. And yet my wife enjoys this. She likes rosé. And so this one bottle of rosé, I guess if we worked on it in your money, it would be less than $10 for the bottle. And it's her favorite wine. And yet there's some people, it's like it's not vintages, it's not, BQs, whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's obviously garbage. It's obviously swill, right?
I've heard some things, I don't know if they're true or not, but some of it makes sense. Like how people would say about the vintage, they're like, it really only matters for like Italy and Europe, where not every year has like a good amount of sun because it's cloudy a lot, so the grapes don't get, I guess how proper grapes should be. But they're like, if you're getting something from California, it doesn't really matter because they have plenty of sun every year, so every year should be fine. That was one thing. The other thing is, someone said if your price point would be around $15, and the reasoning makes sense. I don't know if it's true or not, but they said if it's under $15, they are probably splitting it and adding things like sugars and stuff like that to make it taste better. But they're like, if you just want pure wine, they said like look for things above like $15, so it doesn't have like extra sugars and I guess stuff like that. Again, don't know if it's true, but kind of makes sense because a lot of whenever I was drinking, it's like I was definitely a budget connoisseur, so it's like $6.99, wonderful, and it was very sweet, very good, probably mostly sugar, but yeah, I just got so sick of, I don't know if it's the sulfates, and people are going to give me advice right now. I've heard it before, I promise I don't care, but I'm not trying to drink anyway. Like I've been there, done that, probably more than a lot of people, and when I was younger, it was no problem. Spiritually, it's probably a problem, but it was no physical problem. You're younger, you bounce back up. But in my older years, it's like there's just a really good chance. It doesn't matter what it is, wine, alcohol, beer, or no matter what it is. There's probably like a 60-40 chance that I'm going to take one drink, immediately get this feeling that's like, you're gonna have a headache, and I'll have a splitting, pounding headache the rest of the day, and it's awful. And I have no idea why. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. I'm convinced it doesn't have anything to do with the quality or anything like that, because I can do the exact same thing 2 different days and have 2 different results. So finally, I think like last New Year's, the day after was, I think that's the last time I had any alcohol to drink, and I think I'd like to keep going on that path. So it doesn't even matter whether, the Bible says you can't drink. Well, yeah, but do I want to take a chance of getting a splitting headache? So that may be the bad reason for stopping. But still, for me, that's kind of where I am. So I'm like, I just got so sick of like awful headaches and high percentage chances of getting those headaches. Basically, if I look at a bottle of beer. So I'm like, no man, I'm done. I've got enough headaches. I don't want any more of that.
But what's that line Chris Rock said in one of his videos once? You can drive a car with your feet if you want to. That doesn't make it a good idea. And Yeah, like I think it's true. Like when it comes to, like, so we're coming into, we're gonna start to come into cooler weather soon, much to my wife's chagrin at least. And so I start, this is when I'll put, like beef stew in the slow cooker or something like that for the day, right? Beef stew at night. And I use the cheapest bottle of red wine I can find for beef stew. I just want the flavor of it. And I've never had to spend, like you said before, like $6 and it usually doesn't come in a bottle, it comes in a box, right? And I use, like, I get usually three rounds of beef stew out of it. So I'll make up, and then I'll put a couple in the freezer and stuff like that. And it's the cheapest pot. And I don't even let my wife see what I'm using, because I think she'd be, and she's never complained about my beef stew. So.
Not sure what I was gonna say. What was I gonna say?
Look at us not talking about Jesus at all.
Well, it came from how much Christians drink the water and wine. And to be honest, I was like wondering, I'm like, is anyone gonna ask a question about Jesus? And Oliver, yeah, even Merlot or bourbon. I was part of a bourbon club for a long time, and yeah, like sometimes was fine, no problem at all. Other times, I'm like, after round one, I'm like, headache's coming, and sure enough, headache came. It's awful. Like, doesn't matter what it is. But hey Betty, hey Sheep, what's up? How are you guys doing? I was saying yesterday, Chris came in here first. I was saying, did you guys notice how, like, the Calvinist Arminians got along? Okay, so how the Calvinists and Arminians got along brilliantly yesterday. No one, like, really started a fight. And like, all it took was 2 SDAs and a KJV cultist to make that happen.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yesterday there was that guy that I don't want to say grilling. It sounds overly harsh, but that this guy came in, and I think he addressed something I said, or something. It might have been random. He addressed something that somebody said, and I think it got Chris's hackles up right away, and he started asking me questions. And when he got to SDA, and Chris was like, "Oh," but it didn't get terrible. So
it lasted about 4 hours. I think you.
I had to go. Yeah, I bet you at the time.
Yeah. It was about 4 hours or more. The 2 of them came in. He got a buddy, and it basically turned into Ask an Adventist. And then after that, a KJV only. Hey, Zio, welcome. KJV only guy came in, and it's so weird. Like, it bugs me so much when people get these pet projects, and it's like, okay, you say you're a Christian. What is the main thing we need to know? Well, the Nephilim, you see. No. Okay, guys, you're a Christian, great. What would you tell someone if you have 5 minutes to share the gospel? Grab a King James Bible and wait. Why? Because it's the official English word of God. All the others have been corrupted. Okay. How much do you think that? Totally, you cannot use the ESV. Oh, okay, wrong. No. So it bugs me for their sake. Like, when they say they're a Christian, and it's like they have all these, like, kind of side pet projects, which maybe we be too. It's like, how beholden to those are you? If someone else says, like, I'm a Christian, I love God, I just use the New American Standard Bible, and you're like, oh, you can't do that. Well, that's where it would be a problem. So, I mean, the guy yesterday, he kept being like, I'm KJV only, no matter how much you guys argue against it, it makes me more sure of my position. But right, well, no, that's not our position. Like, if you want to only use KJV, fine. But the issue everyone here was having, I don't want to talk about the guy because he's not here. CEO, I invite you up if you're not here. You submit.
I'm here.
It takes a while to update. Anyway, so it's like our position is apparently this church is teaching him that the King James Version is the only acceptable English translation by God, and it's so good that it can even correct some of the original autographs, like the things we actually believe were inspired by the Holy Spirit, like the Hebrew, the Greek, all these other things. I'm like, oh, that's a problem. He's like, you still want me to use King James? It's like, no, use King James. We have no problem with that. The problem is saying King James has magical abilities to correct the things we actually believe are inspired by God. That's the problem. And no matter how many times he's like, I'm just right, you guys are arguing so hard against KJV that I know I'm right to use it. And I'm like, use KJV. That's not the problem.
anyways,
Wait, not to change the topic, but sorry, go ahead, Michael.
No, all I was gonna say, just be like 2 seconds, is that, yeah, I mean, like, even if you speak to quote-unquote prominent, for example, Matt Slick will tell you that the NASB is a very good translation. Like, and so, like, if you want to go from, you know, like, kind of, you know, people who you would say are, experts are very well informed, this, that, and the other thing. What I've heard from other people, like, for example, Kip Davis, who's a Canadian biblical scholar, and stuff like that, like, he would say that the NRSV, the New Revised Standard Version, is probably the best one of the ones that are available. I found that the KJV only people are probably the least open-minded about that kind of thing, where they'll be, like you said, maybe like kind of dogmatic about it.
It looked like that, just like that. We're talking about the Bible again. Win for Jesus. Okay. What were you? What was I going to say? What were you going to say? I don't know. Steph, what were you saying?
Look, just real quick. The church is not just spewing rhetoric. I don't know what corner of suburban America you live in, but the church is like I think it's still, the Catholic Church alone is still the top contributor of philanthropy as far as organizations in the world. And in fact, in world history, nobody has given more money or manpower to help the poor or, whatever than the Catholics. I mean, even just in New York State, Catholic Charities is like the largest contributor to rental assistance. So this is not, anyway, okay. You should look up those numbers. Have we talked about this Minneapolis shooting already, Nate?
No, and I mean, I don't know. It's like I kind of want to get political. Like everything's like so juicy. It's like the apple hanging over us. It's like, do we? And it's like, as much as I know from like headlines, I haven't really investigated. It seems like yet another trans shooter out of Catholics and went to kill a bunch of them. I mean, am I wrong? Is that what you uncovered?
Okay, Steph, go ahead, and then I have to say something about it.
I just found out about it this morning, but I did read the manifesto that he'd written and like all this other stuff. But yeah, the
What's the paraphrase of the manifesto?
It was actually really creepy. Well, it wasn't a manifesto, it was the suicide letter. It was actually really creepy because it was really like sweet and sad. It was like all about how much he loved his family and asking his brother to forgive his mother and make up with her because she was a good person. And like, I don't know, the whole thing was just like really sad. And then apparently at the end, it's like, also don't read my journals unless you really want to. But it's like, I'm aware that I'm about to throw a wrench in all of your lives, but I've got to do this. Like, it was just really, 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 really sad.
So it's all about love and forgiving the mother. So why did he have to shoot a bunch of people?
I don't know. Well, I haven't read any of them. I guess the manifestos are written in like a secret code that he developed, so they're still working to decode this. Yeah, I don't know. But like written on the magazines for the gun is like, where is your God? And this is for the children. And there's one that says Jew gas. I don't know what that's about. Free Palestine, whatever, all the usual stuff. But it's just like, okay, yeah. So this guy, this kid who's 23, his mother worked as a secretary at this Catholic school. The kid attended the school for 1 year, and it doesn't say, I didn't see which year. And then wrote all this stuff. Apparently a couple years ago, petitioned to change his name from Robert to Robin, and then had planned this whole thing, and then went and shot up the school. 2 kids died. 17 people were injured. I think 7 are still in critical condition, but everyone else is expected to survive. Just like horrific. And then weirdly, 2 blocks away, like an hour before, was a completely unrelated shooting at an intersection in the same part of town where another person died.
Yeah, to the point earlier about Christian charity, imagine if them, instead of murdering people, would have focused on running a food bank. Just saying. CEO, what do you want to say?
Yeah, so the coping on this app last night was pretty ghastly. I was in a room where they're like, yeah, so the Republicans just want to focus on him being transgender, but it's just another biological white male doing the shooting.
Wait. Wait a minute. Okay, they're confused now. So in the room last night, they were confused about what to go with. This was a biological white male, or this person's gender pronouns need to be respected.
So if they don't shoot a bunch of people, they're totally a woman. If
if they do shoot a bunch of people, they go right into dude.
Alright, yes.
Wow.
Well, that was pretty much what happened, yes.
That's absurd. I mean, while it might be fair to say that historically that may be the case, that's a really unfair characterization. And I would have stood alongside you, had it been their seat, I would have stood alongside you and ridiculed that individual or individuals.
So it sounds like it was many.
Because that's just dumb.
Sean, welcome. What's up, Sean? How are you?
Good morning, everybody. The sickness of this whole thing is we've got 2 dead children, 17 wounded children, 3 wounded teachers. I don't care if the person was black, white, Latino, Asian, transgender, LGBTQ, whatever. You done shot up a bunch of children.
100%.
That just goes beyond. I don't care where you land on the political spectrum either. When you do that to children, you're just wrong. That's murder. And attempted murder.
Did the shooter at least survive to face punishment?
No, I think did they die by themselves or did someone?
No, he took his own life. Yeah.
I mean, the mental health gap, I think, is that, like, he writes this note trying to say, like, Mom, don't blame yourself, I forgive you, pretty much, as though that's going to help after the actions that were just taken. Like, of course she's going to blame herself. So it's really strange that he thought that that was going to make a difference and that he went through with this anyway.
It's terrible.
The letter was just so sad because I was expecting to see some crazy stuff. And there was nothing crazy in the suicide letter except the line that was like, but I have to do that. Like, I have my mission and I have to do it. The rest of the letter was just like advice to the family and talk about how much he felt supported by his mother and by his friends and how much he loved his siblings. And was like, you guys have, like, the whole letter was just, you guys have always loved me and always supported me. I've always felt so accepted and respected by you. Like, as I was reading the letter, it's just like, what happened here? The puzzle pieces don't fit together. Why does somebody who feels this loved and accepted by their family go out and do such a thing? It was actually really eerie. It's like more comforting to see someone write something completely out of their mind. I don't know.
I mean, I would wonder, like, any medication or stuff like that. There's so many questions. Like, I wonder if this could be a cause. Or I wonder, it's like, yeah, that is weird. I mean, it was taking what you said. It's like, hey, Mom, hey, I love you, you did great, no complaints at all. I'm gonna go shoot up your work now. That
was pretty much it, yeah.
Hey, Rod, what's up? How are you, Rod?
I want to say real fast. Okay, so we know we wrestle not against flesh and blood. So the race of the person that's committing the crime is not that important. We're really fighting against we're in spiritual warfare. But I will say, from time to time, we can't help but recognize the race of the person based on the crime that's committed. Like, it was this drug raid, this and that. This guy had on this grill and Doge. You might say that was a black person, but if it was this or that, then that was probably white. But see, that we don't want to get too involved or too deep in that unless we're like trying to, protect our family. Hey, be careful in this area, whatever. But my main point for wanting to come on the stage is just to say that, I agree with you guys. I thank God that, that we as believers recognize that, we as Christians, we're not in that just a physical warfare against race. And that's the sad part about it. I go to these rooms and these black, they don't like being called black Hebrew Israelites. The Israelites, they're spinning it and keeping the race war going, and it ought not be. Some of my best friends are white. Most of my best friends are black. It doesn't matter when you have the love of God. That's the part that I'm glad that I'm seeing you guys are pushing and defending the faith every day. And that's pretty much it.
Thanks, Rod. Thanks for sharing. Sean, yeah,
I was just gonna say, I think the race and gender only matters from the sense of you're trying to help understand what the person's life experiences were. So I think that's the only way that it mattered. It's not so much from a pattern perspective. I mean, but like on the flip side of it, we can all admit, like, if this had been like a Japanese woman who did one of these, we would all be shocked, right? I mean, like, let's not pretend we wouldn't.
That is true, but also relevant here is like that a trans person is shooting up a Christian institution. Like this is all like, okay, one of the sightings, or the guy had like written, I guess, all over the magazines of the gun, and then had released some information on YouTube, and that's what people are kind of combing through or whatever. So one of the events that this guy had cited was the Buffalo shooting at the Tops, which I don't know if you guys remember, but that was like a white dude who shot up a Tops in a black neighborhood, claiming.
I remember that.
Yeah. Okay, so that's also relevant. Like the white guy shooting up a Tops in a black neighborhood, saying that's because that's where the black people were, is relevant. A trans person shooting up a school full of Christian children and in a church is also highly relevant, right? Like this isn't like, okay, there was a shooting 2 blocks away or whatever, 2 or 3 blocks away on the same day, and that they're saying is completely unrelated, and that was like not racially motivated. It looked like someone was shooting on a corner in Minneapolis, like shooting into cars, right? Like that. So I don't know, was it a personal vendetta? One person died from that, but it's like that doesn't seem to be like, were they trans? What color were they? This was a big person shooting at cars. So we're not so like interested. But when it's a trans person shooting up a school, or an angry white guy shooting up a Tops in a black neighborhood, this does seem like it's worth talking about somewhere, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, what that statistic, right? There's something like there's 3 or 4 quote unquote mass shootings in the United States every day. And yet, I think, Steph, I think what you said is completely like, so here's 2 shooting events a few blocks away from each other, but only one seemed to garner attention. Why? Well, because it seemed more controversial. Isn't this one that's going to be more, provoking in some way to talk about, right? Yeah, I think that there's a lot of truth to that. But I think it's easier, and it's also when you're talking about a group of people, right? If you put them in a group, then it's easier to other that group. And right, these people did X, these people did Y, these people did Z, and it's easier to malign it's easier to malign a group than it is an individual.
Well, this is where it would be, and I hope we don't have to talk about this forever, but it's like where some people, on the other side usually, would want to assign hate crimes, where, crime is crime, you don't need to add the word hate to it. We get it, it's already a crime. But for people that want to add hate crimes, this is kind of where it goes next level into that territory. Because if someone like, you said the other people shooting stuff, if it's someone who gets drunk in a bar and just goes to shoot people, and there's no other reason than they're mad and drunk, or maybe someone offended him, yes, that's bad, that's already a crime. But if you have 2 like known opposing groups, for whatever reason, race, religion, creed, whatever reason, and then someone of one group goes and like does this kind of thing to another group, it's almost like an extra level. I mean, crime's still crime, but that's where people would get the extra emphasis, and where it gets national spotlights, right? Like when I guess that's the reason some garner more attention, because it's like, oh, they were just mad and indiscriminately going after people. It's like they seem to have a very special animus towards this other opposing group, and I guess that's why it gets the attention, because out of all things being crimes, this one has a little extra something to focus on. But to Rod's point, yeah, I mean, the biggest point is from the Christian view, the eternal perspective, yeah, this person did a bunch of bad stuff, and hopefully the kids were already believing in Jesus, so they're in heaven. They probably wouldn't change a thing now. But as far as the remainder, the parents and the wounded and things like that, there's a whole spiritual probably crisis unfolding. Like, why did God let this happen? Does God love me? How do I know this? Why would a good God do this? And then they'll read the Bible and they'll get their heads right. But then the person that did this act seems safe to say they're not proclaiming Christian views. So if they're rejecting Christ, doing this evil stuff, their eternal state is very bad. And then half of the grumpy Christians do it. That's what they deserve. It's like this is where I don't want to carry water for evil people. But the point is, any loss of life is unfortunate. And they're like, even that murderer? Yes, because it's unfortunate that murderer had to be a murderer. Get it? And they're like, oh, you mean if that guy hadn't killed a bunch of people, that would be unfortunate? Yes, the whole thing is a tragedy. So it's a tragedy that they had to be in that position and do that thing in the first place. But since they did, now they're in a very, very bad place for all eternity, spiritually speaking. And that's like the ultimate tragedy because there's like no do-overs. So it's just awful all around. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's awful all around.
You just say.
Yeah, I think the last thing that I would say is if it's fair to say, like, so everybody remembers, the Pulse nightclub shooting from Miami years back, right? Okay, if it's because that was instantly labeled as a hate crime, right? That was like in 9 seconds people called that a hate crime. Was it? Probably. But if it's fair to call that a hate crime, then it is also fair if some person ran into like a Christian school or a church. I didn't read any details about where this actually happened, but it was people of faith that were murdered. If it's fair to call one a quote unquote hate crime, it's also fair to call the other one a hate crime, and that's something that I think doesn't get pointed out. Like it seems, and this is coming from someone firmly on the left. It seems that the left is more prone sometimes to look at something that happens and goes hate crime, because both things can be true.
Yeah. Well, I think it kind of exposes bias, right? Because if they want to call one thing a hate crime and they don't on the other, it's like, gee, it seems exactly the same, except a couple key differences. But Sean, were you saying something? So you, Sean?
So,
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
let me say this. Before my daughter was murdered in April by that coward she was married to, the Lord had given me a word. And he said it's not about black, white, polka dot, or green, but it's a spirit of murder over this country. And everybody want to make it somebody's crazy, they done lost their mind. That is not true. People open up the door and let that demon in. And it goes back to the word that someone shared earlier. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers and rulers of darkness and high places. We just got to quit saying people are crazy. They're not crazy. It's not about what religion you are. It's just downright a spirit of murder. And nobody's praying against it. Everybody want to run right here where we live at. The church folks running right here not worried about their feet being shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace. They want to run right here and dance and shake their tail feathers to the song "Boots on the Ground." And you can't fight against the enemy when you operating in the spiritual realm. I mean, when you're operating in the natural realm. We just got to realize that what it is. It's not about a color. It's not about a Democrat or Republican or an independent. It's a spirit of murder. And what are we gonna do about it?
I completely agree. The foundation is spiritual rot and decay.
So, I'm curious, Nate, what you think about was NET, New English Translation. My brother, who went through LCMS seminary, he has developed an affinity for the NET, and he showed it to me. And I don't know, I think the NET version is pretty good.
I am not really familiar with that. Does anyone else, Sean, Steph, or you?
Oh, but weirdly, this came up yesterday.
Oh, damn. That's crazy. It's like blazing hot over here. It's like 80 here in California.
We've
had some nice weather here. Our high has only been like 80, but it's kind of been hovering in the 70s.
Yeah, it's been gorgeous.
It's been nice.
I just avoided another, you know how you have friends on Clubhouse that don't always get along? Well, that's the case in real life too. Like, yes, I consider Clubhouse to be IRL too. Yeah, I don't mean any disrespect. But a neighbor came, like, there's two neighbors that constantly have a contingency, and it's like, guys, just leave me out of it. Like, just leave me out of it, you know? And they just consistently are. One of them tries to egg me on, like, oh God, yeah, and she calls the other one crazy. She's like, that, you know, crazy. Did you hear her yelling yesterday or whatever? I'm like, I didn't hear nothing. And it's just same where it's like, fight your own damn battles and leave me out of it. Now, we were talking about how, like, if somebody was gonna started to pile on to like MG or something like that, like, there's sometimes when you gotta let just people just kind of just fight it out so that they have an understanding, or that you can't, the worst thing you can do is really just squash the argument or squash the discussion, even if it gets heated. And a lot of people have a tendency to do that when to women who are getting heated or getting, you know, they're like, well, she's getting just really emotional, whatever. And I think that's not a productive thing to do, because everybody has feelings and everybody feels strongly about stuff sometimes.
Oh, I used to get so pissed off and I get kind of raised up and get my energy up a little bit. And someone's like, oh, you've been hurt. Who hurt you? Oh, you're so mad. Who hurt you? Oh, dude, I hate that. People say that to me. It's like, nobody hurt me, motherfucker, and don't gaslight the room that I'm hurt. I'm not hurt, fucker.
Why are you so mad? Why are you so emotional?
You got issues, dude. It's your issue. You got the issues. Yeah. Yeah, I just had to, yeah, it's not pretty when somebody does that. I'm like, don't do that to me.
Or, you know, what I used to do my pet peeve was when somebody goes, how do you really feel? Like, you say something, how do you really feel? It's like, I don't know, dude, you're fucking passive aggressive. That's what I think. That's how I really feel.
Note to self.
How do you really feel? Well, okay, so how do you really feel in the passive aggressive way of saying, I don't like your energy? Basically, is what it is. I think if it's coming from somebody who's funny, then that's one thing. But if it's coming from like a douchebag, it's like, no, shut up.
I just know I'd be saying that sometimes. Why don't you tell us how you really feel about that?
Oh, see, that's going down the aggressive.
I know.
It is, because you're trying to call out the facts. Yeah, I know. It's like you're calling them out on it. It's like, let it be. But you're like, no, how do you really feel about it?
The queen of passive aggressive.
That's totally passive aggressive.
I will say it.
But if you did it to me, I would just laugh. See, it's coming from somebody that I'm not comfortable around, right, or whatever. Yeah.
Right.
I don't rise to that crap anymore. I'm like, oh, please don't make me annihilate you today. I'm lazy. Hi, Holly. Hi.
I'm back.
Hey, little lady. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I'm glad to see JP back. I missed him.
I go to the hallway and check for you, JB, every day. But I'm glad you took that time for yourself. Like, you needed it, and by not react, I mean, we're talking about not reacting, right? But you take that time off, you were able to not react to it, and it diffused. It diffused hardcore. Like, that's the way to do it. And I just thought you had it.
Well, thank you, Michael, but that's not true, because my name is brought up nonstop. The only reason I know this because people who I tell, hey, listen, I'm taking a few days off. Don't text me with the gossip that's going on the app. I don't care. It got to the point, Mike, no bullshit. I had to block somebody who I like because they just wouldn't respect what I'm at. Dude, I don't give a fuck what people are saying. I could care less. But like, dude, if I ask you just leave me alone for a few days, just let me be. I'm okay, I promise. And you know what? The last few days, man, I've had a great few days with some really good people. So, and I appreciate all you people.
That's great.
I
I felt like I wanted to text you and see how you're doing, and it dawned on me that, like, he's doing okay. Just give him a space for now. Like, he'll come back. That's how I literally had that thought a couple times.
Well, certainty, you said our mics sound really good? That's good.
Yeah, it does. I mean, there's like levels to the quality or the clarity of the mics on this app. And obviously signals and different things affect that. I'm in text, I get it. But I'm always curious to what kind of mic everyone is using.
Mine's just an iPhone 15.
Oh, so you're using the speaker on the iPhone?
Yeah, that's it.
Cool.
So I'm being lazy right now and using my Jabra headphones, the ones that are bone induction, they don't go in your ears, they go in front of your ears. And I don't think they sound very good from what I've been told. So I switched to the iPhone usually just to be polite to all the listeners usually. But
Sounds pretty good now. I think when you raise your voice or you get more powerful, it cuts out with the Jabra.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Yeah, from what I've heard, that's true. But I'm glad it sounds good enough for now because my wife hates Clubhouse and she'll let me be on it if she doesn't have to listen to it. So
unless she's listening to me.
She does like Davey. She knows his voice now. I was listening today to who was it? His wife Sarah, but what's his name? Oh, it was Ewan. Listen to Ewan today, and his wife is Sarah, and she was on here with him. So he was at work, she was at home. They're in the same room here together. They're part of our room. They're talking every now and then. They're talking back and forth, like, "Hey, do you know what that thing is? I think it's in the laundry room or whatever." In the middle of the conversation or something. But I could not get over how fucking weird it was to think about what it would be like if my wife was even remotely interested in Clubhouse.
Right.
She's not. Like it's two completely different worlds, and the two shall never meet. She just would never ever do it. So I thought, oh my god, it's so weird to have a wife that liked Clubhouse or to be that kind of social. Because my wife is not social like that at all, and I am. So it's like I have to find my outlets.
Yeah, same with me. My husband tried, in the early days, I kept pinging him, like, come in here. He'd be in my bedroom, and then I'd see his face pop up down below. He would just, disappear very quickly, it's not for him.
My wife would never, ever, ever come on here. I just know her. You couldn't come in there. It's just interesting. I can't imagine having a wife that was like that. Akima, I just realized what your PTR was. I kept seeing it and kind of I wanted to look into it. I'm like, I'll look at it later. Because I didn't notice what it was right away. But then I saw it, then I recognized what it was. Like, oh, I bet that's Trump's hat. And then I clicked on it to look at it, and it's the Hope poster with his hand, and that cracked me up.
That's what Hope looks like.
That's very creative. That's pretty damn funny. People's creativity differs.
Wait, I don't get it.
It's Trump. Okay, so Trump's had this giant bruise on his hand now for a month at least.
Oh.
And he keeps covering it with makeup, but recently he went out without makeup, and it's all nasty blue. It's messed up. He has vein problems. That's why his ankles are really swollen too. He has vein disease. But anyway, it's a Hope poster, like the Obama poster, but it says fucked up hand, and it says Hope, which is just harsh, but it's funny.
That's hilarious. They should have put a hope in for change.
Mike, you better watch it. People be accusing you of being unpatriotic.
No, we discussed what it takes to have proper patriotism today. We had that conversation hours.
Yeah, I look forward to getting to that old man age where you bonk your hand and then you got a permanent purple bruise mark that lasts for half a year. That's great.
It is weird. It's weird how long it takes to heal. I had large veins removed from my legs. So I just had blue, kind of blue small spots where the blood was appearing bare skin. And they looked like, they weren't over sort of, they're just colored.
there'll watch people be like, oh, what the hell's going on your legs, you know? And I was subconscious, so I went to the vein clinic, and they removed my large vein, so they like can go in there and they can burn them out.
Did that hurt at all?
Okay, so the large vein actually didn't. They cut them, they do a little incision in your groin, and then they stick it. Okay, so that's the part. The part that actually hurts is your little tiny fine veins where the big veins is in the bottom, like ankle area. They just need you shots for those with the silky substance. And the silky substance kind of like breaks it down basically. It just kind of makes them like this. And you know, they give you like 50 or 100 shots your ankles, which totally sucks. But like the big vein part where they stick them down there kind of run them right out. That actually didn't hurt that bad at all. But essentially your legs have, so they have veins that support your muscle out.
I'll be right back.
So veins that support your muscles are on the inside of your legs. So the ones, anything on the outside is basically not necessary. So they took all my veins out. And where I'm going with the story is that they didn't warn me about two things. One, if you get a blood transfusion, they need the large veins on the outside of your leg apparently. And they never told me that. So it's likely I have a problem getting a blood transfusion. And they never told me that. And number two, I didn't realize that if you remove all the veins on the outside of your leg, when your leg is hit, like say you hit your shin on something and it opens up, the skin breaks or something, it takes forever for it to heal because you don't have any like blood source right there at the surface. So it's like multiplied. So you just have like getting old and how long it takes to heal. Even worse if you like have, you know, vein disease, which is basically what Trump has as well. That's why his ankles are swollen. You have to get those removed if you wanted to fix that problem.
That's crazy. I didn't know about all the vein stuff. Never knew you could remove veins.
Yeah, I literally have veins on the outside of like under my skin on my legs. Like my legs look normal, but on the inside they just don't heal.
And man, it is important to know how to know what DVT is and be aware of that. That is something that can take you out. I had a client who got DVT.
Wait, what is that?
His leg was deep vein thrombosis. It's clotting, it's blood clot in the leg, and it can travel into the lungs and the brain. It takes about anywhere from a year to a year and a half to fully recover from. But the signs and symptoms are typically the left leg, and it will basically swell almost twice the size of your other leg. It will feel really tight, and there'll be a lot of heat. And you go, why is this one leg? And it's usually the left side. But if you have one side that does that, you get it treated immediately. Like, don't even waste time.
Well, if one of my legs double in size, you better guarantee doctor.
You don't have a Lizzo leg. You might have one Lizzo leg.
I think people die of that being on long plane flights sometimes. Like if you have one starting and you go on an airplane for a long flight or whatever, it can make it really bad. Like sometimes the clock breaks and it goes to your heart and it gives you a heart attack. But what I had is called large vein disease, which is what Trump has, which is why his ankles are like that. It's basically the blood, your heart, when it pumps the blood up to your feet, when it comes back up, you have little trapdoors in your veins that shut behind the blood to help it keep moving up. And if those trapdoors stop working properly, then the blood doesn't necessarily all come back. It creates holes in your legs, and it will break through the capillaries and your skin, or your ankles fat. I didn't have that problem. I would give you guys close space with that one. That's all because the blood's just because the little trapdoors in your veins are functioning properly. It's not deadly or anything. What he's talking about is deadly, what Sean was, but blood vein disease is not deadly. It's just more unsightly and annoying.
I had a friend of mine take a long flight. He was going from Miami to Vegas. He wound up developing a clot and having a stroke. Like this dude, no bullshit, was the healthiest person you could ever meet. Into all sports, working out. It just hit him. Got the clot and got.
It's so weird when healthy people. I was just watching the documentary about The Biggest Loser. That documentary, the show they used to go on about fat people losing weight. One of the trainers on there is super healthy, and now he was on the documentary. But he heart attack, a massive heart attack, last year. And he was like one of the healthiest dudes ever. And just like, I don't know, he's in his late 40s and he just had a heart attack out of the blue. So I'm not sure that it really matters. A lot of that is so hereditary, you know?
Yeah, that was Paul. Yeah, that was crazy. I remember Paul, because I used to follow his Instagram, because I used to, the Biggest Loser was pretty inspirational in my early on fitness career. What inspired me and got me into working out was I'm going, if these people can do it, what the hell's Mike, if you know what I mean. I liked the show. It was terrible to hear about some of the things that went on there and some of the things that happened, but I wish Jillian would have been on there, but I guess she just is like, fuck that show. I don't know what the real story is behind that Jillian Michaels did not want to partake.
Yeah, they didn't make her sound very good. Because she acted like she was really good friends with that guy you just said, Bob, I think you said his name was. She acted like she was really good friends with him on the show. And he said they were like, but when he had a heart attack, he said that she's one of the only people that never ever followed up with him. She never talked to him at all afterwards.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I don't know how many people know what we're talking about, because it might be just one-on-one conversation. Does anyone else know what we're talking about? Anyone familiar with that show, The Biggest Loser?
I didn't watch the show, I just watched the documentary.
No, I never seen the show, but I know some chick from the 1,000-Pound Sister, or whatever that show is. She just died yesterday or today.
Oh, did she?
Like, bro, how did, like, respectfully to anybody watching these shows, like, what's the point of watching these shows? It's like a car crash.
It is like, well, that's the point. It's a car crash. I used to watch my 600-pound life sometimes. It's hideous. Like, they make them be totally naked and they fall in the shower and they're just atrocious.
Hey, JP, was it the sister that she had to car the van and take all the seats out in the middle for her to get in?
Bro, I couldn't tell you which is the was. I've never seen the show, but I'll find a lot of opinion in the chat for you.
Alright.
I'm wondering if it's the two sisters. The two sisters with the smushed faces that are so hideously, they're just really, really ugly, and one of them just lost a lot of weight. Is it one of those two?
The one that she's going up and at their forehead?
Yes. Is it one of those two? Oh, those girls are so ugly. I mean, even when she lost weight, she's ugly.
I just do say I couldn't imagine living a life like that.
Dude, there was this guy in a 600-pound life one time. The doctor was like, how do you get your food? Because, I mean, these people eat incredible amounts of food. Holy shit, it's unbelievable. And he literally has a bucket. He lives in an apartment, and he lays in his bed. He can't move, and he's by the window. And he has a bucket on a freaking string that he lowers down for the freaking delivery guy to stick his food in the bucket. That's fucked up.
Welcome back, JB.
Yo, what's up? How you doing, Alex?
Pretty good, pretty good. Just wrapping up the tail end of my work day and decided to take a walk and welcome you back. So I'm glad to have you back, and yeah.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, but I'm definitely going to make this a daily habit. You know, I don't know, man. I like to touch. I was at the beach the other day. The fucking beach still exists. I can't believe that. You know? And I live in a beautiful part of Brooklyn, contrary to what people say. So I'm just enjoying it. And I have to say, man, I don't know if anybody knows this guy BB on this app, the Jewish guy. If you guys know BB, man, please tell him I said hello. He's a real one. And I do always have my loyalty no matter what.
I love baby.
I like him too. It's been pretty clear. The last 2 weeks has really made it clear to me the people that are decent human beings on here and the ones that are fucked up. And the people that follow the fucked up ones are the people that don't want to be around the fucked up ones.
Everybody is blocked. Everybody is blocked. Nobody in this room, but everybody is blocked.
It's been really interesting. I've never had a week that offered so much clarity. I mean, it seemed like a lot of people were down the middle and they were kind of back and forth a lot of times. It's hard to tell like where they're really coming from. But it really flushed out.
Well, you know, like always surprise, and it always has, and always will surprise me. People won't take the time to discern from the truth and from a rumor. Right? People just run with these fucking rumors, man. With no basis, no reality. Just say, he said it, it must be true. Mike Moon has a full head of hair. It's true. I'm spreading that rumor.
16.
Can I say something really quick? I'm legitimately nervous and scared. I would appreciate every step for me if you guys don't bring that in this room. I just know. I really sincerely appreciate it.
Good evening, welcome to Politics Under Fire. Again, a great guest today, congressional candidate John Kitover. How are you doing today, John?
George, I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing real good too. I see you got the whole campaign headquarters going
Oh,
there.
I've got a lot of phones set up. I've got a lot of YouTubes going, Instagrams.
Reassurance, it will remain clean in this.
I love a drama-free room.
Yeah.
How many people can say, and I'm being serious, that they have Clubhouse, what's the word I'm looking for? They have Clubhouse, PDST.
Clubhouse. I try to do a lot of mass communication for the
I think,
campaign.
why don't you use a term that's more befitting, like clubhouse fatigue?
Well, I took a few days off. I'm not fatigued. I recommend it to everybody. We have John Kitover here who's being really quiet.
He's quiet in the rooms usually until he wants to read at home.
Yeah, this morning he got to read lots of.
We let him elevate the room sometimes.
We played a copyrighted song today just for John. Jamie, did you hear about that whole concept?
No.
So John was bitching apparently. This is what I think I heard this right. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's bitching because he records everything, uploads it to YouTube. Well, if you have more than like 30 seconds of a copyrighted song, then YouTube will delete his video. So if you don't want him to be able to record what you're doing, you just pause for 30 seconds and play a song on here.
Is that true?
And it's not the record, like it doesn't stop the recording, it stops the live stream.
It stops the live stream.
It's not a live stream.
Oh, I thought it just made it so it couldn't upload to YouTube. You're talking about it actually stops the live stream.
It stops the live stream, yes.
So that's true, JB.
It can still record, but it does stop the live stream.
Well, it would fuck him up too, though, if he records it and uploads it, because it does search the uploads like for copyrighted songs. YouTube does, for sure.
Yeah.
But it stops the live stream. That's funny.
Yeah. We were just messing around. Somebody, you and I think it was, came off and played a Disney track. Everybody was like, what the hell is that?
That's great. Live stream sabotage.
Oh, I said that's what it is. I don't know the rest of it.
Everybody's thinking of something positive to say.
Honestly, I'm just grateful for the presence and the peace.
I'm thinking about
No,
it now. Certainly. When I first read Certainty's name on here, for some reason I read it as Certainty.
I did too.
Certainty. Cracked me up, because I thought what a tape was, and I was like, he's tape.
Oh, no.
So right now, you know.
I didn't even think, I was thinking it was all cute, like certainty. And you're like,
No, I mean, my brain went into what a tape is.
oh my god. Okay, well, that's alright.
I won't call you that anymore.
I say stirred, but I can't even say stirred because Doc nicer now.
So it sounds like a good time for a little background on my name. So at about 14 years old, the older guys that I was hanging around said that I carried myself like a young man, and I was starting to do music around that time. So they started calling me Young Sir. Eventually I dropped the young, they started calling me Sir, so forth and so on. So that's my childhood nickname, Sir. And when I started getting on philosophical and everything else, I changed it to Sir.
It's creative, I like it.
Yeah. I kind of want to call you Tank though, but I won't.
My mother just calls me Darnell. She won't listen. So.
Your mommies are different. And dad.
You can just call me Susan.
You tell what is his name.
Baby?
You tell what is his name. Yeah, you tell him to call you. Just call me Susan.
No, Baby's the one that called me Susan one day.
Oh, is it?
He's like, oh, Susan's here. And he made a poll. Don't talk that way because Susan's here. I'm just like, oh my God. It's a new name every day.
That's kind of cute.
So why do you guys call this space the Muff? Educate me.
The house owner named it, and it depends on who's present on what the answer to that question is. It can be earmuffs, it can be hand muffs, it can be like, you know, when you do something wrong on the golf course, they call it sometimes being in the muff. Or, you know, there's a little double entendre or quadruple entendre going on there.
Quadruple.
It was originally founded as Hot Wet Muff, and then it was changed.
It's Roger though, because Roger will make some like sexually outrageous comment randomly sometimes. There's always some person comment that's just enough. Yeah, so it totally fits Roger.
For some reason, I found that sexually offensive comments 99% of the time work as long as there's a comical approach to it.
Almost everything works if there's a comical approach. If the other person has a sense of humor.
Yeah, I've tested on here with the worst joke I know. I know a really, really inappropriate joke that I told on here a couple times, and I've gotten a couple people to laugh, but most people just feel completely uncomfortable.
Oh, I love really terrible jokes, like dirty and horrible.
Maybe I should tie the T in the back channel.
Just say it, man. It won't be funny if you type it. Yeah, just say it.
Alright. Oh god. It's even hard to say out loud. Okay. My wife is nodding no right now.
You don't want to. I kind of think maybe you should listen to your wife.
Do you think so?
I do.
Mike texted to me, I'll say it.
Are we recording?
Well, I'll always record. Well,
You can remove recordings now, so I'm fine.
That's fair. It's a joke anyway, my god. Even Louis C.K. is back telling jokes.
Yeah, you'll make it back.
I'll make it back, okay. What's the best thing about taking a shower with a 9-year-old girl?
What? Oh no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't, no.
You can slick her wet hair back and make her look like a 6-year-old boy.
Yeah, your wife was right.
Yeah, she.
Holy shit, my mouth is kind of open. Yeah,
I told you it's the worst joke ever. See, here's the deal. This is the deal with humor. There was a time when Louis C.K. was the top of the humor chain, okay? And this whole generation of people that are about 15 years Younger Than Me came out, and they completely redefined what's funny and not funny. So now inappropriate things are not funny because they're inappropriate, but inappropriateness had nothing to do with humor like 20 years ago. In fact, it added to humor, but humor is an evolving, ever-changing thing. And so things that were funny 20 years ago can be the opposite of funny today. So when you age, your brain doesn't always upgrade itself with the newest operating system for the decade that you're in. And so things can remain funny in your head that are no longer funny around you. So making fun of that subject, the topic, is basically there's no joke anymore you could ever make fun of that topic with. But there was a time when you could make fun of anything and everybody would laugh. There's a guy named Stephen Lynch that had a whole career.
Well, Mike, let's keep it real. I think once cancel culture got involved in comedy, that put a muzzle on a lot of people.
It did, and you could argue that part of being a patriot is ignoring cancel culture at your own cost, right? Like look at Louis C.K. Like, perfect example. Like, his humor is completely inappropriate. If you go to Stephen Lynch, he's got these little goofy songs he makes with a guitar, and they're hysterical, but they're incredibly wrong. And so, I don't know, I just think humor is interesting. I don't know, I just think it's interesting.
It is. There's certain things that I oh god, I always forget his name when I'm trying to toss it on.
Jerry Seinfeld?
Oh yeah, I love Seinfeld. Of course I love Seinfeld. But who's my British man?
Howard Stern?
Ricky Gervais.
Ricky Gervais, yeah, he's
Ricky Gervais. Okay, he's my favorite comedian, and like some of his jokes they go far. You know, the one. I don't know if you ever heard the one about the cancer kid on the. Okay, like, and not everyone finds that. Like, I've watched it in a room with my family with their like little woke girlfriends, and the girlfriends are like, like they're just like, and my brother and I are just dying laughing, and they're like, they don't get it.
If you think about the structure of a joke, right? The reason that joke is funny is not because of the topic. The joke is funny because it doubles down on its inappropriateness. It lays down something highly inappropriate, and it adds to it and one-ups it in a way that you can't even imagine it.
Mike, do you know the Aristocrats joke?
If you take any subject and double down like that, it does become a joke.
Do you know the Aristocrats joke?
What, John?
Do you know the Aristocrats?
Yes.
You want to hear the Aristocrats?
What's he talking about?
It's a dirty joke.
It's a documentary movie called The Aristocrats. It's with Gilbert Godfrey.
Yeah, I don't find Gilbert Godfrey funny.
I find him annoying.
Yeah.
Oh my god, did you see him?
Well, that's the point, silly!
Did you see it? Oh god.
I was just gonna say, nowadays, Richard Pryor would have been canceled. Eddie Murphy would have been canceled. We grew up with that. But let me say, Richard Pryor, man, if you don't look after him, I didn't know Andrew Dice Clay is still in business. I saw him in a show about 2 years ago in Tom Spain. That dude was amazingly funny.
Yeah, he was. No, I was gonna say, so Gilbert Godfrey, it's on YouTube, you can see it. Howard Stern had him on his show several times in the old days. But Gilbert Godfrey had this thing where he would go into the employee break room where they had free donuts, and he would lick all the donuts, but he wouldn't tell anybody. And he did this several times, and then he got caught on camera doing it, and pissed off Howard Stern. But there's a video on YouTube of him doing it behind the scenes, and he lifts up parts of the donut where you never know that it's been affected, and he would lick around it and stick it back together again. And he did that to all the donuts. He ruined the whole fucking box of these donuts. He's just an asshole.
No, that might not be real, though. Maybe they staged all that.
What's that, Tom?
Maybe they staged all that just for content. Like, that's how next level the Howard Stern show is.
One of the things that we can't overlook is the fact that women comics today, it seems to be successful, have to be so raunchy that it's kind of a turn off for me. I'm prude, quite frankly. And
You're a prude? I heard you put out.
real, like, I actually think Ellen DeGeneres is hilarious. I think her stand-up is actually hilarious. I've always thought she was hilarious. Like, her bit about losing her eye after running into the
and yuck.
glass door. I mean, yes, I think she's very funny. But there's
Roseanne Barr, now that's funny.
As long as your microphone is broken on that phone.
Yeah. Roseanne Barr is really funny.
That's the thing about comedy too. It's also about who it's coming from. But you know who's the funniest to me is not a
Howard Stern.
Judge Judy.
That's Howard Stern with a wig on.
Do you know how much Judge Judy makes a year? Good boy of mine.
30 million. 30 million.
She was making like 80 million or 100 million or something like that.
Right. She makes upwards of $45 million a year for that one film.
amazing.
It's crazy how much she makes.
She's brainwashed women all around America to make them think that they're all Judge Judy too. It's not true, ladies. There's only one Judge Judy.
She's Red Fox is my favorite of all time. And next to that would be Robin Williams. I bet you know what? Robin Williams will be hard to do a documentary on. Can you imagine someone trying to do Robin Williams?
The Fisher King.
Really good.
So on one of my upcoming podcasts, I'm going to have one of the writers from Morgan Mindy on the show.
Morgan Mindy.
Executive producer, but I think Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor in Stir Crazy, that was the kind of film that would get me like choky from laughter, hysterical.
Well, doesn't Clownhouse tickle your feather just as much, JCSpodcasts.com?
Not like the way you arouse me, Mr. Congressman.
Really? Well, I can read a poem if you like.
Exactly. I like them in Stir Crazy as well as See No Evil, Hear No Evil.
Oh yeah. See no, it's true. See no evil, hear no evil. And you know, it's funny. Just to drop one more name really quick. Kelly LeBrock. I interviewed her once, and I've come to know her a bit. And I said, "What is your fascination?" I didn't say it like this, but like, what is your fascination with these Jewish guys? Because I think she dated, or no, I don't know if she dated, but I think she might have been interested, or Gene Wilder was very interested in her, and like, it's very interesting because he's not a typical Jewish comedian. He's far from it. You know, a lot of them are just really raunchy, and my tribe comes up with some crazy stuff, but I do think Gene Wilder, Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor just get me choking for sure.
Think about how weird it is that female comics almost exclusively talk about sex. They talk about the vaginas. That's all they talk about. To the point where my daughter, who really is turned off by anything about sex like that, she's 18 and she just thinks it's just annoying how sexualized the world is. To her point, she's like, I don't like female. I don't think any female comics are funny because all they do is talk about sex. They're just gross. They're doing that, but the guys that were doing that before them were all Me Too'd. Like Louis C.K. did that. He talked about dick and masturbation, this and that. Yeah. Me too. But then the girls come in and they talk about their vaginas the whole fucking time. It's like the only thing they can joke about. It's really weird.
I have trouble. I mean, God forbid this is a first world problem, but when a hot female comic talks about sex, I wonder how different that might impact the male demographic versus when a less conventionally attractive female comic gets on stage, because it's very
she's got a Netflix special right now. Actually, she looks like a big lesbian. She's got an awkward build, and she's buff.
Oh, Australian? She Australian?
No, she's not Australian. She's like New Jersey. Her stick is kind of like a New Jersey chick. I'll just find her name. But she talks about, her vagina and this and that. And when she does, it really grosses me out because she's so unattractive. And that's her stick, is about being like obnoxious and gross. But for her, it doesn't hit the same as it does when a hot chick like Whitney Cummings does it. It's different. Like, I don't think either one of them are very funny, but she actually kind of grosses me out. I'll find her name in a second. She was on I swear to God, she was on American Got Talent one time or something. That's where she got her start. Something like that. I'll find her. Hold on a second.
By the way, Kelly LeBrock used to be married to Steven Seagal. They used to live nearby in the Salt Lake Hills area of California. He was abusive. He was abusive to her.
He's a fucking weird sick.
That was the worst town.
That was the nature of the interview, was talking a bit about we brought up Name up, but I'm careful because she's got adult kids.
Come on, Jerry, you do your monologue, and then when the
Yeah,
time
no,
comes, this is how I
she
see
was also one of my,
You could say something like this. Will you please give
talk
your
about
warmest
a
welcome
woman who was
to the
like
newest
weird
king
silence,
of comedy,
like,
Rupert
all the
Pumpkin.
teenage boys who found out that they had any
My
kind
name's Rupert Pumpkin.
that anything could get them aroused, it would have been Kelly LeBrock. That was sensational.
Yeah, and I always thought Kelly LeBrock was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I guess I just only like the lesbian female comedians now that you mentioned that, because I love Ellen DeGeneres. There's an Australian, what's her fucking name? Oh, Hannah Gadsby. I think she's really funny. And then there's Tig Notaro. She's like
I like her.
She's funny. And then I didn't realize that she was lesbian, but Kate McKinnon, the first openly lesbian cast member of Saturday Night Live, I did not know she was lesbian. Do you know what I'm talking about? She's like really funny.
Kate McKinnon's lesbian too. Yeah, I knew those chicks. Well, Tig Notaro's lesbian as fuck. Dude.
Oh yeah, she's Oh, Jane Lynch, hilarious lesbian. There's a lot of funny lesbians.
So if I may, I just want to throw off topic. I just want to say really quick. I saw a photo of Meghan Trainor today. My lord, like she never. Speaking of arousal, I have never. She was a little bit heavy set and not my type, and now she looks.
You don't like heavy-set women, Dr. Jordan?
Now she's destroying her pancreas and she's beautiful. Look at that.
Oh,
What is it about a thick, buxom woman that you don't like, Dr. Jordan?
She's fucking dying on the inside, but she's gorgeous.
Well, yeah, I mean, it didn't occur to me that it was pharmacologically induced, but she looks fantastic.
I got a question for the moderators. How many days are you guys going to spend on Clown House in the Muff? This is unbelievable. The Supermod team is taking over in the Muff. You guys are really putting together some great shows, everybody, in the Muff. Wow. This is the song that doesn't end. This is amazing serendipity, Mike. Wow, you really holding it together in the Muff?
God, you're fucking like
What the fuck is that?
John, you might want to switch.
Oh, it's not manic. I'm just trying to talk. Everybody talks. I'm just trying to say what I'm thinking.
Congressman, your teleprompter is malfunctioning.
We can't hear you clearly.
You can't hear me? Well, you gotta mute up.
Okay. I don't know.
I'm just saying, I've been recording in the Muff for, it seems like many, many days now, and serendipity is like, wow, this is 40, you must be getting paid 40 hours a week here. I'm saying you guys are on Clown House 40 hours a week. You're about to hit the 40-hour mark tomorrow. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh, this room like
What's up, Pockets?
grew. Hey, Pockets. Hey, Dr. J. Everybody, gosh. Mike, will you check your back channel real quick?
For some reason, I don't know how to fucking look at it. Where do I find it at? When I
If
find I see. I go out in the hall. No, not the hallway.
Hit the arrow and go to your chats, yeah.
I see it. Okay.
Hey, Adam, why did you get out your friend's personal information to JB?
Oh, hey, look, it's little Pee-Pee, the new Pete. The new Pee-Pee. His name is Pete, everybody. Look at that cool PTR. He's undercover. Pee-Pee.
Oh, yeah. It was too soon. The back channel was too quick, so I didn't be back now.
Wow, Pee-Pee tried to infiltrate undercover. That was an undercover Pee-Pee named Pete.
No, it wasn't. We knew he was down there.
She knew who it was. I don't know who it was. I've been following. I've been keeping up on his shenanigans.
I think it's funny though, you know, he has obfuscated himself from Pee-Pee to Pete.
Wow, that guy.
This is honestly the funniest game.
I haven't seen you in a long minute. What's going on?
So how many people, when you come here and you speak all day long, know that I'm like very urgently live streaming and cutting every hour or 2 hours? But like this in the muff it seems to be fully automated now. Has its own chillism effect happening.
This in the buff, let's be honest, John, this in the buff is the most like normally healthy, pleasant room that I've seen in a long time. That's why I've hung out here for all week.
You just told a joke about raping a child in a shower who was 9 years old or 6 years old.
Yeah. It's a fucking joke that I prefaced by the worst joke I know.
Go back, watch the live stream. I don't think you're gonna like listening to your joke.
John, if you can't understand the value.
Just saying, when you say pedo jokes on my YouTube, you could kill my YouTube income.
John, are you interrupting a mod? We have rules.
Oh, there's rules in this house. Which rule is it? I forgot already.
You know what? You're like a bastard redhead stepchild, John. It's so hard to love you. Like you make it so fucking hard to love you.
Oh, BB's here, but he's on the phone. I don't get to hear my nickname for the day.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about rule number 5, Mike. My bad.
Redhead stepchild.
Exhausting. I can't find that comment I was talking about. I'll make you remember.
So this morning we recorded MAGA, aka Isaiah, or the GOAT. And I gotta tell you, when you capture the GOAT live, you know, on Clown House, and then he looks at your live stream and he's like, "You're all being live streamed." Like it, you know, it causes his mind to, you know, start vibrating.
That turns you on.
People are very worried about getting captured, you know, and put into YouTube.
Hey, BB.
Shanae, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Not much. I was just wondering how you guys are doing today. Is it Shanae or Shadiqua? I'm not sure today.
I don't remember. I can't remember.
Actually, Surrender.
Shadida? I don't know.
Susan? No, Susan.
Susan today. Susan's here.
I like the no season.
Rafi, Rafi, I got a question for you. Dr. Jordan said earlier that he doesn't like thick, buxom chicks. Do you believe that, or was he telling a lie? I don't know, go to the YouTube live. You can hit replay because you know, is your memory not working? You just said that.
You're going to do very well in Congress.
You said that about one fucking woman, not the whole world.
Well, geez, David, don't take it so personally. You're just like a dancing optimist robot.
Wait, hold on. John is the prime example of why Congress will never get passed in Congress.
Exactly.
Just the attitude.
John.
Stay sweet.
John, let's observe the ambience of the room. Your mic is really, really loud tonight.
Oh, I know. I can read a poem if you'd like, because I know that my thoughts when I speak are probably not appreciated by a lot of people.
We don't want to hear a poem with your mic the way it is. Because it's not peaceful. Your mic is not peaceful. So you can't read as peaceful poems.
Yeah, your mic creates a hostile environment. I like the passive aggressive, John.
That's total projection. You guys are projecting on me.
Rodney Dangerfield, they co-authored it. It was fantastic.
Like, why is your mic so fucked up, John? Like, you know better than this. You're the one that fucking has 60 phones and pays attention to fucking recording shit. Like, you're supposed to be the expert in this realm. Like, make it sound better. Figure it the fuck out. You're shit gonna.
Give me the audio we want. Oh, we went to switch
There's
phone.
no discharge in the board.
I was just waiting for someone to play 30 seconds of music.
This is a new flight. Can somebody read the rules and regulations of the aircraft?
Yes, would you like the aircraft spiel? All right, give me one
I
sec.
love it. Yeah, I was wondering if, yeah.
I'm gonna try and do like Mon and go through.
Can you describe how the
fast.
stewardess is dressed and everything? Like,
She's wearing a cute little navy and white suit, baby. Just for your pleasure.
okay. Stewardess will be providing a message to the passengers of this aircraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard in the Muff, providing services to Procrastination Island. We ask for your full attention as we review important safety information and rules for the house. Ensure your seatbelts are fastened and in the upright position. All carry-on baggage must remain stored in the overhead bins of your brain. Seriously, we don't want to hear it. Your seatbelt fastens by staying on mute while others are speaking. We can only hear one of you at a time. To release said seatbelt, make sure it's meaningful, brief, and avoids the use of the N and K words, both on stage and in chat. Please expect turbulence, which can occur unexpectedly and regularly. In the likely event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will not be provided, but we can pretend they'll drop from the panel above you. Place it over your nose and mouth and breathe, for fuck's sake. If the going gets tough, you're welcome to get going. Please secure your own mask before assisting others. There is one exit on this aircraft located in the top right-hand corner. Exercise your personal discretion. If needed, a low-level moderator may guide you out to the halls. Better luck next time. In-month regulations specifically prohibit doxing, threats of violence, and keep families out of your mouth. Safety information can be reviewed on the house description page for additional details. We will be monitoring compliance before, during, and after takeoff. Thank you for flying with us, and we wish you a most pleasant journey.
Well done.
There you have it.
Serendipity question for you. Did you drink water before or after, or how'd you do that whole thing?
Neither.
Well done. Well done.
She's a professional, bro.
That's right.
Come on, baby.
Shanae.
She didn't for one, but she didn't even take a breath, and she read that whole thing out. Professional.
No breath.
Next time, I think if anybody wants to ask a question, you can press the overhead light. There's a button there. And you can ask for stewardess to attend you.
Oh. We strive for customer service excellence.
Sorry to hear that. No, I'm just kidding. Glad to hear that.
How you doing, to me?
Good, good. I threw my hat in just now for the Board of Education. They're appointing someone because someone resigned, so I threw my hat in, so we'll see what happens.
Sorry to hear that.
You gotta start somewhere, right?
Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that.
So will they do an election, or are they just going to appoint somebody?
No, so as shady as it sounds, right? One of the guys who was a trustee was a lawyer. Suddenly, his law firm somehow got the contract last year while he was serving to represent the Board of Education. So now somebody pointed it out and he said, oh, you know what, I need to resign. So he resigned effective September 1st. So they send out an email, write us a letter, give your bio, give other things, and tell us why we should appoint you, and then we'll make our decision if we want to appoint you. So I wrote my letter and gave my bio and my other
see what happens.
You know what I say to that? Zippity doo dah, zippity day. My oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading your way. I hope your hat collects everything that you wish for, my friend.
I love it when BB sings.
BB, what's your go-to karaoke song?
I don't know. It's well, usually Whitney Houston. I'm giving all my love. Like all my love for you, I think it's called. I forget now.
I love that. Whitney Houston, huh?
Yeah.
Go big or go home.
Yeah, I can reach those high notes. So. You guys ever see that Instagram? It's like an ad for like weight loss, and then the broad gets waken up in the middle of the night and chased down the street with a guy with a crowbar.
No.
So she gets woken up out of her sleep, and there's a guy with a mask and a crowbar, and he's chasing her down.
Is sort of irrelevant, but I can put ideas in there and get ideas back that are interesting and worth thinking about, and especially in the process of self-inquiry. I find it the most powerful tool I've ever run into. Gurus are nice, but you don't have access to gurus very often.
Well, I will say, one way that I have found it useful was like, obviously, like say some people can be very narcissistic, but what seems like narcissism could be ADHD, or it could just be, some other kind of thing that has nothing to do with it. Whereas like, somebody that's narcissistic could be, dangerous to be around, for instance. Not necessarily, but could be. So, like I had an interaction with a person, and I was unclear if it was like, is this like just ADHD, lack of self-awareness, or is this person narcissistic? What are like signs? And being able to like plug in a specific story and being able to dissect, well, this is what narcissism would look like in that situation, this is what ADHD would look like in that situation. Then I was able to kind of see it laid out and be like, okay, maybe I'm making a little too much about nothing. They're probably fine. So, yeah, it was kind of a tool in that way. Not self-inquiry. It wasn't self-inquiry. I guess it was like self-protection, but still, yeah.
Well, like I say, all I can say is I have found it to be the most powerful tool for self-inquiry that I've ever found. And I'm just stunned by the impact it's had on my own thinking in a way.
I thought you was a story as well. If you don't mind me asking, what's something that you feel like you took away from it that you wouldn't have necessarily in another situation, like with a therapist or something?
I'm not sure that I can. Yeah, it's hard. It's something that's emerged over a period of months of conversations with it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. I'm still trying to sort this all out and figure out, how it works.
Well, I'm just, you made the room, so I'm
Yeah.
trying to ask your question.
And I'm just here. I've got as many questions as anybody else, but I do have had, I've had some experience using this thing.
I was just gonna say there's a reason you're into
training it.
certain things.
Should be interesting. How should we get set up?
8,000 calories a day. You still had this upper hand disadvantage. You got pushed to lose 240 fucking pounds. You can't blame the show because you gained the weight back. They
didn't feed you afterwards. But now they're trying to say that because they lost this, like that one guy was arguing, you should have had like an aftercare program, like put us on meals, gym memberships, and the whole thing. Because he's more concerned that the show made billions of dollars, like the brand. I think it would be a fucking hit if they brought it back out. Personally, people need to be responsible for their fucking own actions. Everybody wants to blame somebody for something they've done. Like, I don't get that.
I think they should bring it back, but this time say, shot or no shot, pre-Ozempic and post-Ozempic, and just see who dies at the end,
Why, you really think people are gonna die from Ozempic?
Well, maybe not, maybe Wegovy. They'll die from diabetes, but it doesn't help.
What's the difference between Ozempic and Wegovy?
One has a nicer theme song.
No, but like, why? No, but just the gentleman said, I said, do you think they'll die from Ozempic? He said, no, but maybe Wegovy. But why not Moderna or any of those things? I don't know.
From all of them, I just don't know how good all these are. There's so many side effects to these.
Would you rather die fat or skinny?
Depends how big my casket is.
No, I know, but at the same time, I hear these complaints about people that are like complaining about it. Like, I see this girl like Amy Hathaway size on Instagram, and everybody's like beating the shit out of her because she's lost like a crazy amount of weight, and she's like bragging that she was on Ozempic. I think good for her. It's either that or die from obesity. Why not use something to lose weight? Who cares? I think she did something great for herself. I don't understand.
She did not do something great for her.
Why not?
Because
she lost weight.
no,
it's healthier to be obese.
I don't think you understand how unhealthy it is to lose weight that fast and what it's doing to your other organs in your body. Wegovy and Ozempic are a huge risk of pancreatitis. It's literally destroying your pancreas, so you're able to lose this much weight. Losing that much weight this fast, baby, is not healthy.
Well, you don't really lose that weight that fast. You lose 15 to 20% of your body weight. So people that are over losing weight, it's not from that drug. It's because their mind has changed.
At least for me, it's because it's cheating. Like you're taking a medication to lose weight. Once you stop taking the medication, unless you're going to take it all your life, you're going to have the exact same health problems you did in the first place.
No, but the whole thing is it's training your mind into thinking differently about food and thinking differently about like conscious decisions.
No, it's not.
And you can
No, it doesn't.
No, it does not.
Okay.
The point I was trying to make was it's cheating because you've done none of the work, and when you stop taking it, because people have to stop taking it.
But you're still doing the work, guys. You're still doing the work. You're still putting the fork in your mouth.
They're going to gain again the weight they had already lost.
No.
They didn't correct their diet. They didn't correct their exercise regimen. They just took
Then you wouldn't lose weight, though, guys. I don't think you really understand how Wegovy and Ozempic and all that works. If you eat like a pig, you're still going to gain weight. You're not going to lose weight because you're on Ozempic.
That is true. You don't eat when you're on it. To BB's point, I have heard, I've read some articles about people that are struggling with different types of addictions, that it's having like a really positive effect on their addiction because of something that it does to, there's some part of the brain that it turns off that mechanism. So I've heard that like a lot of alcoholics have gone on it to break their addiction to alcohol and stuff. So I don't know, but I have heard a lot here lately about people talking about it. It is like screwing up their pancreas.
Yeah, all it does is just slow your digestion. That's all.
There's a bunch of class action lawsuits against all of us right now.
Good girl, good girl.
There's better ways to do it. I lost 110 pounds without any of it. So it's hard, but it can be done. I was still clear about it.
Yeah, it leads to serious digestive issues because it's literally slowing down your digestive system. That's all it's doing. It's making you feel like you're empty, so you'll feel a little bloated. You'll feel like you're full, but you're empty. So your digestive system starts literally eating on itself, and your organs start shutting down because you're not getting the full nutrients that you need because your body thinks it's full. It just slows your digestive process down, and it's
It's like a chemical rubber band around your stomach that people get to to curb their appetite and stuff like that.
It's like cocaine.
Shit, it gives out. Can you lose weight on coke?
It takes away your appetite. People have models do coke to all, at least the models that, they come out and say,
Just so you know, people know I like Coke Zero. Just letting you know.
Oh, it's not real Coke anymore now.
Yeah, I lose weight and I don't get hungry.
My manager at work is on fucking Ozempic, and within 3 months she is tiny now. Tiny, and now she has kidney stone. She got a bunch of shit going on in her life now, or her health. And but she looks good, so as long as she's happy. Holly, everyone is doing this. So sad. Some of it's not even legally done. These people got backdoor doctors. They got on their payroll that they're just getting for.
Well, I mean, the problem is doctors. Well, doctors now are actually I have a friend of mine. He's a PCP, right, primary care physician, and 90% of his business is weight loss. I said, so what do you do? He's like, oh, they come in, I give them I weigh them, I put them through this machine thing, whatever, and then I prescribe them one of the weight loss drugs, but I put them through the regimen, say, you have to do this, you have to lower your fat, you have to do this, that, and I'm like, okay, and they make a ton of money doing that. And then they charge for a separate session and all that. But because they have the medical license and they can prescribe this drug, they're minting money doing that, getting 3 times the patients they would have before. Incredible.
Yeah, they get commission on their write-offs, on all those prescriptions that they get.
That's how drug dealing is as high as well.
Did you see not that the DOJ arrested, what was it, a little over, 100 to 200 healthcare professionals that were scamming through false procedures, false medication, charging for codes that weren't real, and there was over $6 billion now, in it. Not just a few months ago.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's crazy.
Are we still talking about Ozempic?
I'm on healthcare, but we can.
Well, I can tell you one story about Ozempic.
People need to be responsible for their own actions.
Like, I'll tell you one thing. I have a client who has diabetes and she takes Ozempic. So the weight loss isn't just that secondary kind of benefit that goes with it. But her doctor misprescribed her the Ozempic under weight loss instead of diabetes, and now she has to drop $500. I said, you need to go ahead and change that for diabetes, so your insurance will cover it. But that was crazy because now they're just defaulting, thinking it's for weight loss when it was originally used for diabetes.
But do you guys think that those people that are suing, I think it's $2 billion in lawsuits, don't people need to be responsible for their own actions? And you went on it for a certain thing, you wanted to lose weight, now there's complications. Everything's got a complication. Walking outside, there's a complication. You could get hit by a fucking bus. Are we gonna sue?
What?
Who we suing? God?
Well, what's important when you prescribe someone medication, you need to do regular blood work to make sure that they are all right with the dosage you're giving them. A lot of doctors aren't doing blood work checkups on these people, so they're not catching oh shit, your shit's shutting down, your pancreas is shutting down, you got pancreatitis, you got stage 4, pancreatic cancer, they're not doing these blood work tests, they're not checking. These doctors are overworked, bro, and they're not doing the checkups.
I agree with you, pockets, but don't you think people also need to be aware and also say, yo, doc, I want regular blood labs done on me, and I want to be on top of my health instead of relying on the doctor to be responsible for your own, you know what I mean? Do you go to the doctor if you're feeling a pain, right? But how about those people that don't go to the doctor until they feel a pain and they haven't seen a doctor in 5 years? And then they go in and they. But
when you have a doctor, though, it's not. When you have a doctor, you are signing information. You're signing PCP switch forms, you are putting your life in the hands of that doctor. It's not on the patient to remind ourselves we need to do blood work. So there is a form of malpractice happening, with the not being on top of things and trusting, a person who's not a doctor, who doesn't have a degree, who's not informed on everything and anything. That's why we go to doctors, so they can do these things, hey, I gotta get you in for blood work next week, don't forget. You know what I mean? Because we're not doctors, we're trusting in these providers. So there is a form of malpractice when they're not doing their part and making those calls and scheduling them.
Danny, Joe, welcome to the stage. Did y'all want to add anything? I know y'all can't. Hello. Hey, hey. So, I guess, yeah, I've seen the class action lawsuits against those. Is there something that's leading? Because, like, originally, all of the medical talk around those drugs was, like, really positive. Is it overusage of them? Is it?
No, people feel that they got to be on it for the rest of their life, because they probably do, because they don't have self-discipline, and then they don't have. Listen, the best form of weight loss you could ever do is, and it's an easy task. I'm doing it in front of yourself right now. Take your two arms and make it like by your stomach, like push forward. Not you pushing the fucking dinner table away from you.
I'm sitting here trying to do, what's he talking about?
That's what we do. And people don't want to be responsible for their own actions, and they want to be able to blame somebody their whole life and have this victim mentality instead of choosing to be a victor. You could be a victim or a victor, and I do believe it's your responsibility to look after your health care. Because you can go to a shit doctor, sign all those papers, and still fucking die. Or you can educate yourself on certain things and say, listen, I have this, I have that. How can I make myself feel better? And what can I tell my doctor to do? Because you have some doctors that don't like to prescribe meds, and you have some doctors that are drug dealers. And you have some that are into holistic care. And at the end of the day, it's your body. I can't rely on anybody in this room to say, I want to make sure you keep me healthy for the rest of my fucking life.
Right. Yeah. It always comes down to accountability, doesn't it, y'all? Always.
Absolutely.
She's right, though. It's a form of malpractice not to test people's blood when they're on a check.
One question. Are you still stuck?
Sorry.
Who said that? Oh, Mohammed. So you come into a room to show how fucking highly uneducated you are, and the first thing you say is, do I suck dicks?
Right.
Well, I don't think you heard the whole, introduction if you wanted to enter this aircraft.
He's in the good.
A funnier answer would have been, my name is actually Captain Sucks on Decks, get it right.
So that's like me right now saying, I want to sue Clubhouse because Mohammed doesn't know how to speak to me properly.
Or better yet, you want to sue Shanae.
Shanae, Shadika, yeah, Susan Sarandon, everybody with an S. But
right.
Anyways.
Shanae. Susan Sarandon is like the biggest anti-Semite on the planet.
The biggest.
Yeah. Don't call me Susan, BB.
No, I know, you got Susan, but not Sarandon.
That was my least favorite name anyway.
I know.
I think I'm growing fond of Shanae.
What? That doesn't even fit you.
I think that's why I like it.
You're like a Sharon.
It's my alter ego.
I think Serendipity is a great name.
Thanks. Me too. It's one of my favorite words, one of my favorite movies. It just fits.
I was just gonna say, did you see the movie?
I love the movie.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually changed my name because there are like a million of me on the app. And
yeah.
every time I went into a room, my name would come up and it was like, who are they talking about? Oh, not me. Never mind.
There's even one that used to go by Sicilian Pasta, which was also weird.
Right.
What's up, Moose? What's up, XG?
You.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Serendipity? Mike MG, how y'all doing?
Good, what's up, welcome.
I was not just blowing smoke up your ass earlier. I happen to love you as my little liberal representative.
Oh, shucks, you're making this Moose blush.
Right.
Moose blush? It ain't pretty.
I do love you being him.
So,
Oh my gosh, not Serendipity with one of her stray dogs again.
Eeyore, is that you?
It's a stray moose, not a dog.
can I ask Moose a question? What do you think about Mondami?
You know what? I don't even have a dog in that fight. I used to live in the Jersey, Newark area. I haven't really been following it closely, but, you know, I'm gonna take the fifth. I don't really, I mean, I like the top seven system, I suppose, but
Amazing.
I don't know.
Every Democrat is given the same words. What's up, Jay?
You probably aren't old enough to remember the late 70s in the Bronx.
Nope.
That's coming back to New York City with the greatness when Mondami was.
Well, look, Mondami, I mean, a lot of Indian people will tell you this. His mom is famous for, like, Mira Nair. She made some Mississippi masala, which had Denzel Washington and some, crazy, like, Indian chick or whatever who was in there and something. So, like, oh, she's amazing, what a great thing, but it was a cultural revolution. She did Namesake, which made Calpan famous and all that. But she's also, like, a raving lunatic in some of her policies. She wants... if people who are in India who know her political point of view, she actually left India because she was trying to push Sonia Gandhi to become, prime minister, and the country was like outing her pretty much. So anyway, those who know about it.
This dude comes from a family that's worth multiple millions, and he's living in a rent-controlled apartment. Yeah, that's a problem.
Well, I mean, look, JB, it's kind of like it's
Or is he just a man of the people?
Oh, hold on. It's just like all the Democrats. This is the scam they do. Bernie Sanders. The millionaires need to say becomes a millionaire. The billionaires we need to. Okay. Then you find AOC who talks about all. Then you find that if you actually look and you actually research, which people don't do, she grew up in a privileged school, but she goes, I'm a girl from the Bronx, from the Bronx. I grew up over here. And then you look at it, you're like, no, she grew up in a privileged. I was waiting tables. Yeah, you were waiting tables to make extra money, but your apartment was paid for by your parents and your family who lived in a very luxurious area, which is where you grew up. I mean, you can look it up. What's that? Benny Johnson did the whole video.
He grew up in
And say, but you won't admit that. Just like Obama leaves out the part where he grew up in, where did he go? No, I forgot. It wasn't Thailand.
Kenya.
No, not Kenya.
No, we Indonesia. 2025, because the birth of movement.
Right? So those things, I mean, look, I'm not talking about where he was born. I'm saying he was raised for part of his life, and actually a large portion of his life by Mr. Sotero. The book, Hope from My Father, is a book about a sperm donor who he never met. That he became, and he admits it later in life, of course, after he's president, or after he's eligible for re-election. He admits it, says, oh, I never actually met my father, but he was raised by Mr. Sotero, but doesn't even invite, like, it's just, why are there all these weird things that are just not allowed to be asked or known? Look at Crockett, Jasmine Crockett, right? She acts like she's from the 30s, she knows those things, and then you actually research and find out she grew up in a very rich neighborhood. She actually is very well articulate. She's never talked the way she talks now. And you can actually watch videos. In fact, Benny Johnson put one on, I don't like Benny Johnson so much, but he put it on X. And he actually did an investigative report on it. He actually interviewed people that grew up with her. And these are like legit people that she's actually talked to. And I said, yeah, I don't know why she did all that stuff.
Naveen, let me ask you a question.
Naveen, I actually know her. She's best friends with my other girlfriend. She actually talks like that.
I don't know. I mean,
Naveen, let me ask you a question. I'll see if you're gonna be honest. Was Fred Trump a known racist?
was Trump a known racist?
Fred Trump, his father.
Oh yeah, he was a known racist, absolutely.
So they all have skeletons in their closet.
Of course they do, but but all that is like, in other words, that's known. Like that, like it's one of these things where reporters ask him those questions. Other than like, find a reporter that's gone to AOC and said, "Tell me about your Westchester upbringing." Find someone that's gone to Mamdani and said, "Hey, don't you live in this?" Yeah, you'll find candidates opposing them that talk about it. But find me someone that does that and asks them and forces them to explain how growing up in Westchester makes you a Bronx girl, right? How you grew up in that. Like, when will that? And those are the issues. So find me someone who asked Barack Obama when he was running for office about the time in Indonesia and all that stuff. And hey, Mr. Sotero, where is he? By the way, Mr. Sotero basically died and never got to visit the White House. But a book was written about the people who abandoned it. Amazing. That's the problem, is that when politics becomes about profitability and notoriety is where we have the problem. And I think, and by the way, on the Republican side, there's people that you can talk about, now I forgot his name though. The guy who was speaker before Kevin McCarthy, now I forgot his name, Paul Ryan, right? You talk about Paul Ryan, right? I mean, this guy, if you look at his background and how he was raised, he actually, his parents took part in Social Security. The guy wants to get rid of it. Like, these people are ready. They don't have to answer these questions, and it's pretty sad. So I just,
This is why restaurants are better. Anything on stage,
it's important that we
take back dry fry and now
call
look
them out for what
at
they are. The only thing is,
steering on a
I'm going to ask more questions about this
stop my day. And I'm cooking a ribeye steak. Well, this is resting for 3 to 5 minutes. This will be done. Wait till you see this. While these onions are searing, I like to take a little bit of butter and some thyme. Just throw it in like this, guys. We're going to salt and pepper these onions here, which is also going to add more flavor when we pour it over the steak. Give these onions a little bit of a flip here, guys. Let it get more color on the other side, or we put it beside that. That's where most people go wrong when they're doing tasting. They just put water and thyme and garlic and they leave all that fun on. Take a little bit of water here, pour it like that. Just a little bit. Get all that fun off. Look at that, automatically comes up. And I'm going to take some of that heaviest cream I can find. Just off just like that, guys. Look at this. Absolutely. And let the residual heat of the cladded stainless steel pan here work here. Go ahead and take this time out. I like big chunks of time. Check the consistency one more time. Like I said, dump it out like this. Absolutely gonna love this steak tonight. This is why
what was I going to say?
I don't know, but I sure hope you weren't about to make excuses for Trump.
Well, I wasn't. I was just about to say, we should also say, all these people are talking about how bad Trump was, and yet not a single one of them released anything related to Epstein, and they're all gaslighting everyone right now. Why don't we call that out? Hey, you're saying...
Well, because by virtue of calling that out, you're like not taking accountability for the fact that that is something he said he would do that he wouldn't.
And the reason they're not calling it out is because they didn't campaign on a promise of releasing them either. So
exactly.
Obligation.
Actually, Elizabeth Warren and others all were on the campaign trail. We're going to take this rapist. We're going to take this rapist.
President.
They talked about this. Oh my God. All right,
I love.
But I'm just, hold on. Can I at least?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, go on. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Naveen.
Okay, so again, let me say it properly so you guys can be quiet for a second, okay? I lied to us on releasing, okay? Can we get that off the thing now? Now, in addition to that, there are politicians that are telling everyone wrongfully that Donald Trump was on the list. My question is, if he was on the list, and there was 4 years to release that information. And you saw that, and you know for sure, because Eric Swalwell says he knows for sure. So does others. So does Adam Schiff and others. They know for sure. Then how come you didn't say, hey, Merrick Garland, please release this information? That's all my point is, sir.
During that time of was a worldwide fucking pandemic. That's probably why. They were more concerned with the worldwide pandemic than they were with dealing about an Epstein file. So
last year?
No, I don't believe that's true either.
Because some of them on the list as well.
Nah, they were more concerned about Russia.
Hold on, Hakeem was right. No.
I want to talk to Sean B.
Hakeem was right.
I said, you go ahead, go ahead and do it.
No, Hakima, you are 100% correct. All of these people, I mean, Hakima, you and I disagree many times, but I agree with you a lot too. He's 100% right. These people are on the, that's what I'm saying. Like, Donald Trump is, I guarantee you, on that list, but I also guarantee you there's other people who are on that list too. And Donald Trump should have released the list, and the main reason he didn't release the list is because his fucking name is all, pardon my language, his name is all over it. Okay, so, and we should be clear on that. But these other people know he's not going to release it. So they say, hey, let me use this as an opportunity to try to go at him, but never answer the question why they didn't ask the previous guy to release it if Donald Trump is on it.
Naveen, he's on a list of predators who raped underage girls on Epstein's Island.
Wait. Before you go, here's the thing. I don't really. Here's my thing, Naveen. Oh my god, I just freaking completely lost my thought. I think the list is full of a lot of beneficial, mutually assured destruction across both ends of party lines. And I'm not even necessarily ticked that Donald Trump chose not to release the list. What pisses me off is that instead of nutting up and being a man and saying, I know it was a campaign promise, but because of the nature of the information in the list, what the fuck ever, I'm not going to release it. Instead, he literally turned it around on his supporters and said, fuck you, I guess you ain't my supporters no more if you can't just accept what I'm putting out here on Twitter. Lame. Horrible move. I'd have had a hell of more respect for him for just nutting up and being honest with the American people than to turn around and try to gaslight us. Why the fuck y'all still talking about the Epstein list? Like, we're all stupid. That was the most ignoramus thing he could have done, and that is my issue with Donald Trump. He wants to sit here and act like, what? What are you talking about? Why are y'all still talking about the list? Isn't that like years old drama? Like, he didn't think anybody was expecting that list. Shut the fuck up. Don't insult my intelligence.
I mean, and you're right. I mean, there's no argument beyond that. So, I mean, you just said it perfectly. But at the same time, I'm just saying we should also be able to call a spade and say, hey, everyone has a vested interest in protecting this list and making sure it doesn't come out. Because, by the way, members of Congress have also seen that list. And we know Adam Schiff leaks a lot of information, but he ain't leaking that list, and that's incredible. And he didn't leak it when he had his own attorney general in there, and he's not leaking it now. So I'm just saying, like, you know, there's, you know, we gotta also call that out. But you're right. The way Trump did this is disgusting and probably disqualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing of it is, I think when you make excuses for it, when you say, well, yeah, but everybody else in Congress is X, Y, and Z, like, it sounds like you're brushing aside the accountability piece. And that's the point I'm making. Sometimes you just have to say, yeah, fuck you, Trump. You didn't keep that campaign promise. You don't have to make excuses. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah, but you can. But that's the problem that we keep having, is that we keep blaming Trump for everything, and we never, because we should say, yes, Trump is wrong. There's no point in saying he's not when he is. But at the same time, you should also be able to call out the others. What I'm not hearing from you is calling them out, saying, hey, what are these guys doing? I'm hearing you saying only Trump is at fault 100% when Congress also has.
Because he's the only one that made the promise. He's the only one that made the promise. Trump has the only one to be held accountable for not doing so. Because he's exactly the only one who's
He's the only one who's president at the moment. Like, he has the biggest mouth. Serendipity nailed it. Like, he's literally flashing back at his supporters. Like, it's always been about him and nobody else. His favorite thing in the whole world is a mirror.
And the thing of it is, you know, he was ticked off because he likes to use his power of social media influence to move his base in the direction that he wants to move his base in. And he's a fucking brilliant media mastermind, because you know what? When he came out and he said, what are y'all talking about? Why y'all carrying on about something that's so old? This is dead news. When that didn't work, he tried the tactic of attacking his supporters. When that didn't work, he flooded the news with other bullshit junk. I mean, do you hear any of the news outlets talking about the Epstein files anymore? No, he just keeps throwing.
Like, media mastermind, I wouldn't say so. I think his base is just dumb enough to consistently eat up
No.
his set.
He is absolutely
Oh, XG, how are you, Turner?
From the back, Monica. Fuck you, bitch.
Politeness here for the mods in the muff. If you're too immature, you can see yourself out.
Right, Monica, I think it might be time to do a little stewardess spin. Y'all should hear her. She's really, really good at it.
I really can't right now. Sorry.
Darn it. Ugh. She's so good at it.
I have a question. So, you know, I'm a little bit confused as to, I mean, I can definitely understand where serendipity is coming from as far as, you know, the Epstein files of Donald Trump. But it's also very strange to me that the Anthony Weiner FBI files didn't come until, you know, the very, very, very end of that election, you know, before Trump came into office. Who was the president back then? Obama? So it's very, very, very interesting that Obama didn't release those documents towards the very, very, very end of his presidency, but then people want to give Donald Trump smoke for not releasing documents that, quite frankly, I don't believe his name is on in the same like kind as people believe that his name is on.
I agree with you. I don't think his name is on it in the same like kind that people are insinuating. And honestly, I wouldn't even have put it. That information is passed through so many hands. I think that it's probably intentionally guaranteed a mutual destruction between the parties. Like, I don't disagree with you. I think the ultimate issue is Trump made a promise, and then rather than just nut up and say, hey, I can't make good on that. I thought I could, I can't. Whatever reason you want to use, nut up on it, take the L. You know, he turns around and he gaslights his supporters. I think that's the key difference there.
But from what I understand, it's not him that's holding up the release of that information, it's the court. So, I mean, is he supposed to violate the court order and release classified documents to the public?
The rule of law 24/7.
Releasing classified documents to the U.S. public is a completely different thing.
Yeah, don't be an apologist. I think everybody has to be, what's the word, thought about on their own merits. Everybody has to be ruled, you know, we have to make up our based on the merits of the person, not.
Yeah, and the thing of it is, I do like to hold Dems accountable for the things that they do, but I can only do that in good faith when I'm willing to look at the things that my party does that don't please me either. I think playing this game of everybody acting like their party is the perfect party and the other one is the big bad evil, I don't think that helps us have good discussions.
I actually did a replay a few minutes ago about the left's apparent heroizing of bad characters. The Luigi Mangione guy, who is treated like a superstar, and he killed an innocent father, husband, working class CEO who worked his way up into that position. Victor Davis Hanson had a video on it yesterday. I brought it to the muff in a replay.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that the average person, and I'm not talking about the fringes of politics on either side, but wouldn't you say that the good middle center of people who are reasonable, Monica, denounce Luigi Mangioni's actions, and what we're hearing is the loudest parts of the Democratic side that, that are just the loudest parts. I mean, I feel like they're very small in numbers, and I feel like they're very fringe.
So just kind of a related example, and just to prove to you that all these politicians lie severely. There was sexual harassment claims in 2017 with the United States Congress. Nancy Pelosi went around the country helping the House win the midterms in 2018, which was huge. Okay, and she talked about releasing the sexual harassment files of and record of every single member of Congress, till they never released and brushed under the rug. Why? Because her own party was in it and never held accountability for it. Nobody asked her again about it. She talked about it all the time. People cheered it. AOC cheered it. Others cheered it. Said, that's what needs to happen and all that. And then won their election, and then they shut up. So, but the point is, their base isn't as passionate as saying, "Hey, you didn't release it." Maybe they're okay with the rape claims against some of these, congressmen who, there's insane claims, both Republican and Democrat. What I'm saying is that these people say this kind of crap. And, Trump is supposed to be different. I get that, and he should be, and I've said it. Like, he should have released it. There's no excuse. But I'm just trying to give you a point of view that, the same passion, the same Democrats in this room won't say, wow, my party hid details on women being raped and in Congress, and oh my God, they need to do it. They just let it sweep under the rugs and shut it up.
Pelosi could say that because she owns the media, and she knew nothing would come of it after.
And like I said, I mean, we can play the tit for tat game for sure. Naveen, what were we saying and what were we doing when that was going on with Nancy Pelosi? Or is this something that we dug up later in defense of what the Dems are saying? By the same token, that's why the Dems are saying, oh my God, y'all support a pedo president who rapes people and is a convicted felon. I mean, I don't know. I think in the vein of having the discussions, you have to quit playing the tit for tat game.
But just to be clear and transparent on that is, Republicans didn't play the game challenging her for doing it because Republicans were terrified she was going to release it. They didn't want to say to her anything about it because they were freaking out on the list. So they didn't come and say, because a lot of the claims were against Republicans. She was trying to claim all the claims were against only Republicans, which is why she was winning. But no Republican really came out in 2018 and told her to go and do. They even asked Trump about it. He's like, oh, whatever Congress wants to do. Like he sidestepped it as well because he was president at the time. So, I'm just saying, those are things that, are people just didn't release. But the difference is that our party didn't go in every day try to tell people, oh, Nancy Pelosi, she's allowing this kind of stuff to happen. We just stay quiet because we're, on our side, we're actually on those things or whatever, but they just stay quiet on it. And maybe that's the reason why we lost. That's what people say. I mean, who knows?
Just like her stock portfolio. You want to see that too. But all of Congress has that same bullshit going on. This is the price of a corrupt Congress. You can't accuse and prove the other wrong because you did the same shit. And we were all sick of it.
Well said, 100%.
Apparently not sick enough to pay attention en masse. The true, Naveen, you know this to be true. The true folks who are going to get involved are going to sacrifice their time. The last check on a bad government is citizens. Calling, mailing, being obnoxious and annoying to the staffers. Not being mean to them, but hounding them. If you had more people like that, you would have more responsive Congress. but there is not enough of a societal check on Congress to push it to do what it wants to do, i.e. things like giving up its prerogatives to the executive.
But I disagree, Marshall, in some ways, because there was an outcry from the public regarding things like immigration in local communities, and the president didn't do his job and Congress didn't do theirs. So I think what happens oftentimes is,
I'm not blaming the current Congress. I'm saying Congress as a whole.
Correct.
Over my lifetime, abdicated a lot of its authority to the executive branch.
And you're 100% right, because Congress has moved from legislating to trying to be an arbiter of enforcement, if that makes sense. I know it sounds weird, but because they're saying, okay, well, we don't want to pass on. You get what I'm saying? Sorry.
Naveen, you didn't answer my question earlier. You believe Trump is on the Epstein list.
Well, I don't think he's on the list for the stuff you said. I said his name will be named in the files, whether it's on the planes or whether it's going somewhere. The question is, we don't know what list it is. Did Epstein write a list and say, here are the child molesters and here's the right? Here are the people who raped you, right? Or is it a list of people that flew on his plane or on a log? Whatever it is. I'm saying whatever it is, he doesn't want to release that has his name on it, right? And we know his name is on things like logs and all that stuff, but it's I mean, from what I saw that's publicly available, it's a trip from, Mar-a-Lago to New York City, right? But again, right, could there be more, like on a trip from Miami to somewhere else or something?
3 times, the flight logs have been out. This is not news. 3 times Trump flown on the Lolita Express, and I think 2 of the 3 times his wife and children were with him. There's hardly a trip one would make with their family.
So there's a couple of logs.
And never to the island.
Well, there's a couple of logs that are missing, but secondly, do we even know what the list is? I mean, is there an actual Epstein list? Like, do we have any verification from the previous administration or from the lawyers in the Obama administration or
I guess that's why I'm pushing back so hard on you, Naveen, is that you keep saying, yeah, I'm sure he's on the list, I'm sure he's on the list.
I'm sure he's on the list, correct, because I think he's on the list.
Not the list.
Well, what is
the list of predators that
Who knows that does he actually keep
what I'm telling you that you're not hearing is when you say, I'm sure he's on the list, people think you're talking about a list of predators that assaulted young people, mainly girls. And I wish you would be more impeccable when you're saying he's likely in the Epstein files, but that does not indicate his guilt of being a predator of underage women.
I'll use that terminology moving forward.
Well, it's a little awkward, so I admit that. But you understand what I'm saying? Like, you're giving credence.
But do you understand what I'm saying too? Is that who's defined? It's the media and the Democratic Party that have defined what they believe is the Epstein list. But
that's right.
Anyone actually know that there is?
Bingo. There's nothing, and there's no evidence of anything. We're in fucking America. A list by Epstein made up for the papers is bullshit. Can we get that straight? Can we get that straight? That a list made up by Epstein is like a list made up by the Democrats about Trump and Russia.
Made by Epstein was good enough to get Ghislaine Maxwell put in prison.
Yeah, but not like he talking, Jules. Making no sense.
You don't get to pretend that the Epstein report is something that you need to release to your base, and then when multiple national security officials tell you appear in reports, to slow walk that shit. No. If you said you were gonna release it, release it. It's not that fucking hard.
And if you can accuse him of being guilty of anything, you wake up.
I didn't say he was guilty. I said he promised his constituents he would release the report.
So he fucking lied. Where do we go from here?
Actually, he said he released the I want my president after the report. What universe do I want my president to lie to me? And in what universe should that president be Donald Trump?
What universe? What universe do you live in? Do you think presidents don't lie to you? Come on.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the Republican Party lit up the Democratic Party on that very issue.
Okay.
And now when it comes to us being consistent and having that same level of behavior, you're like, nah, the rules don't apply. No, the rules fucking apply. It is what it is.
Well, and I mean, like, if you're gonna say, so what, he fucking lied, well then when Biden pardoned Hunter, and we all pitched a fit and got our panties in a wad because he gave Hunter a pardon when he promised he wouldn't, we probably need to shut the fuck up too.
Well, at that time I said he's going to pardon Hunter. Big deal. You knew that was a lie. Just like you knew this was a lie. This list isn't coming out.
You don't say it's a lie simply because the administration has retracted from its original point, which is that it would light up the Democrats until they want to reveal it.
Marshall,
Is there a list?
What is the
Bald-faced lie to your constituents like that, and then not expect something. You saying it's fake is gaslighting like a motherfucker. You are gaslighting because the administration no longer wants to release that report. For whatever reason. We can speculate all we want.
Maybe it's me, Marshall. I never gave a shit about the list, because any list that they showed meant nothing.
You're missing the point. You can't be a party that lectures the Democrats on telling the truth when you decide you're not going to tell the truth.
No, I didn't. I'm not listening. I think you should. I think he's wrong.
What use is telling people to be truthful? What use is lambasting the Democrats for not telling the truth? If when it comes to our thing, we don't hold the same energy and the same rules. I'll tell you what it says. We don't believe anything we say we believe. What we believe is the pursuit of power for power's sake. That's disgusting, and it's something that tears down republics. Because
Marshall,
about addition.
Let me put it in perspective. Let me put it in perspective. I believe he should release the list because he said he would.
If there is a
He would. Yes, he should release the list because he said he would. But that's not the same lie as the borders are closed. What are you talking about? The borders are closed.
It's Donald Trump's presidency. I don't know if anybody has rung that bell for you, but it's Donald John Trump in the White House, not fucking Joe Biden.
Right. But you're comparing it. I think he should release the list, but because he didn't want to, or for whatever fucking reason, I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
Well, that's great that you don't care, but those of us that also helped to put him in office and that try to support his presidency, when he attempts to gaslight us and imply that, like, what are y'all talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Are we still talking about Epstein? When you attempt to gaslight your own supporter base, so far as to tell them you are former supporters, you are not MAGA. Like, I'm sorry, it's just blatantly wrong.
Well, I think it's more of a chance that he doesn't want to release the list. More of a chance that Bill Clinton's saying
about releasing a list while spending a decade lighting up the other party about not telling the truth. This is why I didn't vote for the guy. He is self-interested. He cares about himself more than any president in the United States. Buchanan was the worst president. But this guy puts himself first in a way I'm not really fucking comfortable with, and is able to twist his supporters into
Marshall, humor me. Who would you vote for?
pretzels.
Who would you vote for, Marshall?
To a set of behaviors which they lambasted the other party for 10 years.
So Marshall,
who would you vote for?
Movement, you don't get to tell me that our party simply gets to gaslight.
He voted for Chuck Norris, Jules. He voted for Chuck Norris. See this.
No, that's not my point. Like, I work on campaigns on the Republican side. I don't do it because I want people to lie. I don't do it because when we say we want people to tell the truth, and then when it's our turn and we don't, I do it so that when we get power, we guide in the exact same way we said they should.
Hope you have the same energy for Bush. the same energy for him.
You know,
It's not so much that, it is the blinding light of some of his supporters who think he walks on water, who wanted him to release the files, and now that the files are not released, all of a sudden that shit's a lie. It is a pretzel contortion that is nowhere near principle.
Okay, so couple of things. I think we're contorting something here. The thing that the question I have is, he promised to release the Epstein list, okay? And he didn't release that, okay? That's clear, okay? And he lied about releasing the list.
wait a second, the list or the files?
Hold on, that's what I'm trying to get at. So, if you read everything, he says he's going to release the list, okay? This is the presumption, and I'm going to ask this question to Marshall or Serendipity or others. Has any of the previous administrations or any administration or anyone who locked up Epstein the first time, second time, third time, verified that there is such a list that's there, that someone has? Because they arrested him in 2008, I believe, and then the Obama administration, nobody's actually verified that a list exists. So does it exist, and is this a play? Now this could be more nefarious, Marshall. Hold on, Marshall, this could be more nefarious. Hold on, watch this could be more nefarious. Is it something that Trump created to energize the base, knowing that there is no list? Because remember, he was president before, and there was no list, right? And so he conflated the files and lists, knowing that he can't release. I'm just saying this hypothetically because if there was a list, right, there would be evidence. There's so many court hearings. There's so many things that have happened that the list, like, we would know that yes, there is a list, but someone is just hiding it, or
we have a ledger to convict Ghislaine Maxwell. They used his ledger to convict her.
Correct, but that's a ledger that we have publicly.
Like, it's a ledger full of, it's a thing full of client lists. My point is that you should not gaslight an entire other party and your base by saying you're going to release it, and then when it's too politically unfeasible, like going back on it. All the while promising people that you're going to be a steadfast leader. Steadfast leaders don't flip-flop like that. Like, I didn't vote for Trump, but, like, that bothers me to me.
Yeah, and Marshall,
it bothers me that he was unwilling to be truthful about it.
And Marshall,
because he told his own constituents this.
And Marshall, the last president that really bothered me was one where he ran a campaign, the last Republican president, where he ran a campaign talking about, these weapons of mass destruction and how he's going to destroy them and how he's going to ensure that, America is safer and he's going to eradicate these people, and told us that, made us believe that Saddam Hussein was a terrorist and he was somehow responsible for what happened, and ran his whole campaign on it, promised his constituents it would be a fast war, he'd get us out, and he would minimize death, and he would get bin Laden, but he didn't do it. So I hope you had the same level of anger and piss off, and he blamed his base, and by the way, he went against his base who was supporting McCain at the time when they came out challenging McCain for the ineptitude of the George W. Bush administration, for continuing the war, which helped propel Barack Obama to win, for continuing the war. When they went at him, he said, they just don't understand. They just don't understand, and they'll realize later in history will be on my side on this. He went on the Today Show and other places. So I hope you have the same amount of zeal against him to say, how could he do that and alienate his entire party and people by insulting?
Hold on, Extreme. Marshall, when you reply to Nadine, answer this question too, because then I have one follow-up point. Marshall, do you believe that Trump is your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
Of course not.
Then why do you expect him to be perfect?
Monica, I don't expect him to be perfect.
He closed the border.
He
closed the border when Biden and his administration said he couldn't do it. He closed the border.
Monica!
Look.
Voted for him.
I'm not happy either. And he's not perfect. And we know he's not perfect. He's flawed. And
more from our politicians. I don't think he said he expected perfection, but there are certain things, like to not acknowledge certain behaviors is completely obtuse and thinking. Like, there are the things he's done wrong, and I think Marshall expects perfection at any given time. I think he's arguing what he's frustrated with.
Well, you know what you should be frustrated with? The fact that the previous administration had the list and the files, and if there was anything,
Why are you blaming today's nonsense on yesterday's president?
because
I mean, Jules, can we take a minor break from the whataboutism Olympics? Just like,
Can we just have
take a whataboutism, just take a union break, brother. Take a union break.
Can we just have a full conversation that if we're not talking about fucking Joe Biden, can we not mention the last presidency? If we're not speaking about it, like, it doesn't make sense to me. Everything is always a constant rubber ball deflection onto the past administration, as if they are somehow still currently responsible for anything right now, even though they have no fucking power.
But yet, XG, the gag is that we apparently have TDS. We're the ones with TDS complaining about the current president. But these guys cannot stop with their dysfunctional, with their BDS, with their 37-year-old men who are 2 years of service.
Okay, hold on.
Unbelievable.
Why doesn't...
We're not gonna turn this into a big, no, let me just say, cause, top left, all right? We're not gonna turn this into a bunch of whataboutisms. We're not gonna turn this into a bunch of gaslighting of each other. Like, 10-4, we get it. Moose XG, like, you're sick of the bringing up the Biden administration when the Biden administration's not in office right now. 10-4, point received. We don't have to be ridiculous. I'm also frustrated because I'm frustrated with my own party because I feel like we could play this, but what about this? And but what about that? And we could go back for decades and decades about all the whataboutisms. And I struggle with the fact that I support the majority of the things that Trump has done in his presidency. Like, I voted for him, I support Trump. But he has done some things that I feel like were particularly egregious to his base who put him in office. And I don't understand this mentality of defend him no matter what by, but what about this? Why didn't they release it? Well, number one, nobody else campaigned. No other president campaigned on the promise of releasing the Epstein files. No other president campaigned on the promise of, I'm going to give you people transparency. You know, there's so much deterioration in the trust of the people and their government right now. These were big campaign points for Trump. I'm going to give you transparency. I'm going to do this, X, Y, and Z. And then you do the opposite. Like, I don't understand why it's so hard to just take accountability for that and say, yeah, it sucks. Unfortunately, he played the politician role.
And I said, I agree with that, what you said. But it's no, this is a nothing burger. This is from a party that we're going to release the P tapes. You know, you gotta go. You can't say to me, don't look at the other party who fucking made up a conspiracy about Russian connection to Trump. You can't say
What
to
the
me.
hell does this have to do with
We're not talking about Russia, jeez.
Because you're still making up conspiracies about Trump. You can't
You're
stop.
missing the point. We're not talking about 2016 or 2018.
I know.
To be that year.
I know.
We're talking about what's going on now.
That's right. What's going on now is
a lot of me that we can't get a consistent conversation about the executive that currently sits in the office. Instead, we have to have all sorts of other reminders that the Democrats are shitty. Hey, guess what? We're Republicans. We compete against them. Oh, we're done. Like, we don't need to continue on with, like, what boils down to a whole bunch of talking points that aren't helpful to anybody and just seem to act as a catharsis to those who want to not find fault where there's fault to be found.
Hey, I'm okay with changing the subject
almost in World War III, believe me. But if you guys want to insist that Trump was humping little girls, aha!
Nobody has said that. Nobody has said that.
What do you think it's gonna be? What list? What are you looking for? Tell me.
Dude, I don't care if it's a proverbial list that you slap on your refrigerator with a magnet, or whether it's actual financial files that tie people to whatever. Like, it's semantics at this point, okay? Like, nobody gives a shit, and we already said, we've made it very, very clear. Some of us believe that while Trump is absolutely in those files and tied in those financial connections, none of the conservatives on this stage, I don't think, really buy into the fact that Trump was diddling little underage girls, okay? That's not the point at all. And it's a nothing burger to you, but transparency in our government is not a nothing burger to me. It's a very serious burger. And so when you platform on the premise that you want to give the people transparency, by God, stand by your word and do it. Don't sit there and then turn around and gaslight your own base, you and me and half of the other people on the stage, and tell us, what are you talking about? Like, why are we making such a big deal out of this? Y'all just need to let it go. Don't do that.
Well, okay, that's a good point. Fair enough. I think there's people, the Democrats, that want to find the dirt. Put that aside. If you're talking about, if there's anybody more interested in the financial data from that Epstein Island, it would be me. I'm an ex-IRS guy. I'm curious as hell on how Epstein made his money and what shenanigans went on for him to make his money. So for that, I'd like to see it too. But I know I'm never going to see it. So that's why I'm not getting crazy about it. For the people who want to see dirt, that's one thing. For the people, I think it was Marshall who mentioned they want to see the financial aspects of it. Hey, I'm right up there. I want to see it too. And he did.
No, what I said was he should do what he said for his constituents. He argued on transparency. One of the constant criticisms leveled at Donald Trump is that for whatever reason, he lies through his teeth. Do you know what saying you're going to release a bunch of files and then not releasing them gives the impression of? That you're lying through your teeth. And nobody believes you. And that's the exact
Marshall,
thing we
when did
fucking
Trump
need.
say he was releasing anything? Provide
During the campaign, he said he was going to release the files.
provide the receipts. He never actually said that.
Yeah, I'll look it up. I'm driving right now, but yeah, I'll look it up.
He actually never said that.
I don't think he said it
My
either.
point is that he made it clear to his people that they were going to release some of that information. And he decided not to. Like, the reason I get irritated by it is because as a Republican, when I go to the negative side of that, I get it.
He definitely said it in the
Provide the receipt.
You're not finished.
Okay, I'll show it. I'll play it too.
Macro's got the receipts. Macro has
Let me get it. Just let me get it. I'll show you the video.
I think the best you're going to get is that he said he'll leave it up to his attorney
Yeah,
general or
actually
something.
did it because it made him sound less
On
confident.
Rogan, he actually said, yeah, we'll look into that. He did not say, we are.
That's right.
Yeah, he did say
You can provide that.
He said he would.
Go ahead and link it.
A lot of things should.
Go ahead and link it. I'll be,
He hesitated, but he said he would do it.
let's have it.
Yeah, just let me pull it up. One.
I posted it in the chat, so if you
Alright. Hold on a second. I will stream it to the room. Hang on. That way we can all listen to it together. Now, when this video clip gets done, when this video clip gets done, we're gonna give the floor to Elle first, and then we will open it up, but one at a time, please. We can't hear multiple people speak all at the same time. We're not getting anything. All right, so give me 1 second.
Hakima's tried to talk a couple times, so I think we need to let Hakima say something.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files? Yeah. Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
I did a lot of it. Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah.
Yes, I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff in that whole world. But I think I would.
So there you go. He said he would.
Your Honor, the people rest. The people rest.
Well,
So, I thought I got to go first. So if you heard him, what he was saying, I think I would, because he understood that he didn't have the legal authority to actually release it himself.
By the way, are the files classified in the first place?
The man said twice that he will release it. Then he halfway trying to backtrack it because he don't want to hurt a few. He don't want to hurt a few people. But then he confirmed again that he will. Can you be quiet? Now, actually, I'm glad you said the victim. That's the list we need to talk about. Like fuck the claim that we hear from the victims, including the 13-year-old that said that Trump and Epstein raped her. She filed multiple lawsuits saying that. I would like to know more on the woman who just killed herself in May, right in the middle of the whole Epstein scandal. That Trump admitted that Epstein stole from him from Mar-a-Lago, and now all of a sudden she commits suicide when she's on video, saying that she would never kill herself and she's gonna fight this to the end. And right in the middle of the fucking Epstein scandal in May of this year, she somehow commits suicide. So I want to hear from the fucking victims. Like fuck the list. That's the list we should be talking about, the victim list.
As soon as the judge clears that, it should be released. But as far as I can see, there's been multiple roadblocks put up.
The judge probably will release too, that's right.
Could be.
Well,
Who knows?
I mean, it's also interesting because actually Fox cut out the parts where he said less so. They just kind of said yeah and left out everything else.
Wow, okay. Are we done?
Oh, isn't that pleasant?
I think I rest my case.
I don't know what point. I mean, I heard him waffle because he understood. He didn't know if he could.
So Al, he said
I heard him answer the question multiple times.
So he said JFK, yes. He said 9/11, yes. He said Epstein, yeah, but less so.
Right, because he explained why.
And he has no power to release these files anyways. It's controlled by the DOJ and the FBI. Even the Attorney General can request, but he has no power to release them. Because they are, sealed.
He's not obstructing our releasing those files.
Didn't he direct the DOJ to request the judge release them and the judge said no, the grand jury testimony?
Yes, Monica, that's my whole point. They're blaming this man for these files not being released, and he doesn't have the authority to release them in the way that they would like. The judge stopped him from doing that.
So I just want to ask you this, Adams. Is he not claiming credit for why JFK files are being released?
I don't really care about JFK. I mean, you guys with your tinfoil hats, because I don't give a fuck. JFK died before I was even fucking alive. Okay, nor did he affect any type of economy that I experience as a living person today. Okay, you guys want to get your dick wet on these freaking dick-riding conservative conspiracy theories? Why don't you pick up a book? Why don't you pick up a book and let's focus on policies and actors that are involved, still alive today? Stop bringing up old shit.
Yeah, I still can't understand
That's exactly what we're talking about Trump.
Yeah, I still can't see, Adams, why you're not addressing the point that Trump said he would release all this stuff, and all of a sudden Epstein is special.
Let me ask you a question. Would you feel inclined to take a microscope and look for tits on an ant?
Yeah.
Because that's as much of it as I give a fuck about the JFK files. I don't care. I do not care.
I know the answer to the question because it was required that in 2017 that they eventually be released. He had clearance to release them. See, there's the difference.
A president can declassify whatever he wants to declassify. Not stuff right. I would definitely not stuff that's sealed by a judge, but other stuff.
That's the shit we want. That's the shit we want, right there.
Yeah, Trump is.
It would look like we could at least get some of the FOIA. Nobody's getting anything about Epstein.
Well, is anybody in this room FOIA?
and we should stop both parties. We're gonna keep defending one over the other, and we're gonna keep being fun by all these fucking pedophiles.
You know, this is funny to me. The man released documents on the Martin Luther King assassination, and y'all were upset. But then with this shit, you know, you guys are ready to lose your assholes over some shit about JFK. It's crazy.
He tried to defame Martin Luther King. He did not release nothing.
Martin Luther King is still alive. Thank you very much.
Yeah, still not releasing the Epstein files.
Well, yeah, but there was a little bit of detail added to that, which is like, if they're sealed by a court, he can't release them no matter what he wants to do, because sealing by a court means you have to have a federal judge to unseal it. It means the executive doesn't have the power to unseal it himself.
So you don't think that the Martin Luther King files came out because he could potentially still be alive?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You don't know that he got assassinated. For all we know, listen, I'll tell you my theory. Martin Luther King got tired of black people depending on him, okay, and ran off with that white woman that lives in Florida. I guarantee you. Martin Luther King is still alive. He got tired of caring black people, especially black people that didn't appreciate him. Okay, it took white people to give a Martin Luther King Day, and black people did not do anything in front of those white people to make sure that that black man was honored. So he said, fuck it, I'm going with my white woman to...
Slippers, he was well before your time as well. Why do you care about him, but you don't care about JFK?
We don't have a JFK holiday. We don't have a JFK holiday where I'm missing out on earning potential, okay, because shit is closed over a fake of a holiday. Listen, Martin Luther King is still alive. Prove me other.
We have President's Day.
I approve it because, you know, he still has children that are alive, and they could tell you, and then you can go to the monument in D.C. and that's just reiterated. The grandchild will tell you, and they'll probably punch you in your face because that's a sensitive topic to say that their loved ones are not resting.
I'm not making any pollution from being like having any sort of guilt whatsoever. It just seems to me that if he is innocent, that him being so desperate to avoid releasing the Epstein files and calling his own base fake news for wanting them released, like because he promised it, does seem to be pretty suspicious. For someone who said yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
You lost the battle there.
I'm sorry, no, I did not hear a promise to release it. I'm sorry, I did not.
Yeah, you listened to all three.
I listened to it just like you. You didn't hear that either.
Yeah, and he said yes. I think less so.
He swore on a stack of Bibles,
Yeah,
right? He swore on a stack of Bibles.
Bibles, I promise, never fucking came out of his mouth. But
Right.
Well, and like I said, that doesn't really address my issue with Trump anyway. Listening to the clip, I agree he said yes, and then I agree he tried to walk it back. And ultimately, due to the pressure of the public, like, he made an attempt to release it by requesting that the judge release the files, and the judge declined to release them. I'm not necessarily sure that that was unplanned, but either way, it doesn't change the fact that he totally gaslit his constituents and the people that put him in office, and that's my biggest contention with him.
Hey, Serendipity, you know what I want to know, like, when anything Trump said, yeah, I release it, but I got to be careful because we don't want to hurt some names. Like, what names? Like, how do you know, if you haven't seen this list or any of that, how do you know, if all this shit is sealed, what names are you talking about that you don't want to hurt? That he know way more than he said. That statement alone that you know.
I think that's entirely a possibility. I think that's entirely a possibility. I mean, the thing of it is, these elite, billionaires, they run in circles. I think that's entirely a possibility, but like, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to me because, like I said, I'm sure those files are full of mutually destructible information on both sides of the aisle. I think it would be egg on the face of all of the American people. I don't even know that releasing the Epstein files at this point, number one, would be accurate because so many people have had the opportunity to manipulate and play with them. Number two, that it would be beneficial for us on a global scale to release the files because I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be shit ton embarrassing for a lot of entities globally. But just own that. You can say, you know what, I thought I could, I can't. Like you can own that. Don't turn around and particularly the people that put you in office gaslight them and act like they're fucking crazy. Like, why are you still talking about this shit? I mean, that's my big issue with them. You ran on transparency and then you're gonna turn around and turn on your base? Like, who the fuck does that?
Do you think he got one vote from saying that he might release it? You know, I don't think he got one vote.
I think transparency is a big issue to a lot of people in this country. Yes, I do.
It is. You're right. I don't disagree with you, but, I guess it's up to a judge to release it,
I definitely think he got some votes because a lot of his supporters wasn't thinking about him on the list. I don't know why, but they was thinking about it, exposing a bunch of Democrats, people like Bill Clinton and things like that. So yes, I do think people voted for him because of that list. They was going to shake Democrats.
Well, I think the list was tied into the assassination of the Kennedy brothers and Martin Luther King. It was, let's release it all. Let's, show it. Let's be open to everything. Sometimes you can't. And the Kennedy brothers, what conclusions came out of those lists? There were so many conspiracy theories on who killed Kennedy, who killed Robert Kennedy, and it's still going on. People saw Sirhan, people didn't see Sirhan. I mean, I was alive when Kennedy was killed. I was by the television set. I heard the rumors. I saw a live on TV Jack Ruby get killed. Jack Ruby kill Oswald. And then the rumors started flowing out again. We're never going to fucking find out the truth. You can say what you want.
I mean, I think really just that this is kind of the problem he's got is that Trump created his own, based on conspiracy theories, and then is now complaining that it is now he's now having to deal with conspiracy theories being made about him while you started it, bro.
Yeah, it's true. There's some truth in that. I'm not gonna say no, but don't you think they want us talking about this? That's the whole thing. Both sides want us arguing and fighting. Well, we're not gonna know the fucking truth about this. And maybe he's protecting Bill Clinton for whatever reason. I don't want to see anything happen to Bill Clinton. I was a Bill Clinton fan.
Bill Clinton raped a little girl. If Bill Clinton fucking raped a little girl, I want something to fucking happen.
Absolutely.
That's right. Me too.
The same thing with the rest of the motherfuckers. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, if Bill Clinton raped a little girl, I agree with you, but then think of the little girl. She's gonna have to testify. This shit's gonna be hanging.
What? Are we really talking about we don't care about holding pedophiles accountable?
So hold the pedophiles. I want the pedophiles to be held accountable. But in this world, a lot of pedophiles are in Congress and all this shit, and nothing's gonna happen to them.
Yeah, because people like you think it's okay, and
I don't think it's okay.
We need to stop. If you believe that Congress is full of pedophiles, I mean, we all should work together to get all these fucking congressmen and senators out of fucking office, including the president and anybody that's connected to this shit. Like, what are you talking about?
I agree with you.
There's nothing we can do. It's crazy.
But it's amazing if you had this energy the last 4 years. Just think what could have happened.
I had the same energy the last.
If only Biden could have
Whataboutism. That's it.
And that is the point that I was trying to make, is in order to stop having the whataboutism conversations, like, I personally don't care what the Democrats take accountability for, because I want to be better than that. And as long as you continue to keep having the whataboutism conversations, nobody's actually really talking. All we're trying to do is one up each other.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really the thing, is just Republicans don't have the right to call themselves the party of law and order. They don't have the right to call themselves the party of sure is.
I know.
They're
Red bad, blue, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
I'm saying the Republicans don't mean anything. They used to have these rights to call themselves this. There's a time.
Republicans were never law and order. Both parties are corrupt. It's just a degree of corruption we're arguing against.
Yeah,
What's that line from The Godfather? We're both part of the same. Oh, come on. The line of
Yeah, if it's not that memorable, it must not be that great of a line.
No, I said, hey, I'm too old to remember every line I ever heard.
The line that comes to mind is same corporation, different divisions.
No, that's not the one. Pacino said it. We're both part of the same hypocrisy. He was talking to a politician.
Queens, Staten Island, or Long Island?
Neither.
You definitely got the New York something.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. There's a poll that was recently done as collected by CNN that showed that 45% of the world considers Trump to be a greater threat to world peace, while only 17% consider Kim Jong-un, and it was like 9% consider Putin.
You know what?
Those numbers.
Yeah, I pulled it up.
You know what I think is interesting? That the Democrats just turn a blind eye to these transgender people that they groom and then make them go crazy, brainwash them, and then they go shoot up schools with little kids. That's what I think is.
And you're right about that.
I'm just confused as to how.
And then they point all the fingers at the conservative, the Republicans. But no one's talking about that.
People, and apparently, whenever it's a white straight person, it's never because of their skin color.
When has it been a white straight person? When has it been a white straight person? I know like the last 4 shootings have been transgender.
Yeah, how about the last 3 decades?
Who cares about the last 3 decades? We're talking about now.
People got you.
We're talking about now.
Now you want to say this.
Now you guys want to just turn a blind eye, right? When it's a transgender. Hello, any Democrats out there? Any lefties? Hello?
What are we supposed to do?
Not.
can't tell too much. You can't do. You need to do the job. And then I talked to Raphael. Basically, it just confirmed everything I think. I chose you deliberately for a reason, and I gave you no rules. So, and Raphael's like,
Well, why didn't you give me rules?
Like I trust you.
You can.
Go ahead, it's not my style. And I thought about this a
We have the
lot.
rules of a conversation. That if you don't want to, this is such a misnomer. Like John always says, all communication is projection.
Projection.
There's an yeah.
There it is.
And the truth is, there's like an operating assumption in most people's minds that they don't have quote agency in the moment. Yes, you fucking do. If I ask you something and you don't want to talk about it, well then I assume you'll just say, oh yeah, I don't really want to talk about that. Or you'll just bullshit through it and we'll move on. It's not really that big it's very low risk as far as I can see.
It's very
I think the fact that Benjamin is already having diarrhea is starting to piss off.
I know, you said months ago.
And what's that called? Ashkenazi Tommy or something? And he doesn't know me, so he's worried about you, I guess. He feels you might be overly disclosing and ruin your chance at that executive career path.
Raphael felt none of that. He was very interested in the whole endeavor.
Rome is fucking burning. People need you, Scott.
I don't know about that. They need Congressman.
Get out of here. Come on, Kitover. Come back.
$18. Who am I answering?
And threatened to block me. I'm like, buddy, I had you blocked for 2 years already.
You know what's so interesting? The Gary Baumgart is like, he predicted, he's like, he'll come crawling back. Like, not yet. The fact that, like, I love it. Like, he hitched his horse to Roger, like, feeling not heard. And wanting to elevate discourse. Well, then Roger and I decided, and then when Anson was describing it, he was like, you can do bowls. Who's the nine?
Let's pause for speculation.
Go on now, please. And this is John too. That's
No.
John. Like this year at this time. Let's get over.
I like what Michael said about John Scott. What is he? Is he the Andy Kaufman of Clubhouse?
It's amazing.
I thought that was. Are you amazing? Such a good reference. Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a mirror.
Did you tell that to John?
I didn't yet. Is that him there?
We gotta tell him. Well, if he's the Anon. Anon, we're happy to have you. And it's, standard message, Scott. I haven't had this opportunity yet because no Anons came to my patio.
See, episode 300, do you think about this? This is the biggest non-thing you'll ever do.
Biggest what?
Non-thing you'll ever do. I mean...
Well, I understand why you're probably saying that. But I don't feel that way about it. But I don't feel... It feels very important. But I feel like it's...
I'm gonna send an email to a bunch of the friends of the show, like Ed Watts, the top historian. I got like an email from his publicist. He's the top Roman historian in the country, probably. Ed sends me emails sometimes. Like, I interviewed this American author last December, and Ed listened to it. He's like, I love to hear your podcast. Like people listen. Yeah, so like.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, Congressman Kitover listens to the podcast.
John, we had something to tell you. I think you can hear us. Scott and I were talking with Michael Schmidt, who you may or may not know from this app, but he's a listener and a chat
I mean, kind of. You know, he died prematurely, so I wouldn't want to associate myself with Andy
We
Kaufman.
don't want that.
He must have been
He's a
vaxxed.
genius.
He must have gotten the first dosage of the vaccines from his world-class doctor in Beverly Hills.
Hey, Moderna's down. Did you get any today? Scott loves Moderna.
I was
Favorite
I
vaccine. He was in the trial.
Yeah.
About 10 cents in Moderna.
Hey, by the way,
I'm a day trader now. I forgot to tell you so.
Oh, nice. I'm into day trade. I have a friend, Tom Bachman, my God led me to Christ. He's very into. He can help you.
Yeah, because I have like $10. I'm like, I think 0.01.
Today I did a monitor trial.
Oh,
it's a black
That's smoke without dropping an M with
There's a fly.
And then, some people use spatulas to try to pick it out. You know how to do it, right?
Yeah.
So, I gotta land it on there. Stick it like this.
Hey, John Kitover is recording. You know what represents that. You know what this was. No, it's just fucking Anon because he's taping it.
That's me.
You're out for blood. Oh, okay, John.
No, so I signed a disclosure. I won't say real details, but it's basically a family that it's a real case and everything, and there's a fire, and I'm a mock juror, and I'm like, yeah, we're gonna award the family, we're gonna give them all the money, just give this family the $100 million.
Yeah, subject matter expert in this.
And then the defense attorney comes up, and they're like, well, let's look at the fire alarm and did it, do its job. And I was like, oh my God, it did do its job. And like, I kind of went the other way. So I think it's very interesting. I thought a lot about my own emotions in the trial and my own. They were with the people that were wounded, and
oh God, did anyone die?
There were several deaths, a couple deaths, but then when the lawyer responded, I thought it made me think a lot about.
So this is a wrongful death trial?
Yeah, it's $100 million civil thing, and I thought, it's very. And I said this in the deliberation. I said, I think what's hard is that when something goes this wrong, we just assume someone is really to blame. That but sometimes the things didn't not work, and sometimes I think, and then just something tragic happened, and then we're in a place emotionally where we need blame placing, and I was ready to do it. Like I was the opening arguments. I was like, yeah, absolutely. This is. They should pay $100 million. And then as it unplayed, I was like, yeah, that's probably not.
There's so many other details. So you're saying that the fire alarm had a battery or it was hardwired and it worked. What is the claim of the family? Why do they think they might have a shot of getting $100 million? Other than people died and got.
Yeah, we really have to get into the weeds on it. Like
the liability of it.
Yeah,
so you're saying you thought you'd be definitely on the side of the
I was with
human,
the people.
The dead, but you were thinking, well, why should the fire alarm company be liable if?
The thing is,
if it worked.
It did work. I was really convinced it worked. And all the reports and evidence and PowerPoints and it was really compelling. Like it was like it worked. But that doesn't mean it made me think a lot about how we assign blame, how we think about safety, how we think about it was really a profound it was really interesting. I mean
was it an accidental fire or arson?
Interesting, because I thought a lot about this too. A lot of trauma around this. dramatically changed, like when they got a lawyer. So we saw the pre-lawyer, post-lawyer depositions, and I was like, oh, that's what coaching looks like. Yeah, it was really, yeah, it was interesting, and then we deliberated, and we're just Philly people deliberating, and some people are posturing, some people are posturing, and some people are me.
Do you want to make a statement about capitalism and the corruption in the system, or do you want to follow your heart?
So I think that capitalism is the corruption, right?
Yeah.
But as John Stewart would say, it's our operating system we've agreed on.
Yeah.
So until we change operating systems, right? Like all of us have adopted this operating system. Now we run it with different apps and different approaches, right? So some of us are people.
Hey, Mother.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
We are just so immersed.
We need Hanson.
I find that very interesting because I wish I didn't cut you off on the details. Those are the interesting parts.
But I mean, I wonder what like somebody said to me.
Is it a Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So there was a group text and you know the people involved, but two guys, white guys, and one guy said, this country, there are two parties and they don't understand the Constitution. And my response to one of the participants on the phone was, I don't know that that's fair or real. Like, I think we have mountains, right, of the country right now. And some are libertarian, some are more...
The Constitution has to do with this.
Right, exactly. Some are more center-right, conservative, some are more equal opportunity on the left, some are more equal outcome on the left. And what is the Constitution have to do with any of it? Like, they all probably have equal claims to the Constitution and equal absurd violations of it. Like, what does that mean? Candidate, Congressman.
Hey, nice trio of pictures, all on glasses.
Oh my God. Good looking Jews. Congressman candidate.
You're more of a Jew than me?
No. Congressman candidate, Kitover, the biggest patrilineal Jewish candidate. Yes.
Scandalous. Never chat in your campaign. You're not even an old Jew, you're like Obama. That Jew. You have a non-Jew set, you had a white set. People like that.
I just love it.
Answer perhaps, if you get answer. Well, Scott, I'm going to be getting off.
I will take this up.